One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
Yes, 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 yes,
Get on up
yes.
and get down with Skyjack
Oh my
Morgan.
gosh. How you guys doing today? How's everybody doing today? My name is Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, I'm a coffee expert as well. I'm a coffee expert. And I'm drinking the cheapest coffee I could find because I'm poor. Yesterday, I did an open house at my house. I don't know. You guys ever do one of those? Let me tell you, those are real fun. I wasn't here for it. I went out and got drunk. She's like, now don't get, I'm like, I'm going out. She's like, you can't be here for the open house. I said, that's cool because I'm going to go get drunk. And she's like, don't drink and drive. And I'm like, I'm not going to drink and drive. This guy don't drink and drive. Do you know how much it takes me to get drunk? I weigh 245 pounds. I'm 6'5". Do you know how many drinks I would have to drink to get drunk? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But then all the neighbors came out. It was really exciting. All these people came out and said hello. I had an open house yesterday. It's weird. I never thought that I would do it, but here I am in America having an open house. What the heck, dude? Have you ever? It's the worst. I don't like doing it. I don't like it. I've been sitting in the rain and your news channel, fake news DJT. Oh no, not the fake news. Fake news. It's all the fake news. It's all happening right now. Well, I am so happy to be here. Please like and subscribe. I'm going to play the theme song and we're going to get started right away. How about that? You like that idea? I like that idea too. All right, give me a second. We'll start this show. Yeah. Yeah.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying.
It's the new
Skyjack Morgan. Bright
and early new dawn.
Every headline, every story. Here's your morning, some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue.
Some stylophone? Thank you. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson, guys. Yeah. Good morning, headline. Get that ding-dang-do over here. Get that ding-dang-do over here, buddy. Yes. 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 This is Monday morning. This is the Monday morning show. It's crazy. It's a crazy day in the Monday morning show, man. Can you believe that we're here already? I don't know if you heard, but at the concentration camp, there's been some action. There you go. Let's see. Everything seems to be pretty peaceful. They're saying, please don't come into the concentration camp. Don't do this. They're standing in front of the cars. Why? They're standing in front of the cars saying, please don't do this. And of course, they're driving. I'm going to run over somebody. Here we go. Oh, that person actually aimed at that guy, as you could see. So it looked like the guy aimed at the other guy, didn't it? Did it look like they aimed, that he aimed at that guy? I think he did. I think it was all because he swerved into the crowd, hit the guy. I don't know. What do you think? I think that the ICE agent turned into the crowd. It looked like that to me. Did that look like that to you? Ice Picks works great. I mean, if you really want to piss off a mob, go ahead and hit one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't seem kosher to me. What do you think? I'd love to know how you feel about this. How can people support a rotting orange maggot? I don't get it. You're asking me? We did a whole show about it yesterday, actually. We did a whole show about it yesterday. I don't know. What do you think? Did they aim at this? They look like they aimed at this guy, man. I think they aimed at him. It seems... I mean, now they're pissed, right? Now they're going to start attacking the cars. Like, what a dick. Don't hit one of them because the guy behind you is trying to get out too. I mean, look, man, if we're all in, when they send me to if you see me at the concentration camp, okay, when we're all there, when we're all in the concentration camps, if I'm behind you, please don't hit the guard, okay? He's just going to hit me. That's what always happens. This is what always fucking happens in my life. I'm a big guy. And so what happens is some little person always does something to piss somebody off, and then they come at me every time. This has happened my whole life. My whole life. I remember one time I was in college. We're all crossing the street. It's late, man. There's no one out there. There's no one on the roads. It's super late. It's like, it's not even that. It's like maybe we're all going to the bar, but we just came out of a poetry reading of all things back at the university. We're walking across the street and we're going, and we see this car speed up to hit us. And so we're going across the street, and we figured it's probably a drunk driver or something. And he's coming down the road, and we're walking down the other way. And it's a one-way street. He's going the right way, but then he goes the wrong way to chase us. But the thing is, we can't really see. We just see headlights at first. And one of the smaller people like flips off the car. And of course, the person in the car skids out, goes the wrong way on the one-way street. It's a cop. And guess what? The cop comes out and fucks with me. I didn't flip him off. I was just walking across the street with like 5 other people. And I'm the only one who got a jaywalking ticket. I got the jaywalking ticket because one of these, I'm not even going to say, a short person. It wasn't a man. It was a woman. I don't know why women always get me in trouble. Women have been getting me in trouble my whole life. Why do I deep do it? Women always get me in trouble. What is with me? My whole life. Little people always mess with me too. Yeah. They mess with you. They don't mess, like, little people generally don't mess with me, but they mess with my shit. Like, they'll fuck with something else and then I'll have to pay for it. Man, their mouth writes checks their asses can't afford is what they say, right? They always starting shit, and I'm always the one who got to finish that shit. And I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of all you short fucks, man. I'm sick of it. I was thinking about that, like, I forget what was going on. I was so tall, and the short person was just like, derp. And I'm going, I'm so uncomfortable right now. I used to go to concerts and I'd be like, oh, sorry. Can you see behind me? Never doing that again. Never again. Until I see a short person get up for me on an airplane. Oh, sir, would you like the emergency exit? You're so fucking tall. It's going to torture you, this transcontinental flight. Would you like to sit in this seat because there's more leg room? No one has ever gotten up for me. Not one time. Not one time. People think it's a blessing to be tall. It isn't. I had a 5'3" Irish guy that built like a brick knock me out with a 4-inch punch. That's great. That's good. I'm not just talking about violence, man. I'm not just talking about violence. Mob psychology. Look up what you can get a mob to do. Man, you could get a mob to go pretty crazy if you're an ICE agent and run over one of them. I'll tell you that much. It's pretty easy, don't you think? Dude, hit him with the helmet. At least these guys are wearing helmets now. Like, I've been saying it ever since these guys started protesting. Wear helmets. Like, do you not know what they did in the 60s? Wear helmets when you go to a protest, wear helmets. They will, because the cops beat you in the head. They hit you in the head. You get permanent brain damage. They pull you down the stairs. You get messed up. Watch the people protesting in the 60s for free speech, and they've all got helmets on because they know that the cops are going to beat the shit out of them. Oh my God. He threw the helmet at him. Damn. Oh, shit. Property damage. Damn. This guy's begging. Damn. Run, dude. That's like they were pretty chill until the dude ran over one of them. They looked pretty chill to me until the guy ran over, you know. Believe it, like, would you trust these guys? They carry guns for a living. You're gonna get in front of one of their cars, think they're not gonna run you over? They're gonna run you over.
Wait, guys, stay straight. Keep it straight. Free. Let the medics hands over. Everybody was going left, and he the one guy decided to make a right, but people didn't expect it. The journalist was hit. That's the picture. He was standing out of the way. Please don't film her.
Damn.
All right, this story is mind-blowing.
It's getting crazier. It's gonna get crazier. Are you ready for the crazy? We got 2 more years of this, guys. We've got 12 more years of this. Donald Trump's gonna be president for the next 12 years. Are you ready for this? They're gonna run you over, then they'll blame you for being in the way. Exactly right. That's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what they'll say happened there. But man, I swear to God, that guy was not in the way. The car swerved into him. That was intentional. Supply and demand, baby. My father used to make wrestle pigs and steers as a kid, and he wouldn't help and told me to fight my out. So violence was kind of encoded in me. Well, violence is definitely part of life, but I don't know. I've had a very violent life, and I prefer not to always. I'm getting ready for the crazy. Are you getting ready for the crazy? I'm great. My mind is already blown. Says, okay, well, vegan cannibal, I'm glad that you're into it because it's time. It's time for your mind to get fucking blown. Are you ready? Are you ready to have your mind blown by Adam Mockler? This mind blown. Maybe I should make content like that. I should be, are you ready to have your mind blown? Here's something Donald Trump said. It's just so fucking disingenuous. I just like, I hate the inauthenticity, the insincerity of the internet and these fucks on the internet, man. Can we just be real? Can I be real with you? Are you ready to get real with Adam Mockler?
And not getting nearly enough attention from the mainstream media. Thousands of Albanians are taking to the streets to protest.
I'm glad somebody's finally talking about this shit. I've been talking about this shit for 2 weeks now, and now finally everybody's talking about Albania. You know what? You guys who watch this show, your minds must be blown. Must be blown. Thank you for being here.
Over the past week, not against their own government, but against Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, and her husband, Jared Kushner. Ivanka and Jared Kushner are making a move to buy an Albanian island for a few $1 billion and then turn it into their own private resort or project. But this is protected coastal land in Albania. This is not some private playground. This is not some private island. This is public heritage that the Albanians have long treated as their own heritage. They love this island. So thousands and thousands of people are taking to the streets, refusing to surrender their land to Jared Kushner's elite private island wish. Ivanka Trump has been trying to frame.
He's building another Epstein Island, right? That's what's happening, right? He's building another Epstein Island is what Jared Kushner is, because he's a pedophile too. And Ivanka, she's in on it too. I mean, I don't know. These guys and their islands. You'd think that islands would be out of fashion by now. Like, don't ixnay the islands, okay? Ixnay the islands, you creepy ass pedophile weirdos. Like Kushner and Ivanka are there with the Rothschilds. They're all just having a swim, and then we got out of the water and we were like, how beautiful. Let's own this island. Let's own this island. It'll be just like
all those great times we had with with Jeffrey. Remember Jeffrey? We had so much fun. We had so much fun on Jeffrey's Island. It was great. Let's do that. Let's get the band back together. Let's get all the pedophiles back together. We can invite them to our island.
As if she discovered this private island while she was on her friend's yacht. But when we dig deeper into this, we realize that there is now an open corruption investigation in Albania into Jared Kushner. This island was not long ago protected as coastal land, but just a year and a half ago, about 2 years ago, very conveniently, the Albanian government amended laws like the Strategic Investor Act and the Protected Areas Act, which then changed which lands were able to be bought. This very conveniently happened as Jared Kushner was getting closer and closer with the government. This is incredible amounts of corruption right in front of our eyes, and not enough people are talking about it. The Albanians are incredibly pissed, and they're walking around with signs of Jared Kushner and Ivanka. They're walking around with flamingo cutouts because flamingos are one of the protected species on this coastal island that Ivanka is trying to buy and destroy. I mean, just look at this. When you see protests in other countries, it's pretty normal to assume that people are protesting against their own government, right? Or people have a problem with their own country. But it's very rare that people are doing mass outrage protests against the daughter of a foreign president. This is such insane corruption that even Hunter Biden was the one calling this out before most other people. He said this 4 days ago. Just take the Albanian island deal. Jared and Ivanka secured a $1.4 billion resort on Sazan.
I was there too, fuckers. Hunter Biden, man, I've been talking about this. I should have a bigger audience. You know, I've been talking about this shit. Now all these Johnny-come-latelys are going to talk about the Albanian thing, and I'm glad everyone's talking about it now. But, I mean, come on.
A protected island on state land. By his own accounts, he was introduced to Albania's prime minister on the Rothschilds' yacht. Ivanka called the place a private island they discovered, but Albanian prosecutors have now opened a corruption inquiry into how that land lost its protected status.
Well, it's like a Greek island. It's over there in the Mediterranean, right? So it's like they got Albanians. They got flamingos. The
corruption here is staggering, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. Jared and Ivanka are lying their asses off about what happened here, and this is a repeated pattern. This is a regional pattern across the globe. Just a few years back, the same Jared Kushner.
Dems are on life support. They have to rig primaries. Oh, is that what's happening? You know, you've got to be so dumb at this point to be like, oh, the Democrats are rigging primary. Really? Were the Democrats the one with their billionaire friend on TV promising people millions of dollars if they voted for Donald Trump? Was that the Democrats? Like, I hate the Democrats, but you got to be so dumb right now. Like, oh, they're counting all the votes. That means they're rigging it. They're counting all the votes in California. It's like I keep seeing all you idiots talking about California primaries and shit. Bro. Why would California even bother? They're rigging it.
Tried to pursue a luxury land development in Serbia, which was a very politically sensitive project, and it ended up collapsing because of, guess what? Corruption charges against the officials in Serbia tied to the land transfers. So just think about this. The very people who were tied to the land transfers were then charged with corruption for trying to placate a foreign entity or a foreign government's son-in-law. You get what I'm saying? So again, heritage protections were altered. Special laws were passed to just favor Jared Kushner, and prosecutors later said there was a bunch of misconduct and document forgery. That was in the case of Serbia. Now today, we're talking about Albania. The Serbia one didn't end up in thousands of people taking to the streets like we see today. This video on screen now is effing wild. They are protesting against the daughter of our president. How humiliating is this for us on the global stage? And we're supposed to be worried about...
Well, they're protesting the corruption in their own government, too. It's not just Ivanka. I mean, Ivanka is now the symbol of the corruption because she happens to be on the business end of it, right? She's getting the corruption. She's getting the good stuff from the corruption. So she becomes the symbol of their corrupt economy. And, well, they're pissed. I would be pissed, too. You fucking... Like, Albanians... They've been pushed off their land before. Slobodan Milosevic, if you guys remember him, the Serbian dictator who decided that he was going to call it was a new term. A new term is a great term. Everybody's saying it now. It's a wonderful term. Wonderful word. It's ethnic cleansing. It's a Democrat hoax. There's Milosevic was the first person, I think he's the first person to ever say ethnic cleansing. Did Slobodan Milosevic coin the term ethnic cleansing? Let's see. Yeah, he did. He was the first. He and his propagandists are credited with inventing the term ethnic cleansing in the late 1980s. It was derived from a direct translation of the Serbo-Croatian military phrase etniko čišćenje, and was used as a euphemism to sanitize the forced deportation, mass murder, and terrorization of non-Serb population during the Yugoslav wars. Basically, Donald Trump's a lot like Slobodan Milosevic, right? He wants to sanitize the forced deportation, mass murder, and terrorization of the Albanians mostly, because he wanted them out of Serbia. I think that's sort of like what we're doing. Yeah. Milosevic. I hope Donald Trump ends up just like Slobodan Milosevic. You want to know what happened to Slobodan Milosevic? Well, he died of a heart attack in his cell in the United Nations War Crimes Tribunal Detention Center in The Hague, Netherlands. The former Yugoslav president was undergoing a prolonged trial for 66 counts of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, but he died before the verdict could be reached. Dang it! He died in prison of a heart attack. He was just too old. They always catch these guys when they're too old after they've done all their war crimes. It takes forever to catch these guys. It takes forever, but we get them eventually. Oh, no. I don't have my, God damn it. This is messed up. Remember I told you I switched computers? Now I have to program all
There
my
had been
hotkeys
a
again.
report by a CIA whistleblower who testified before Congress that day that did talk about the CIA taking back some 40 boxes of materials from the DNI's office, this group called the DIG that she started.
Because a week before, the report came out that they raided her house or office or something for the JFK files and the MK Ultra files.
MLK, JFK, MK Ultra, UAPs, formerly known as UFOs. The CIA months ago went back and retrieved 40 documents from the DNI's office that it believed were its and that it didn't want her going through.
We got a hot question here for you. It has to do with this. We had Claude scrape the internet for everything happening inside the Trump administration right now, and here's what it came back with. Tulsi Gabbard is out as DNI as of last Friday, the fourth cabinet official gone after Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, and Lori Chavez. Trump publicly said she was wrong on Iran weeks before her resignation. Joe Kent, his counterterrorism chief, resigned in March, saying he cannot in good conscience back the Iran war, and Trump's response was a Truth Social post bringing up the death of Joe Kent's first wife. And
what, you don't think that Milosevic died of a heart attack while he was in United Nations custody at the War Crimes Tribunal Detention Center at The Hague? You don't think that was a legitimate heart attack? Maybe he's still alive.
Navy technician killed by a suicide bomber in Syria. One of my really good friends also died in that. Scotty Works. Meanwhile, Pete Hegseth, he said, helped get the job, has survived Signalgate, a second Signal chat that included his wife and an entire chief of staff team resigning, and an IG report saying.
So this is Sean Ryan with Megyn Kelly. And I was talking about this yesterday, but have you guys seen this shit? These guys, everyone's turning on MAGA, man. Everybody's turning on MAGA.
He endangered service members. So here's the question. Did she get rolled or was she pushed? And why is Hegseth still standing when she's not?
Reuters is reporting that she was fired. Steve Bannon says she got fired. I've spoken to a source very close to her who says it's not true. In fact, they tried to convince her to stay, that she genuinely left because her husband has cancer and they're deeply in love. And let's face it, the government sucks. Like, government service is not fun.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Dan Bongino was crying on the couch, Fox and Friends? Like, I never get to see my wife. People mocked him, but I was like, real, because it is terrible. Government service sucks. Nobody likes it. You do sit in a windowless room. It's a thankless job. You have only one master, and it's Trump, and he's very difficult to please. Portions of the public may love him, but his staffers really go through hell. He is relentless on them. And you don't make a lot of money on top of all that. Most of these people could be making a lot of dough out in the private sector. So it's easy for me to believe that Tulsi, upon getting this terrible diagnosis in her family, said, it's time for me to leave. I've been doing this for, not quite a year and a half. And that's plenty of time in government service. I gave a year of my life. And now I want to get back to me. But I don't know.
Well, the timing was a little odd because a week before the report came out that they raided her house or office or something for the JFK files and the MK Ultra files. And then a week later, she resigned.
But did you see what happened with that?
She said they didn't.
It wasn't true. That was Anna Paulina Luna, who said a bunch of nonsense on a cable news show that she immediately had to retract after she set everyone's jaw slack.
Well, I thought it was weird. Remember when that happened? I thought it was so weird. MK Ultra and JFK files. It was so weird. Why were they all talking about it?
She said that, and then immediately Tulsi Gabbard's office came out and
Just
said,
a
that's
lie?
not true. We were not raided by the CIA. The CIA came in and said, not true. And then she had to take it down. Now, there had been a report by a CIA whistleblower who testified before Congress that day that did talk about the CIA taking back some 40 boxes of materials from the DNI's office, this group called the DIG that she started, that is responsible for unearthing documents around MLK, JFK, MK Ultra, UAPs, formerly known as UFOs, that the CIA months ago went back and retrieved 40 documents from the DNI's office that it believed were its and that it didn't want her going through. That did happen. So it's just mispresented by Luna as a raid by the CIA that day on Tulsi's office those pieces were not true, and they were denied by Tulsi's office, like in writing that night. So when we talk about the CIA, what the hell business does it think it has going into the DNI's office and taking back 40 boxes of stuff she was reviewing for disclosure to us on President Trump's executive order? Like that, sit the fuck down. There's an order that's been given by somebody higher on the food chain than you, but of course that's not the way the CIA sees the president, and it believes it's operating its own independent fiefdom. If we continue this discussion, I'll be dead by Friday. The CIA is nothing to trifle with.
The CIA is its own fiefdom.
So
they pay for themselves.
it's more complicated, but yeah, she
they
definitely
sell all
crossed
the
the
drugs.
CIA in that way. But I mean, it was Trump's executive order that made her do it. That
I mean,
said,
she was also staunchly against the Iran war, right? I mean, she was selling no war with Iran merch before.
The consequence of that was not her termination, I believe. Again, I trust my source who said they tried to convince her to stay. I think the consequence of that was irrelevance in Trump world. The reports are that he's been far more focused on what Marco Rubio has to say, who again is his national security advisor. He's not just Secretary of State, than on what Tulsi Gabbard has to say. And there's even some reports that he's looking more to Marco than he is to JD, and I don't know whether that's true. It could be, because I think JD Vance is much more of a non-interventionalist, and Trump's feeling pretty interventionalist these days, and he wants sweet nothings. He wants these gummy bears shoved down his throat, just a lovely taste of sugar.
Does Donald Trump, is he going to turn? Is he going to turn on JD Vance? No. Do you think that Megyn Kelly's right? Do you think that fucking Tulsi Gabbard wasn't fired? 4 women have been fired out of the cabinet. All women. Only women have been fired. You're going to say, oh, the exception's Tulsi Gabbard. She wasn't fired. She left on her own.
Instead of the cold, harsh reality, which is what a president
And they tried to keep her.
needs to hear.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not going in a great direction in terms of staff.
Listen how these people are talking about their king, the people that they love so much, the person, Donald Trump, they love him so much, and now they both hate him this much. They're just going to say, oh, he needs sugar shoved down his face, and he can't take the truth. He doesn't want to ever hear the truth. Are we serious? That's what's happening now?
Well, that's where I don't know. I think my opinion differs a little, just because I don't think it matters who we have now, because he's not going to take any information in and change any decision making. He's going to do whatever he wants to do, and if he doesn't like it, then get the fuck out. I'm going to fire you or shut you up. And so, I think it takes somebody like Joe Kent with his background and everything that he has actually done for the country. I think that's a big wake up call. That is a big statement for a guy like that to come out and go, I can't in good conscience support this shit.
Again, I love him and I appreciate him in both roles, as the sort of righteous resigner. But I still believe you can't just see the fights. I don't think it's hopeless.
They weren't utilizing the asset that he could have been properly. And so it didn't matter that he left.
Agreed with the caveats that I just said. I think there was a way for him to help and for Tulsi to help. I mean, for sure, she did help.
Did this guy just make a bar? Is that when I have a studio, is that what I should make it look like? A bar? Just a bar? What do you think? Because I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a show just like this, except should I have a bar? Just a man cave?
And I don't know how we replace her.
With all, what we call those? You know what we call that under those lights under the bottle? We call them bottle glorifiers. That's what we call them, glorifiers. So that you could, when we turn off the lights on the bar, we don't say turn off the back bar lights. We say turn off the glorifiers. Hey, why didn't you turn on the glorifiers?
Seth is doing exactly what Trump wants him to do. That's why he's still standing. I mean, it was crazy what Trump said about Joe Kent's wife. It was deeply wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I responded to this last week in an interview with the Hodge twins, and my right-wing detractors, like the neocons, clipped it to just me ripping on Trump and his marital history as though I just decided to take a gratuitous shot at Trump. That's not what happened. He is in glass house. He is in no position to criticize anyone's marital decisions. And that's on top of the point that what he said is morally wrong. You don't criticize a man whose wife has been killed in service of your administration, Trump 1.0, who served honorably, the mother of his children, for 4 years later, finding love again.
Yeah, I'm sure that those aren't real. I'm sure they might be real alcohol, but they don't look like it. I don't see any brands.
And finding a stepmom for his 2 little ones. That's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Who would do that? That's a disgusting comment Trump made.
Do you remember when the Hodge twins were just like workout model bros and they did reactions to people's emails and stuff? The title of his email is, and he would do these jokes. They were pretty funny back in the old days. Then they went like super right wing because they knew they can make money off of all those suckers. For some reason, right wingers are just too easy to sucker, too easy to exploit. I mean, if I did a right wing channel and I was like, yeah, Donald Trump's the best, and Biden sucks, I'd have people sending me money every day, just printing money. But nothing's authentic. Do you think that Megyn Kelly, these people are real?
I don't know.
And I was asked to respond to it, and that was the response I gave, and I stand by every word. Pete, look, if you want to go through like the marriages of the Trump administration and which one should be scrutinized, like I believe Pete is in love with his wife.
In my house, I'm not gonna let people smoke cigars in my house. Fuck that.
Right now, and that he has a good marriage. But as I said when I was defending Pete from that bullshit rape charge that was used to try to sink his nomination, don't marry Pete. but it should.
Yeah, he does. He gave her the Taurus with a sight, and she's holding. And they go out and shoot it too. They go out and they shoot this. They go shoot the gun. Where is he? He's probably got to be in Texas, right? Is he in Texas? He must be in Texas. Where's Sean Ryan's studio? Sean Ryan show, Vigilance Elite, based in Franklin. Oh, he's in Tennessee. That's why he talks so funny. He's based in Franklin, Tennessee, a 7,000-foot facility. They're located in the wooded areas of the Franklin region, just south of Nashville. Great. I forgot that he's in that because she actually on her show, she said, "Oh, I was in Nashville this week." So now I get it. Yeah. Nice piece though. Yeah, that Taurus is pretty cool. You have a Taurus? Sick. My friend just got a Taurus. Bill Gates used to drive a Taurus. He thought that it was cool if billionaires drive Tauruses.
Be a disqualifier for this role. But it's fine for Trump because Pete does what he says.
Mhm.
And Joe Kent's decision to remarry somebody 4 years after his wife had passed, had been killed in a war that Trump sent her to, that somehow is something we're supposed to hold against him. Why? Because he was mildly and respectfully critical of the Iran war. He handled that in an honorable way. And I understand people are critical of him because they say you should have just quit. You were in service of the president. You don't detract from the commander-in-chief. And I accept those criticisms as valid and in good faith. I don't agree with them in this case, but I don't take them away from.
No, I guess I guess they do. Some of them do have brands on them. Like this is Tanqueray right here. That's Tanqueray. This looks like Grey Goose, but it looks like it's repeated. So it's definitely staged, right? But some of these bottles are legit. Like this looks like Don Julio. This looks like Siete. Like this mostly looks like tequila right here. I don't know. He's got a back bar. But the thing is, it just looks like a Vegas lounge. I used to work in Vegas lounges. Maybe that's what my studio should look like when I do it. You think it's fake? 17 in the clip, 1 in the pipe. That's what he says. Yeah, 17 in the clip, 1 in the pipe.
The detractors. However, there's absolutely no basis to criticize his marital decisions. So, I mean, I agree with the question. The premise of the question is that, is there a double standard depending on whether you do Trump's bidding? And the answer is absolutely
yes.
There is, 100%.
There's a follow-up. Name the next person you predict
Why does Megyn Kelly sound like me all of a sudden?
that will be out of Trump's administration before the midterms.
RFKJ?
Really?
Maybe.
Why do you think that?
Because he's dismantling the Maha agenda week by week. Trump is. And RFK, based on pressure that's being put on him, I think he's a true believer.
Like the glyphosate stuff?
Like the glyphosate, let's insulate glyphosate from legal liability to some extent.
Thank you, Megyn Kelly. Why is Megyn Kelly? Why is everybody sounding like me all of a sudden? Why are all these conservatives talking like me? Now all of a sudden they hate the glyphosate decision. When that happened, I was up in arms. They were like, "Well, we gotta trust the president. Gotta trust him. Gotta trust him. He's the best. He's the one. He's the one and true king. So we gotta do what he says." Donald Trump not only didn't attack the glyphosate shit, the Roundup stuff, right? He protected them from you suing them. You can never sue. If you get something because of glyphosate, which is a plant antibiotic, which contributes to antibiotic resistance of many superbugs, but it kills all these plants, right? And so then you can genetically alter corn so that if you spray it with glyphosate, all the weeds around it die, but the corn doesn't. But the problem is the animals eat all the corn and then you eat all the glyphosate. Also, because you're spraying it over all of our fields, every time the water runs down into a gully or something and ends up in our rivers, oceans, streams, and lakes, we get glyphosate. Glyphosate is coursing through our veins. And unfortunately, it is a plant antibiotic that possibly changes your DNA and erodes the blood-brain barrier. Some people say it's what causes autism. There's lots of shit about glyphosate. And your boy, RFK Jr., was saying for years that glyphosate is evil. I've been saying for the last 5 years since I've been doing YouTube, glyphosate is evil. And yet Everybody is perfectly okay with Donald Trump saying, no, I love it. Glyphosate is the best. Everybody loves glyphosate. People are saying good things about glyphosate. And the reason why he did that is because Monsanto and Cargill, all these assholes, 3M, they love glyphosate. They want more glyphosate. And they paid him for it, and he did it. It's corruption. And they're like, Donald Trump's dismantling the Maha agenda. He's not dismantling the Maha agenda. He's a corrupt crook. He's a crook. He's stealing. He made a deal. The truth is he never gave a shit about the Maha agenda. You think Donald fucking Trump eats McDonald's every day and gives a shit about the health of your children, the health of American children? You think he gives a shit about anybody's health? This dude has got cankles the size of my neck. His ankle is thicker than my neck. His ankles are like my thigh. Jesus, this guy's not healthy. He doesn't give a shit. He's not like RFK Jr. biohacking and shit.
And mandate it as a national important fertilizer. Like we can't get rid of it because of national security. What? Wait, all the Maha moms, which is really just like a placeholder for everybody who cares about, chemicals in our food, went ballistic, saying this is a complete betrayal. This is like one of the top items we wanted you to address. This is one of the reasons why we can't have pasta. why we have to soak our fruit in vinegar. No, total betrayal. Marty McCary pushed out of the FDA. Why? The reason reportedly is that RJ Reynolds wanted approval of its flavored vapes like berry and like, the fun like Hawaiian punch. And he didn't want to do that because it's a huge issue, not just for Maha moms, but for moms across the country, where they don't want their 14-year-old being marketed to with Hawaiian punch vaping. Because guess what?
I don't know. I'm kind of pissed they got rid of flavored cigarettes. I don't know, man. If I smoke a cigarette, I want a menthol. Okay? Sorry, I spent too much time in Las Vegas and in hot climates. I don't know what it is, man. If I want a cigarette, I want a mentholated cigarette. Man, a couple weeks ago, my friend and I, we went out for some drinks, and he's like, you want a cigarette? I'm like, no. And he's like, I'm going to go buy his pack of smokes. I'm like, yeah, all right. You could buy a pack of smokes. I'm not going to smoke any. And so then he bought like these Camel with a K, if you probably know it, Camel Red with a K. He bought those for $15.50, for God's sake. That's what a pack of cigarettes in California costs now, $15.50. And I was like, hey, do you have those Camel Crushes? Do you have the menthols? No, it's against the law in California. Against the law. I thought they were just against the law up in like San Francisco area, but I guess down here they are. It's been a long time since I bought a pack of cigarettes. I don't usually buy packs of cigarettes. Anyway, so he smoked one. So I grabbed one. I smoked. I was like, these are horrible. It's hot out.
But she'll do it. And it's the same way we didn't want cigarettes advertised to our children. And eventually that wasn't allowed. And he was reportedly under pressure to allow it. And he said no. And the next thing you know, he was no longer working there. Casey Means.
Well, I don't know. I've never been the type that smokes and drinks at the same time. I've never been that guy, really. Like, I like to, but I don't really smoke. So I don't smoke. I've gone through times in my life where I smoked more. I mean, I worked in Vegas and everyone fucking smokes. So you're like, it's more for me like an excuse to go outside. Like, hey, let's all take a break on what's happening here. Let's all go outside for a second, smoke a cigarette. And it's just like an excuse to go outside. Because if you just go outside and like, I really think that, I don't know. I just need a break from people. I just need a fucking break from all of you every once in a while. If I'm at a party, I just need a fucking break. So I'm going to go outside and just stare at the moon for a little bit because I can't stand being in a room that long with just a bunch of screaming people. I'm overstimulated. I guess the kids these days call it overstimmed. I'm overstimmed. I don't think I'm overstimulated. I just can't. I just need a break. I'm going to come back. I need a break.
And get confirmed as Surgeon General, thanks to Bill Cassidy, who wouldn't let it out of committee. And thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you used to be able to smoke at bars. I used to, in Virginia, you could smoke at bars when I lived there. They changed the law while I was living there. And I was like, oh, man, are you serious? You can't smoke in bars anymore? Fuck it. Who cares? They'll be smoking in the street. So what? It's nice. In California, you're having your drinks, you put your napkin on top of your bar, on top of your beer, you walk out, you smoke a cigarette, hang out with the people outside for a little bit. There's a whole other party going on out there. Then you head on back to the bar. And you could drink more that way because you're taking breaks, man. Take a break. Sit there drinking like it's just so depressing. Go out, take a break.
He's gone. But she was one of the faces of Maha. She actually is one of the reasons we have Maha. She and her brother Callie, who wrote the book Good Energy and started a revolution.
Frankie Berry, it's really nice late at night when I worked in the casinos, because you're in this goddamn, like, just, it's so loud in a casino, and there's just your head is just, because I would work like 12 hours at a casino. And the only time I could leave is to go downstairs by where the cops are, like, and then stand there with the other managers who are all, fuck, and look at the moon and talk about whatever, talk about nonsense for a little bit, something that's not, I don't know, and then you go back. You're like, all right, I'm going back in. I can't people like that, Scott. You can't people like that? What do I mean you can't people? The world must be people. The walls were yellow with nicotine in our student union bar 92. Oh my God. I used to sell beer to these VFWs and Foreign Legions, and you could smoke in there. And they have these smoke eaters going around like a ceiling fan. They got these smoke eaters like spinning in the ceilings, and the whole bar is just covered. It's just so dark and gross, and it's covered in tobacco grease and everything. And then there's this bar in San Francisco called Heinold's First and Last Chance Saloon, Jack London's Rendezvous, and it's one of my favorite bars in the world. But they have an albatross head on the wall, and it's black. Now, it's a white bird, but it is black. The whole head is black. It's been there for so long, and people have been smoking in that bar for so long. It is black. And you just look at all the walls, black, because it's been so long. But hey, do that to your lungs. Lungenteren.
Connected with RFKJ, they connected with Tucker. This whole thing got rolling. We couldn't get hurt. Like, Surgeon General, I mean, it's kind of important, but it's not like that huge. It's kind of just a spokesperson. You know, you're not really doing medicine, but they were like, oh, she's not a practicing doctor. Wait, who gives a shit? You need somebody who's a good talker and who is sensible enough to know what to say. What's the message? What's important? Nope, couldn't get her over the finish line because we didn't fight for her. Well, Cassidy's leaving. Can we get her, later? No, we went with somebody else. No offense to the new person, but this person hasn't been a stalwart of Maha. So
Maha's gone. She thinks RFK Jr. is going to protest quit. Do you seriously think that RFK Jr. has it in him? Am I supposed to believe that RFK Jr. has it in him to protest quit Maha? He's going to protest? I don't believe it. Well, he was a Democrat too, though.
I'm gonna finally, I can't do this anymore. I can't. Donald Trump is Maha's really important to me, and I can't with good conscience still follow this maniac. He's dismantling Maha.
if you're asking me if I have to make a bet, I guess that's what I'll say.
Man.
And look at,
I couldn't believe the life is not just another lie, from the Trump administration that we're going to clean all this shit up. And they said, yeah, it's a national security concern. They labeled fentanyl a national security concern. That's not even 100,000 deaths a year. You know how many people die a year from cancer?
there's millions.
618,000.
What?
618,000. She's like, I don't know, millions. Fucking cancer. How many people die of cancer? Millions. I don't know. 618,000 seems pretty low. I thought like 400,000 a year died of lung cancer alone. Let me see. How many people die of cancer, and which cancers are the biggest killers in America? Because is it prostate and lung cancer is still by far the biggest killer. Lung cancer is by far the biggest killer. Man, I thought that prostate and colorectal. Oh, colorectal is 55,230 deaths. Second leading cause is colorectal, but prostate is 35,000 deaths. Still big. Lung and bronchus cancer, 124,990 deaths. Leading cause for both men and women. Damn, I thought seriously colorectal, but prostate 35,000, right behind breast cancer at 42,000. I mean, we have pancreatic 52. Shit, pancreatic's what got your boy Andy Warhol, right? Didn't he die of pancreatic cancer? Liver and intrahepatic bile duct. I thought that like ovarian and uterine would be bigger too. But okay, so these is what's probably going to kill all of us. Lung and bronchus and colorectal. Great. Are you ready for it? Maha, baby. Are you ready for it?
618,000.
A year? I thought it'd be higher than that.
You know where the highest concentration of cancer cases is?
Lung.
In Iowa.
I was going to say the Midwest.
Iowa.
Do you know where the highest concentration of glyphosate is?
Iowa.
It's in Iowa.
Mhm.
You know this guy running for governor there? Zach Lamb?
I don't know him.
That's one.
I mean, hold on a second. Why is it if lung cancer? How is glyphosate linked to cancer in Iowa? I gotta ask this shit, man. People are saying it's linked. I don't know if I believe it, right? Glyphosate is linked to cancer in Iowa primarily to high agricultural application rates correlated with elevated cases of non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Ooh, non-Hodgkin lymphoma. 50 million pounds of pesticides annually are used in Iowa, with glyphosate, the active ingredient in Bayer's Roundup, being the top herbicide applied. Derp, derp, derp. It's not the pesticides, it's the glyphosate. Non-Hodgkin lymphoma, they have a higher case of by 41% more. Jesus Christ. Well, don't move to Iowa, folks. Iowa. Do you want non-Hodgkin's lymphoma? Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma? You want that shit?
Dude, I do like a lot. I think he's racist like next week, but
Oh, good.
yeah, he's awesome.
Talk to like the farming community has been having case after case after case of cancer.
They can't even swim in lakes in Iowa because the shit has gotten so bad.
Well,
there's warning signs in the rivers, in the lakes, so you can't go in there. And then he
Victor-
just fucking gave him immunity.
Yeah. Victor Davis Hansen has a
Non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
walnut, I think, farm in California, Northern California.
Yeah.
And for years has been telling me the number of family members who have died of cancer, including his own daughter, who all grew up on the farm. And he said he believed it was because of the chemicals that they sprayed the trees with. And Victor himself came down with cancer this year and has been battling like a lung cancer that's been really tough on him. I love him, I'm saying prayers every day for him. But yeah, it's everywhere. And we're just gonna pretend it doesn't exist. And
You said that Megyn Kelly's upper lip isn't moving, and now I'm staring at her upper lip. How old is Megyn Kelly? I think she's 55. Give her a break. She's probably got so much Botox in her lip she can't even. I mean, she's looking pretty good for 55, though. Gotta admit. 55. I thought she was. I don't know. For some reason, I think she looks younger than 55. Megyn Kelly. Can't take that away from her. Megyn Kelly. Keep up with the Botox treatment, I guess. I don't know. I'm never gonna do it. I'm never doing Botox. I'm never gonna have somebody cut a piece of my face unless I get a cancer or something. If I get a cancer, maybe I'll let you cut it out. But like, I'm not doing it. Fuck it, man. Never. I'm never letting people take a piece of me out. That's exactly what it is. I'm saying fuck the Botox. I mean, if you notice, they all talk with their bottom teeth on display. They all kind of like, but also when they smile, they always smile like this. Like they're so afraid of anybody seeing their gums. I guess they're afraid of their gums. I don't know. Like, thank you, Frankie, for the $5. Appreciate you. Thank you for everybody who's supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel. Please support the channel. Skyjack Morgan, Sky City Rebels. Become a Sky City Rebels. Get exclusive footage and exclusive content. Please, 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 please. I beg you. My mom begs you from the grave. Please support the channel with super chats. I'll buy Melania a coin for all of us.
pretend like Bayer needs our protection, right? Which bought Monsanto. Like, forgive me, but I don't buy that. They've got more money than God. So
we have to protect Bayer. We can't let Americans sue Bayer.
it is very frustrating. And it does give you the feeling like, what's going to change? Like the Maha thing really did help get Trump elected. I really thought we'd get more than just a couple of food dyes out of our food.
Did we do that? Maybe those aren't legal. Those gummy bears.
They're supposed to be getting colored with like beets now.
No matter where you're watching the Sean.
I don't know. What do you think? Agreed. You think that you hate Kelly, though? Co-sider, haven't you heard? She's turning. She's turning.
She thinks Donald Trump is the shitbird of the century. So, I mean, maybe things are changing. It looks like things are changing. I think things are changing. Donald Trump's friends are turning on him. He's going to end up just like Hitler in the bottom of a bunker thinking about his life. Where did all my friends go? Maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe you should have done what you said. Maybe you should have kept one or two of your promises. Just one or two. You probably would have gotten away with it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Happy Pride? Yes. She is pro pedo. Like, she said that stuff about how dating 15-year-olds is okay. That's not pedophilia. That's not pedophilia. 15-year-olds A-okay, according to Megyn Kelly. I don't get it, man. But
As votes are still being counted here in
MAGA loves her. Maybe the MAGA moms and the Maha moms, they're on Megyn Kelly. Maybe they're listening to Megyn Kelly and they're like, you know what? That Donald Trump did screw us. If Megyn Kelly wakes up and she's saying this shit, maybe the other ones will wake up. They'll be like, you know what? This Donald Trump, he has been telling fibs.
California, Jory President Trump.
That's how a MAGA mom talks to me. They've been telling that Donald's he's been telling some fibs. He's been fibbing. Not gonna fib.
Is pushing claims of election fraud. He stormed off during a pre-taped interview with NBC's Meet the Press when the president was questioned about those unsubstantiated claims.
It's
The
4
Republicans are
days.
doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you,
It's a rigged election. It's dropping fast. It's a rigged election.
It's like he's doing a Groucho Marx routine. Oh wait.
It's a rigged election, everybody. It's rigged. It's a rigged election. Look out. It's rigged, everybody. Hey, everybody. Who you going to believe, me or your own eyes? Trust me, it's rigged. Everything's rigged. It's all rigged, everybody. Careful. You might get rigged.
Fucking Donald Trump. Who believes him now? Hey, thank you. Frankie, while having a child the same age. Yeah, oh, yeah. She has a child that's like 14 or something, and she was saying that shit. It's unbelievable. She would give her kid to Donald Trump, but not anymore. Things are changing, man. Things are changing, buddy.
4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it. You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
What, do you have evidence to support
All they have to do is look.
All they have to do is look.
Do you have any evidence at all?
Just look. Just look at it all. They're counting votes. That means they're cheating.
But that's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they
that
count the votes.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be. The president also went on to accuse the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, of being crooked before walking out mid-interview.
What a little cunt. Look at this fucking pussy. Look at this pussy. This is Donald Trump. This is your God. He can't stand
5 days later they're nowhere close to picking.
Look at this.
They are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be. The president also went on to accuse the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, of being crooked before.
Donald Trump. What a little pussy. She's going to grab him by the pussy. This little simpy ass nerd. He can't even sit across from a woman who asks him simple questions. Do you have any evidence of anything that you're saying? No, I can't. Fucking throws a tantrum. This guy's throwing a tantrum because a woman asked him for evidence of one of his claim. One. You love lefties. They love to. Donald Trump literally ran off a stage crying. Look, they got their John Deere tractor up there for the product placement. He's going to look like a big, tough guy. They're crooked. They're all crooked. You can't count votes in America. Counting votes is crooked. Do you have any evidence of this? Run away. He's like the king. If he is a king, he's like the king in the Holy Grail. Run away. Run away. Jesus.
Look at him, crybaby. Donald Trump is such a crybaby that he can't even sit through an interview. He can't even take. This is why we're failing. This is why we're failing in Iran. I'm the best negotiator. You can't even take a tiny bit of heat, a little bit of heat. Look at him slouch off the stage, slouching off the stage like a fucking beaten dog. He looks like an old beaten dog because a woman had the nerve to ask him a question just to push back a little bit. My God. California's suffering under Bass. She's a fucking mayor, dude. She's a mayor of one city. What are you talking about? California's suffering. This is how demented people are. California's suffering because of Bass? Bruh. She's just a mayor. And you know what? Mayors are pretty much like goddamn near powerless in LA. LA is not set up like New York where the mayor gets to have ultimate power or something. It's a different form of fucking government. I'm sick of explaining it to people how like Los Angeles is not the same city as New York and that mayors don't have king-like powers over huge budgets and shit. They basically get to pick department heads. That's what they get to do. Oh my God. She fired the chief. Yeah, that's what she gets to do. That's the type of stuff she gets to do. She gets to fire chiefs. She gets to hire this type of people. They got to hire the DWP guys. She gets to hire people and fire people. That's her ultimate power. She doesn't get to like allocate funds and appropriate funds. She doesn't get to do all that. Thank you. And California is huge. Yes. We have like 40 million people. And okay, something like, I don't know, 20% of them live in LA, but it's our biggest city and Karen Bass sucks. I don't know why we're talking about Karen Bass when Donald Trump literally just stormed off a sound stage with a John Deere tractor trying to make him look tough. Big tough guy with his big John Deere tractor has to cry and run off the stage like a little baby. Holy shit. They don't know the difference between three branches of government. Why wouldn't they know the difference between a mayor and a governor? Yeah, Frankie, that's what I'm dealing with in America, man. That's what I'm dealing with, Frankie. Yo, Frankie, that's what I got to deal with, Frankie. They don't know the three branches of government. God damn it. They failed civics, man. They don't teach civics in Mississippi high schools. They don't teach that shit. Holy shit. How do you look at this guy and he just runs away crying like a little bitch? Imagine our generals behaving this way. Just runs away. Holy shit. John Deere are made in Germany. Yeah, I don't know. John Deere are very popular in America, and I'm sure they put it there so he could say something about farming and like, I'm doing stuff for the farm. He's got the hay bales and shit. It's supposed to look like a barn. It's all just kayfabe, you know. But big strong man, big handsome, big strong handsome man, big strong man can't stand the heat from a woman asking him one simple question. Where's the evidence of what you're claiming? This is I can't wait for more. There's blood in the water now, and I can't wait for more journalists to start asking questions like this. Wait a second. You're saying it's rigged? Is there any evidence? Well, just look. We're looking. Tell us where to look because everyone's looking. Everyone's looking. Wasn't he hating on John Deere his first term? Yes, but that's only because John Deere wasn't giving him money. Now John Deere's giving him money, so now it's different. He's a pussy. He is a pussy. Donald Trump is like he's totally that kid that would have been thrown into a locker in high school. The only reason he didn't is because he paid his way through. Do you want money? I have money. You know Donald Trump would have gotten his ass kicked in high school more if he didn't have any money because he's a little fucking bitch.
Walking out mid-interview, election experts say claims of widespread voter fraud in the presidential elections have never been proven. The U.S. Attorney's Office is now investigating.
Like, Donald Trump can't even get through an interview, and I'm supposed to believe that he's the mastermind negotiating with the Iranians. This is why it's 2 more weeks. Why is it taking 2 more weeks? Well, Our president keeps on getting really upset and then storming off like a child. He keeps storming off. Every time someone asks him a question or pushes back even a little bit, he throws a tantrum and he runs away from the negotiating table like a little bitch, because that's what he is. Oh no, looking for distressing content. Here we go. Yes, Ayard Yan, yes. Oh, distressing content. What the? Oh my God. That cop just shot her. This cop is just hanging. Video shows a police officer and a 22-year-old woman chatting outside a metro station in Caracas, Venezuela. Man. And then fucking with their gun. Fucking with their gun. Takes out her gun and shoots her in the stomach. Why would you do that? Why did you shoot her in the stomach? Why would you do that? Why did you take out your gun? You can't trust cops with those guns, man. Now, yesterday, my friend Chip was telling me how when he visited America, he went to Arizona and he saw someone walking around with a gun and he refused to go into the shop because he was afraid of the guns. Now I'm with him. I ain't afraid of guns. I'm a gun owner. I don't play around with my gun. Like, what the hell? Victim was hospitalized. Oh my God, she's shot in the stomach. Oh no, you shot your friend. Why did you do that? What are you going to do? Call the cops. Call the ambulance. Oh, there's no ambulance in Venezuela. Oh, no, man. That's rough. That's rough. Well,
right to the Pentagon.
She gets a free like gastric bypass surgery now. She's going to be real thin. She doesn't need Ozempic anymore. She was looking to lose a couple pounds anyway, you know. Get shot in the stomach. They're going to have to sew up that stomach to be real nice and small. So you're going to have to eat a lot less. You're going to be on a liquid diet for a while. Oof. Oof. God damn. All right. Why does this guy on ABC, the only reason I chose to watch this guy on ABC, why does it look like it's the children's television network? Why is this guy dressed on the news, on ABC News? Like, ABC is owned by Disney. Is it just the Disney Channel now? Is that what this is? We're just dressing like the Disney Channel. Look at this guy. He looks like this is like some shit Star Trek characters would wear. Like, he looks like a jester. He looks like one of those guards at the Pope at the Vatican that look like clowns. These guys he looks like a Renaissance clown. What the fuck are we doing? He looks like Harley Quinn, like he's gonna have a date with the Joker. You're gonna have a date with the Joker. Are you going out for a date with the Joker after this? After work?
Dropping 180 faiths from the military's recognized religions list. We've got our Louis Martinez. He covers all things from the Pentagon for us. Louis, thanks so much for joining us.
You guys hear about this? Mormons or no? The Pentagon says Mormons are not Christians. Mormons aren't Christians. Got any Mormons in the house today? Any Mormons? Mormons aren't Christians. Bible Dumb Podcast. How do you feel about this? You should call in. You want to call in, Davey, and tell me how you feel about why about the. Here, I'm going to put it. Anybody, by the way, it's a call-in show. I keep on forgetting. Hey, everybody, it's a call-in show. Here you go. Here you go. Here's a call. There's a call-in show. If you want to join, you could tell me how you feel about. They're no longer Christians. Mormons are no longer Christians, guys. Sorry. No longer.
The top searches we're seeing right now is what are some of the top faiths and religions that we saw drop from the list?
Well, what we did see are actually a lot of Christian denominations, to point out, Ashin, but a lot of small Christian denominations. What we did see is a consolidation of a lot of Christian denominations into maybe more than 20 on the 31 that are now on this approved religious codes list. And I'll get more into that a little later on. But what we're seeing now is you're seeing on the recognized list, you see agnostics, you see Buddhists, Hindus, Islam, Judaism, Sikh, and then about 20 or so Christian denominations that are integrated into this group. And we should point out that
just Christian-based groups. Baptists, Catholics, Lutherans, and Methodists, etc.
A whole lot of those are now being caught up into this catch-all phrase, no religion, or other religions, or other faiths. And so that's really what's happening here is this kind of standardization of these more than 210 codes that the.
Why would they do that? Why would our Christian fascist government, why would they start whittling away these recognized religions? Now Mormonism is an other religion. Mormons aren't Christians. They believe in crazy revelations and and strange miracles. Oh yeah, I thought only that's not Christian. That's not Christian. Kegs Breath wouldn't let Catholics have a service in the Pentagon on Easter. How are Mormons not Christians? They believe in Latter-day Saints.
U.S. military has been using now for the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, Louis, what's the logic of this move happening right now? Why did the Pentagon decide to do this?
Well, a lot of this option is being driven by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He has really focused on aligning the military with religious ideals in some aspects, and he's really focused on reforming the chaplain corps. The chaplains, they are members of religious faiths who provide religious guidance to members of all faiths within the military units that they serve under. And one of the main focuses that we've seen from Hegseth is trying to change some of the ways that the chaplain corps has operated in the past. As he sees it, it's a way to make the warriors reliant on spirituality as well as the military training that they also have.
Yeah, Louis, 180 is a huge number. How many religions are actually left on?
Yeah, Mormons have their own book, but it's part 3. That's like saying, look, if you like Return of the Jedi and I like Empire Strikes Back, that's okay. We both like Star Wars. If my favorite's Empire Strikes Back and your favorite is Return of the Jedi, we still like A New Hope, right? We still both like Star Wars. We're still both Star Wars fans. You see what I'm saying? Who they claim Puerto Rico in the show? I don't know what you mean by Puerto Rico. They're claiming Puerto Rico. I don't know. I'm having a hard time even focusing with this guy dressed like a fucking clown.
On that list now.
So 31 is the list that we
like. Who on ABC saw that guy show up to work and we're like, yeah, that's cool. Put him on TV.
So I went through earlier, and I said when I went through the list, that was prompted back in 2017 by a legislation passed by Congress in 2013. And what it was that the Congress wanted to have a good idea.
This guy, look, dude, I'm not a Democrat, weirdo. What is it with you, weird ass? All you weird ass, creepy ass cultists. What is wrong with you guys? Stop. Leave me alone. Look, see, it says anarchist under my name. I'm an anarchist. I don't like all you dumb shits. I don't like you culty weirdos, man. Yesterday, I went to the bar because I had to, and I talked to all sorts of Republicans, and they're all telling me they fucking hate Donald Trump. They're like, we were Trump supporters. And I'm like, I'll tell you what, man. I hate Democrats. I hate Republicans. They're like, you know what? So do we. I'm like, we need to know our neighbors more. We need to have mutual aid. We need to be helping each other because the government's not going to do anything for us. They're like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, you guys are you guys want to be anarchists with me. You see, fuck all this shit. Fuck the Democrats. Fuck the Republicans. You cult weirdo, you cultists.
Idea of what faiths and belief systems were in the U.S. military so that chaplains could then cater their needs and the needs of the units that they were servicing under. And so again, what we see here on your screen now is a list of about 31 or so, the mainly Christian denominations, but also including agnostics. Now, not included in the list is what used to be included in the list, something called atheists and some various pagan religions, including one called Troth that focused on Norse religion.
Yeah, Louis, what does it actually even mean to be a military recognized religion? Does it just mean the 180 that got dropped off the list, they don't exist anymore?
No, that's not it at all, Ashin. What is going on, as the Pentagon acknowledges that this reduction, this consolidation is taking place, they note that, look, we accept all religious faiths. We are not imposing on any specific religion. What this is all about are specific.
Who is the Democrat Party leader right now? First of all, it's the Democratic Party, you weird ass cultist. Anyway, the Democrats don't have one. The leader, they have no power. Who the hell? Hakeem Jeffries is the minority. But like, who gives a shit? Who's the leader? What are you, a fucking alien? Take me to your leader. Are you a fucking extraterrestrial? Are you a lizard person? Donald Trump's a lizard person. Maybe that's what it is. All these lizard people are like, who is your leader? Who is your leader? I want to take me to your leader. Who is your leader?
Specific two-letter religious codes that
I need a daddy, I need a cultist, I need a guru. Where am I going to be if I don't have a leader? I need a leader. I can't do anything without the government telling me what to do. I need a leader who tells me exactly what to think because I can't do it for myself. I refuse to have any kind of critical thinking skills or develop my sense of self. I won't ever cobble together my own personal philosophy based on things that I have observed and things that I've read. I can never live a legitimate ethical life because I can't do anything on my own. How could you blame me for anything? I like very simple answers. I don't like complexity or nuance because I need the boss to tell me what to do. Hammer the nail. Do the thing that I do all day. Automaton. These people should be replaced by AI, for fuck's sake. You know, you got to admit, people like Donald Trump are probably looking at all of his stupid followers that are like, you know what? I can't wait for AI to replace all these fucking ass.
I can't wait. I can't wait until all of them get replaced by AI so I can stop dealing with all of these people.
Soy boy. Man. Damn. Tell me your picture of a perfect America. What would you do to change America as it is right now? Thanks, the Giaca. Well, there's lots of things I would do. How far advanced do you want to get? What, like right now? Or like 10-year plan? You want to do a 10-year plan? We tear it all down. We stop having United States. We have a collection of states with loosely organized, more loose organized together. Like we don't even work together anymore. California can do their own thing. Texas can do their own thing. And we stop all this nonsense with the federal government going over with the CIA and bombing the shit out of people, killing all these people overseas. We just stop all that stuff. California does their own thing. New York does their own thing. All you states in the middle can figure your own out. You've only got a couple million people between the 10 of you. Let all you guys figure it out. You know, Texas can do that. We've been our own countries before. We can do this. We don't need you. California doesn't need you. We just do our own thing. No need for all this bullshit. And we can interact with each other on our own terms now, you know. And we can have direct democracy. No more Senate. All proportional direct democracy. Land is now owned by all of us. We have personal property, but no private property, and we're able to create a real sense of freedom and togetherness. Freedom, liberty, democracy, the real stuff that people say they care about in America, but they don't anymore. Yeah, they don't. But you know, whatever. You guys hate America. You've ruined it. We had a constitution that kept us from going fully into fascism, and you shit on it. Donald Trump has taken a shit, wiped his ass with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th Amendment. Hates the 14th Amendment. Definitely hates the 12th Amendment. Hates the 13th Amendment. So, I mean, why have it? What are we doing? Donald Trump has ripped up every contract America's ever signed. And you guys are like, I still love him. He's ripped up everything. The Paris Accords, the fucking the deal with Iran, the deal we made with the Ukrainians. We just rip it up. The deals we made with American Indians, rip it up. And he's ripped up the Constitution too, because that's a deal, that's a contract between the people and the powerful. That's what it is. It's a contract between the people the elites and the hoi polloi. And he's ripped that up. You're like, I love him. I love him. I love Donald Trump so much. The American idea has been shit on. And it's been ruined by MAGA. It's been ruined by our Nazi party. The same thing that happened to the Weimar Republic in Germany. They had a republic. They were trying out a new republic, and they tried to have their version of democracy. And some assholes elected fucking Hitler. And then Hindenburg appointed him as president. And it was then he became chancellor after that. Chancellor. I mean, what the hell? And now they didn't have a republic for like 15 years because of it. The same thing's going to happen to us. We will not have a republic anymore in the United States of America. We'll have to be liberated, just like the Germans were.
It's, in other words, shorthand that chaplains.
Someone's going to have to come to this country and liberate us from this bullshit from MAGA. Maybe America will actually get their heads out of our asses. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. It'd be pretty cool if we could get our heads out of our asses and actually take care of business. We've done it before in America, but this revolutionary spirit, the spirit of revolution and independence, it's dead. Most Americans don't have it anymore. Most Americans don't even, there's no liberty tree. There's no liberty tree around which we all gather. Nah, we're isolated, we're fragmented, we're atomized. And that's the way they like us. But every time I go out and talk to people, they are all on the same page as I am. It's just they're all afraid to say it.
This morning, new concern about safety at one of the nation's busiest transit hubs, New York's Penn Station, after 5 people were stabbed in a random attack.
I got near track 1. I saw somebody get stabbed. They screamed. everybody started running. Everybody.
Police tackling the suspect who they say is homeless and appeared to be emotionally disturbed.
There you go. In America, we're the only country that doesn't have health care. Again, 5 people got stabbed in Penn Station, and they're going to blame this guy. They're going to blame homelessness, these nebulous ideas, homelessness. They're going to blame mental illness, but they will never have health care. If we had health care, people who are mentally ill could show up at the doors of a mental health institution and say, hey, I'm fucking going crazy. I'm getting pretty stabby out here. I'm feeling real stabby. And they'll be like, get inside. Let's get inside. Get you fed, get yourself sorted out, Don't stabby. Are you feeling less stabby now? You're feeling less stabby. Here's some medicine. No, we don't do that in America because we don't believe in compassion for our fellow man. We'd rather take money from taxpayers, give it to multi-billion-dollar corporations, and ask them to please lower our prices. That's how we do it in America. It's the dumbest thing in the world. The Western world. The Western world. What part of the Western world do you think America is a part of these days? America is not part of the Western world anymore. In case you didn't notice, we've been shitting on Europe. We're demanding that Germany spends 5% of their GDP on military, which would make them the 3rd largest military in the world, which, of course, we're all about that. Let's keep that going. That's a great idea. Let's make Germany the 3rd biggest, right behind China. Let's make it the 3rd biggest military in the world. Great plan. Already, my friends in Germany are saying that they're bringing back the draft, compulsory military service. It's been gone for like 10 years. When I lived in Germany, they still had it. Man, your show makes me feel less stabby. Thank you, Steffelson. Thank you, Steffelson. Don't get stabby out there, all right, everybody? Please don't get stabby out there. And if you do get stabby, billionaires, keep your stabbiness for billionaires. Don't mess with regular people, okay? Leave the regular people alone. Billionaires. Learn from Luigi. If you're gonna do it, stay away from schools, stay away from train stations. Billionaires.
We turned and we ran, and just trying to get out the station, somebody fell, and
I'm reaping the benefits of that's one of my favorite. Hold on, where is that asshole? That was one of my favorite ones. Shut down all the overseas bases and foreign spending. Every cent is spent on infrastructure and healthcare. We wouldn't even have to do that. That's what's so fucked up. Single payer healthcare would cost $50 billion. $50 billion. Right now, we spend $3 trillion on healthcare. We would actually see a gigantic savings if we had healthcare paid for as a single payer, but we won't do it. We won't do it because corporations run America. Corporations run it. I love this so much. This guy reaps the benefits of the Western world and then shits on the same system. Yeah, the Western world. I'm sure reaping the benefits of the Western world. Yes. Wow. Yeah, I'm a billionaire, aren't I? I'm reaping the benefits, man. Totally. I don't know if everybody already knew I'm a billionaire. Please send money. Please super chat me so I could be a billionaire, so I can reap the benefits of this Western world. Oh, the Western world, a Western girl. The Western world. Western girls. I don't know how that song goes. I want to play that song. Thank you, Kathy Skywalker. I'm a billionaire now. I'm reaping the benefits of the Western world. It's so fucking stupid. The Western world.
I made sure to pick them up because I didn't know if the dude who stabbed, how close he was. So I picked them up, and I didn't want to get
they got a spit mask on him.
Trampled because we were all just running just to get out of there.
First responders rushing in to help the injured. All are expected to survive.
Something like this happens.
Man, we were just talking about this yesterday on the show, Kathy. Do you remember? We were talking about this with Chip, and he said that if with knives are safer than guns. I guess he was right. This guy stabbed 5 dudes. 5 humans. None of them are dead.
We're terrified because about our own safety as well.
Meanwhile, the search for suspects continuing overnight after another brazen crime. Panic and chaos after a mass shooting at this popular festival in Toledo, Ohio, sent people running for their lives. 12 people were wounded.
Everybody trying to find their kids.
The victims as young as 14. Law enforcement nationwide reports there's been a 25% increase in the number of mass shootings so far this year.
25% increase. What's going on in America? I thought Donald Trump was going to make everything chill. I thought he was going to bring down the temperature. He keeps telling me he's going to bring down the temperature. How come it's up 25%? What's going on? I don't know what's it. I love you. You pay my rent. I love you. I need you guys to pay my rent. Thank you. That's wild, Pixie. I have been stabbed but never been shot. I didn't know I was stabbed for several minutes. Holy shit. You didn't know? How do you not know? Man, I know a guy he woke up. He got stabbed 30-something times. And he was sleeping. He was sleeping. He was all fucked up.
Even as overall violent crime trends downward. So far, no arrests in
Leftards like me I fan the flames. I keep saying, don't kill normal people. Don't do anything to normal people. Billionaires. I don't know why it's a hard concept for everybody. Don't do anything. I love this, that the leftards. Why am I the one? I'm not the one. People are upset with capitalism, man. I'm just saying capitalism needs to end. If everyone had enough money and had mental health institutions, we wouldn't have this problem. How am I fanning the flames? Don't do mass shootings, everybody. Don't do it. Everyone, get a gun and protect yourself.
the Toledo shooting. As for the Penn Station attack, it comes as New York prepares for tonight's NBA Finals game and for the upcoming World Cup festivities.
Meanwhile, the biggest game of the NBA season, maybe the biggest game in the history of the New York Knicks, is now less than 24 hours away.
Oh, man. The only minority to hate is billionaires. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I was fighting and the knife was really sharp. Holy shit. Damn, girl, you're so badass. You're such a badass. Look at Trump's people coping. Man, they're always Shelly baby. They always got mad problems. These Shelly baby, they're crazy, these maggers. These maggers gone crazy. These maggers gone crazy. Imagine simping for a geriatric PDF billionaire. That's all I'm saying. How am I fanning the flames? Why are they so obsessed with this octogenarian, man? This octogenarian with a diaper full of shit. Like, how is everyone's like, oh, I love him. I love him. I love him. He's the best guy. Bro, what are you, crazy? This guy is literally, Donald Trump just stormed off of Meet the Press because he's such a little baby, such a child. He threw a tantrum and left the soundstage. Stormed off the stage because he can't handle the heat from a woman just saying, what's your evidence? Like, we showed the clip. All she said was, what evidence is that? Just luck. Well, that's not evidence, sir. And then he gets up and storms off after she was being super polite to this piece of shit. Storms off like a baby, like a child. Like he's been on reality TV for so long, he thinks he's a real housewife. I think Donald Trump is the real housewife of Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is a real housewife. When the drama starts, things get real. The Real World with Donald Trump.
3 will take place at the world's most famous arena, 10 blocks from where I am sitting. Now, I checked this morning. The cheapest seat, none of us here can definitely afford that.
He was calling her stupid because because she's like, that's how they count the votes in California. They take their time and it takes several days. That's how they do it. They're corrupt. What evidence is there of that? You're stupid. And he runs off with his poopy diaper. I don't see how I can't believe anybody can follow him after that, but yet they do. He called her everything that he is. Narcissism 101. Quiet, piggy. So anybody want to bet about not winning the midterms? Donald Trump, the MAGers are going down in the midterms, but I don't really give a shit. Democrats are just as bad. Well, these days they're not just as bad. Democrats are as bad as Republicans, but MAGA's the Nazi party, guys. Sorry. MAGA is not Republican. They might call themselves Republicans just like the Nazis called themselves socialists, but they're not. They weren't socialists. They called themselves that as they rose to power, and then they quickly abandoned that for fascism. Just like Donald Trump, he rose to power, and he's abandoned all of Republican, everything that made him Republican or anything that means Republican is gone. He's no longer, never was. He used the Republicans to get to power, and now he's in power, and MAGA is our Nazi party. America über alles. That's what America first means. America über alles. If you're pro-Nazi, then you're pro-MAGA. That's it. That's all there is to it, buddy. And now all of his friends are leaving him, and he'll end up just like Hitler did at the bottom of some bunker if he lives that long. But like I said, I think he'll be dead by December of this year. So, or at least no longer in office. I think he's leaving. We'll have 10 years of J.D. Vance.
About $10,000. That's not a problem for one fair weather fan, though. President Trump, yep, he'll be at Madison Square Garden for Game 3 and maybe even Game 4, even though he hasn't attended any games this year. And even though he fled New York City years.
Look at that. Oh, he's sitting next to Elliot Gould. Oh, man, you had to bring Elliot Gould into this? God damn it. Elliot Gould. Is Elliot Gould friends with Donald Trump? Oh, God, I have to ask. Now I see that picture. It's like him next to Epstein. Seeing Elliot Gould next. Is Elliot Gould friends with Donald Trump? I can't imagine, because Elliot Gould was in, I don't know, Donald Trump are not known to be friends. They were photographed sitting together at Madison Square Garden in 1991, but this appears to be a chance public encounter rather than an ongoing friendship. While Gould has rarely spoken about Trump since 1991, it includes his Marla Maples as the woman, circulates periodically whenever Trump's history as a New York sports fan makes the news. There's no record of a personal relationship between the two. Okay. All right, good. Thank God. I'm kind of an Elliot Gould fan. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. Poor Marla Maples. Do you remember when Marla Maples had a baby? Her name was Tiffany, and Donald Trump said, Tiffany's got her mom's legs, but we don't know about these yet. But hunga, 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 hunga. Ah-ooh, ah-ooh. Remember when Donald Trump said that about his infant daughter? Remember that? He was talking about this woman, Marla Maples, his very well-named ex-wife that he also cheated on. He cheated on all of his wives. Because he's Republican, I guess. That's what Republicanism is. Pedophilia and philandering.
To go for Palm Beach and takes every chance he gets to trash his former hometown. For games 1 and 2, fans packed.
No, Marla was cool. Marla was the cool one. I think that's why Tiffany hates Donald Trump, because of Marla. Like, why does Tiffany hate Donald Trump so much? I'd love to know. Like, I would love to see what happens there when Donald Trump dies and she's finally able to talk about. I can't wait till this guy. I can't wait for him to die, honestly. When he dies and everyone's able to talk about him, can't wait, because they're not going to be able to control it anymore. It's not like Michael Jackson, who led a super private life and no one really talks about Michael. Like, I thought when Michael Jackson died, you'd have like all these books come out and all this crazy shit, but not really. We got like one kind of crappy documentary, and now we got a crappy movie out about him, but nothing that's like, I thought when Michael Jackson died, for sure we'd get some serious dirt, but his shit's controlled like Disney. So like his brand is like Walt Disney. We'll never see a movie about the real Walt Disney, even though he was like a crazy alcoholic, abusive man, like turned in communist during the Red Scare and shit. We'll never see a movie about Walt Disney, an honest movie. But I think Donald Trump, it's already happening, man. We already had The Apprentice, and it was great.
The sidewalks outside the garden, but that will not happen tomorrow. Watch parties outside the garden have been canceled for the president's security. So the Knicks diaspora has scattered across the bureaus, bar stools, and bodegas, all chasing what New York hasn't felt since 1973, a championship title. Now, that same year, 26-year-old Donald Trump was just getting started in the family business.
Look at how handsome he was. Look at that. Just getting started in the family business, and 26 years old. He was already, his daddy has never had a driver's license, never had a real job, just had his family business.
Monday, he gets a seat to history and behind a hard perimeter. Past TSA-style lines, hundreds of Secret Service agents, and thousands of NYPD officers in a city he calls home, but only when that city is winning. I think this is the most perfect example of who Donald Trump is. He hasn't been to a Knicks game all season, hasn't even like praised them once, decides to show up when they're winning 2-0 and everybody's getting super excited and feeling, you know, the championship, I don't want to jinx it, but feeling the championship within their grasp. And Donald Trump decides to show up and just mess up all the juju of the fans who have been going out to the streets every night, watch parties. I mean, look, I'll say this in fairness. The rowdiness outside Madison Square Garden got a little bit out of hand in the playoffs earlier on. Mamdani and the NYPD commissioner, I think it was the commissioner's decision to cancel those watch parties out of safety for the crowds. But then as the Knicks continue to make it on in the playoffs, they decide, you know what, we got to bring this back. We have to have this. It's such an important part of the atmosphere. It's creating so much energy in the city. And of course, Trump kills that momentum, kills that buzz by coming. And I just think, like, if they, God forbid, if they lose tomorrow.
I don't know.
I was just going to ask you that. What are the fans going to do?
What's the big deal? I mean, everyone New York hates Donald Trump anyway. What the fuck? Like, oh no, they're gonna hate him even more. They're gonna hate him even more. The Knicks fans, they already hate him. I'm surprised they're gonna let him in the fucking they should have let him in MSG. Madison Square Garden should be like, sorry, no. You fuck with everything every time you go anywhere, man. Stop. Leave us alone. Stay out of it. Stay out of it. Go down to Mar-a-Lago. Go to a Panthers game. What is it? Panthers? Is that what they got down there? The Jacksonville Panthers? What I think it's Jacksonville Panthers. I think that's the only team down there in Florida. Oh, they got the Dolphins. They got the Dolphins. Go to a Dolphins game. Do they even have a basketball game? I don't think that. Does Florida have a basketball team? Does Florida have an NBA team? Oh, yeah. The Miami Heat, of course, and the Orlando Magic. Fuck, I can't even. Man, I used to have to follow sports for work, and ever since, it's just like out of my brain. I just don't know sports anymore at all, I guess. Jeez. I forgot about the Miami Heat and the Orlando Magic. Crazy. You know, Orlando Magic used to be owned by Amway. I know that. Isn't that funny? When I worked in Las Vegas, I had to know sports because you had to know all this shit because everyone's talking about sports betting, right? So I knew everything about sports because everybody was talking about it constantly. It was on all the TVs all the time sports. I knew about rodeo. I knew everything about sports. I'm so glad. Ever since I left Las Vegas, I'm like, fuck sports, man. I want nothing to do with sports. I hate them.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to entertain that idea. But listen, if I know New York fans, and I've been watching a lot of games and a lot of the videos, I don't think that he will be received very well. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say what I think they will do to him or to Trump Tower or anything, but I'll just leave it at that.
You don't think Kash Patel is going to be partying in the locker room?
Who made fun of? Wait, May? Who put down people that make minimum wage? Who did that? No one should make fun of people who make. No one should make fun of people that make minimum wage.
With the
Knicks? Something tells me this is not the kind of team that he's going to roll up into and like start pounding beers with.
doing kickstands.
Yeah, exactly. But by the
It's funny when you're like really into the sports world. The second you're out of it, it feels like you can breathe again. I mean, I was just in food and beverage, man. But running bars, like I ran all the bars at MGM. So I mean, all the bars at MGM Grand, and you knew, and all the bartenders are talking about sports. All the players are talking about sports. All the patrons are talking about sports. Everyone's talking about sports. It's impossible to escape. You had to know all of it all the time. Because everyone's asking you, constant, like asking you about the games, asking you about who's playing tonight, what the spread is, what's the over-under, what's the over-under.
Wait, can I just say, like, honestly, on another note, I mean, Donald Trump might attend Game 3 and Game 4. And by the way, you know, we are at the peak, it seems, of like these Iran negotiations. There was a massive escalation today with the Iran attack on Israel. A couple of weeks ago, in a much slightly calmer moment, Donald Trump was asked if he was going to go to his son's wedding, and he said he's got way too much going on to make it to his son's wedding. He clearly does not have a lot going on to make it to like a Knicks game and possibly even 2 games on Monday and Wednesday.
I think there's a high likelihood he gets booed tomorrow night, and if that happens, I don't think he's going to want to experience that again. Yeah.
But my question is whether or not it actually gets showed on the Jumbotron, and more importantly, whether or not it gets showed on national TV. Because I think, you know, usually when you have, and the Knicks are famous for this, right? With the celebrity row, you got Spike Lee, you got Timothy Chalamet, you got Ben Stiller, you got a lot of celebrities, you got a lot of notable people there. I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not like the producers of the NBA Finals show Donald Trump in the box. I assume he's not sitting courtside.
Show him at some point.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, Mamdani's reportedly going as well, and he's sitting in the cheap seat.
What if he does sit courtside? Mamdani's going to be there too. Maybe he'll be next to Donald Trump. Maybe Donald Trump will be in the cheap seats. Mamdani's going and is going to sit in the cheap seats.
He's not going to be sitting courtside or in a VIP box.
That's why Trump's going. He just wants to hang out.
Yeah, with Mamdani.
Yeah.
Have a hot dog and
Maybe they
He
do.
wants to hang out with his bro.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think Mamdani's going to be avoiding him.
Maybe they will hang out together. I'd love to see Mamdani and Donald Trump hanging out together. I think that'd be great. You know, I didn't like this guy because he's brown and he's Muslim. I don't like his Muslims. We don't like Muslims. We don't like him. We don't like the Muslims. He's a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks fan. We found common ground. It was great. I always loved the Worm. Actually, he played for the Bulls. The Worm played for the Bulls. I don't know. Who's a big Knicks fan? Who's a big Knicks player? I don't even know the players anymore. I don't even know. We are all Kirk. Oh, shit. No, I'm all right. I'm all right. Don't say that. It makes my neck hurt. Don't say we're all Kirk. It makes my neck hurt. Say the jokes. Say the joke, Smoking Blondie. Say the joke. I love that joke. Say it. Say it, Smoking Blondie. It's better when you say it than when I steal it.
This 1 point.
Say it. Say it, Smoking Blondie. Say the joke about Charlie Kirk. I love it. Your joke is better than mine. Erica whacked Charlie. Yeah. Well, we knew that. You don't think it was the Mossad? It was definitely an inside job. Yeah. I will not claim that for myself. Where is it? Come on, Smoking Blondie. Where's your joke? The minimum wage should be at $68. I love it. I love it. I love that. Even at the Kirk leaned to the left at the end. Even Kirk leaned to the left at the end. Indeed, he did. He leaned to the left. Yeah, at the end he leaned to the left.
$8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund. It was going to compensate people who say the federal.
Here we go. Is this is the same interview he ran away on? This woman is so nice to him.
Government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans and Democrats.
She's a woman and she's brown. You know that's a double whammy for Donald. He hates it. And she's part of the fake news. Everyone's fake news. That's your fake news. He hates that's 3 strikes, you're out. There's no way he's gonna sit with you for long. Yeah. OMG, her eyes. Fake news. It's all fake news. Fake news.
Congress and Democrats.
Mostly Democrats.
Mostly Democrats and some Republicans.
Very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let
fund?
me explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly.
We all know what the fund is, Donald. People have been hurt so badly. What's that got to do with your lawsuit against the IRS? Nothing. But people have been hurt so badly. So badly. It's so bad. It's so bad. People have been really hurt. They took a shit at the Capitol and rubbed it on the walls, and for that, they went to jail. And that is unfair. That's unfair. You should be able to take a shit anywhere you want. I take a shit everywhere. I wear diapers, but not everybody can afford diapers. I love diapers, and they're beautiful. Beautiful. Some say people are saying they're the most beautiful diapers. The most beautiful diapers. My God, and I love regular pants. I love them. But I love it. Are you making a George Floyd joke? Did I just see a George Floyd joke? George Floyd, is that your joke? May, come on, you need to workshop that a little bit. George Floyd still can't breathe. That's not that you need to workshop that. That wasn't funny. If it were funny, I wouldn't mind making fun of George Floyd. Make jokes about George Floyd. He's been dead a while. Make jokes if you want. But they better be funny. They better be funny. Like my joke about Charlie Kirk getting fucked in all 3 holes in hell by demons surrounding him doing a bukkake video. I think the all 3 holes thing is the funniest thing. I think it's really funny about Charlie Kirk getting fucked in all 3 holes. I don't know. Cracks me up. It cracks me up.
Radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But
because you stole shit from us. You got raided at Mar-a-Lago because you stole shit.
people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look,
Right.
if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them. So me personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they
You do have to get it approved, but you stole money. You sued yourself, you fucking weirdo, and you stole money. Some Republicans don't understand. Let me explain it one more time. We all know what you're doing, Donnie. We all know what the slush fund is. It's not that fucking hard to. It's like, what you're not understanding is, you know what? I used to have my ex-father-in-law. He was this horrible man in Virginia, and he would say shit like, now what y'all don't understand is cash flow. Now what you gotta do is see what y'all don't understand. It's always something that, and then he says something that you all understand. Now what y'all don't understand, let me explain it to you one more time. They would always say, and that's exactly the type of shit. Oh, she's the idiot, huh? This journalist is the dummy. Explain it one more time, Donald, about how you're stealing money from us, please. I can't wait to hear it one more time about the slush fund and why it's such a fucking great idea. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I really do appreciate it. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, The Morning Sky Show. Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe, hype the video, do all the stuff, answer the you know, the poll, answer the poll, you know. The accent. Yeah, I mean, that was his accent. He had he was from Botetourt County. He went to VTech. He got a degree in agriculture. He talked a little bit like, it's funny because he talked a little bit like Dr. Phil, and Dr. Phil is from Texas, you know. Now, I don't know what y'all are doing, but I don't like to say the word crazy, but y'all are crazy. Like, he's from Texas, but my ex-father-in-law, he used to talk like that. He used to go like, "Watch partner ball." I remember that's my favorite story to tell about him, because even though he was a racist piece of shit and he said unspeakable things about black people, but he said this. He said, "Watch partner ball." And I could not understand what the fuck he was saying. Ball. I'm like, a watch pot. And he was trying to say a watched pot never boils. A watch pot never boils. Nah, what you don't understand is a slush fund is for people who were treated poorly by my president, your president, Donald J. Trump. Okay?
If you get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you haven't said people have been destroyed by crooked politicians.
What? That fucking make them whole. What do you need? You got $5 billion from your deal with your cryptocurrency. You already did a rug pull. By the way, buy Melania coin if you believe in Donald Trump. It's the greatest, most wonderful financial investment for your future. Melania coin. I know it looks like a rug pull. I know it looks like a crypto scam, guys, but it's Donald Trump. It's endorsed by the president. It's not a pump and dump scheme. It's the president, and it's endorsed by the first lady. Buy Melania coin. It's the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America.
And they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this: 97% of those people.
How hard is it for
the FBI or whoever?
Like, I'm not Mr. Pro Cop. I don't love cops. I hope you realize that by now. But I can't believe that this motherfucker can't get. Do you remember when presidents used to get on the news, and if somebody said, "Hey, do you think that people who attack cops should get paid by the government?" they would just go, No, I don't, because I'm the president. I miss those days. Now, I mean, go ahead and give money to the people abusing cops, I guess. I don't know. But if you flip up a cop, that's your ass. We're going to beat the shit out of you. But if you beat up a cop, Donald Trump will also give you money. But if you flip up a cop, if you flip a cop off, we're going to beat the shit out of you. What? So if you beat a cop, you get money. But if I flip off a cop, I get beaten. Okay. Now, I think I'm getting it now. I think I get it.
So you had a lot of crooked cops. You had dirty cops. Comey
Dirty
was a
cops.
Cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
James Comey, the head of the FBI. I mean, I hate the FBI. I met James Comey a long time ago. I met him. He's taller than me, believe it or not. He's like 3 inches taller than me. He's huge. He's like 6'8". I think he's like 6'8". How old is it? Like, he's so fucking huge. How tall is James Comey? James Comey is 6'8". Man, when I met him, I couldn't believe. I'm like, Jesus, you're a fucking monster. When I meet people who are taller than me, I always think like, your life gotta suck. I'm sorry, you gotta go on airplanes, buddy, because it sucks for me on an airplane. I'm only 6'5". Like, I'm hoping, like, I'm shrinking. Man, when Charles Barkley's 6'5", and I stood next to Charles Barkley back to back like this, you know, and his ass, it was like on my shoulder blades, but his head was still right here. He's got the weirdest shaped body. He was because he looks so like Charles Barkley is the weirdest looking guy. Like, he's got a weird body. I don't know.
No,
they had
people who
FBI.
assaulted police
Listen to me.
officers.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around there looking always in the side. They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence.
Yeah, exactly. I smack my head on stuff. That's why I'm so stupid. I've sustained so many head injuries over the years. I keep on hitting my head on things. I get yelled at concerts. I always stand in the back where the sound guy is, because the concerts, everyone's like, why can't you be shorter? Fucking short people. Fuck all you short people, by the way.
That more than 1,000
No,
people.
no, there's none. You know what to do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off
Look
the
at
table?
the tapes
Okay,
one time.
but 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled
Should
guilty?
They be exempt
because they told they
from
were going to
receiving
jail for
funds?
15 years if they didn't.
Should
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going
You'd be
into the
okay
building.
with them receiving tax?
They were arrested without going into the building? Well, I mean, they did. There was a big thing that happened on Jan 6th. Do you think they shouldn't have been arrested too? Like, what the fuck is this guy?
Taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case.
You know what I wonder? Like, during the, I'm going to just ask, during the beer hall putsch, how did people who supported them actually defend them at the time? How did they defend the people who did the putsch? I wonder, because the beer hall putsch was just like January 6th when Hitler stormed. In 1923, beer hall putsch defended the perpetrators by arguing that attempting to overthrow the Weimar Republic was an act of high patriotism rather than treason. It's the same defense! During the subsequent 1924 trial, sympathetic defense lawyers, right-wing nationalists, and even the presiding judge protected the plotters through several key arguments. The treason against traitors defense. Hitler and his defense team argued that the true traitors were the November criminals, the democratic politicians who surrendered in World War I and signed the Treaty of Versailles. Supporters maintained that you could not commit treason against an illegitimate government built on betrayal. Holy shit. I've always thought the beer hall putsch was exactly like January 6th, but defense attorney Lorenz Roeder argued that the coup was not a rogue criminal act because Hitler had intentionally collaborated with Bavaria's highest civil and military authorities, including State Commissioner Gustav von Kahr. The defense claimed that working with the state's top officials meant no crime had actually been committed. Dude. Moral justification over law. Sympathetic observers, even the prosecution, argued that plotters' noble patriotic goals to save Germany from economic collapse and hyperinflation wiped away criminality of their actions. Presiding Judge Georg Neidhardt, an ultra-nationalist sympathizer, actively defended the perpetrators from the bench. He allowed Hitler to turn the courtroom into a political soapbox, failed to deport him despite the law requiring it for foreigners convicted of treason, because he's from Austria, and issued the absolute minimum sentence of 5 years, which Hitler only served 9 months. And that's when he wrote Mein Kampf, was during those 9 months. Crazy, dude. Like the beer hall putsch in January 6th, they're very, very similar. Very similar, except they actually did send Hitler to jail, but he only went for 9 months. Donald Trump didn't even go to jail. Nothing. He was gonna go to jail, but then you idiots elected him president. You fucking idiots. You fucking stupid Americans electing this piece of shit for a second time. God damn it.
Basis. Okay. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. This is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and an anarchist. I hate Republicans and Democrats, and they both hate me. Thank you so much for joining for us for the Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you.
The idea, because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded his beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office.
The beautiful Resolute desk. Yeah.
You know that Donald Trump has a replica of the beautiful Resolute desk. He has a replica made, and it's in Mar-a-Lago. Do you think that maybe the replica is actually in the Oval Office? They had to take the real one out of the Oval Office last year, and they made a replica, and the replica is sitting in Mar-a-Lago right now. Do you think Donald Trump took the replica and put it into the Oval Office, and the real one now is in Mar-a-Lago? What do you think? I know this is I think that's a very fun conspiracy theory. I think we're going to find out in 10 years that Donald Trump stole the Resolute desk. And then they're going to raid Mar-a-Lago. They raided Mar-a-Lago. I don't know why. I'm so innocent. I never do anything. I never stole a thing a day in my life. I never did one thing. Buy Melania coin, okay, everybody? It's not a pump and dump scheme. Buy more Melania coin. It's not a scam. Would it surprise you if he stole the Resolute desk? I think he did.
What they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
Just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying. But
There's
let
a
me
lot
ask
of
about Todd
evidence.
Blanche. Let me ask about Todd Blanche.
She said that's what pissed him off so much, because she said it so often during this interview. That's why he does a tantrum and runs away, because she says there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of what you're saying. And then he gets up and he runs away like a fucking child throwing a tantrum.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
It's
but
not been
evidence. The
presented in
election
a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was.
The election was rigged.
There's nothing but evidence. There's so much evidence. You know what the evidence says? You're a fucking pedophile. That's what the evidence says. It says that you were best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for over the course of a decade during the height of his worst crimes. And you were a co-conspirator who probably killed children, threw a baby overboard. We have evidence of that. Now, you might not say that the evidence is valid, but we have evidence saying that people were there and Donald Trump was there when they threw a baby over the side of a boat in Lake Michigan. Now, that's evidence. That's not just rumor and speculation. We have evidence of that. Maybe it's bullshit, but there is evidence that Donald Trump murdered a baby because it was an inconvenience to him and his criminal enterprise.
It's a dirty election, and it's happening again right now in
never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election was
California.
rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California.
to that?
It's
Where's the evidence? Like, how hard is this? Where's the evidence? The fact that she's only asking one question. Where is the evidence of any of the shit that you say? He thought he was just going to go on ABC. He's going to sue ABC again. ABC already gave him $16 million. $16 million they paid his motherfucker because of George Stephanopoulos saying he's a rapist. And now they're going to pay him another $16 million after this because she had the audacity to ask him, where is the evidence?
Republicans are doing well in
California. It's no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you,
They're
it's
dropping
4
fast.
days,
It's a rigged
and
election.
they aren't even
Here it
close.
comes. This is my favorite part.
That's how they count
You know
the
why
votes
they're
in
doing that? Because they're
California.
cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have
that?
to do is look. All I have to do is
that's
look.
not
And I
evidence.
listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they
that
count the votes.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking
State
a
and
winner?
local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the
crooked.
votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
You're crooked. You're all crooked. Everybody's crooked but me. Everybody's crooked but me. Buy more Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. I'm not crooked. Stop it, everybody. The walls are closing in. You're crooked. I'm not crooked.
Like, who the fuck? This is...
I'm not out of order. You're out of order. This whole courtroom's out of order.
Shit, dude. Like, come on. It's not even... This guy isn't even real. Oh, my God. Where's the evidence? She owned him by asking him, where's the evidence? Which is exactly what his followers say every single day. Every single day. Where's the evidence that he fucked children? He said he did on the Howard Stern show. Oh, you're going to believe the Howard Stern show? Well, he said it. He said that he wouldn't date anyone under 13. Well, that's evidence? Yeah, it is, because he said it. So where's your evidence that California's got a crooked election? I listen to people. People tell me things. I hear things. I hear things. I hear things. Just like Raging Bull. He's like Raging Bull. I hear tings. I hear tings. What do you hear? I don't know. Tings. I hear lots of tings. I hear tings. I hear tings. Okay. We was robbed. Okay. I hear tings. We was robbed. We was robbed.
Fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands.
Let's
then.
continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 90.
A landslide. This motherfucker. Do you have any evidence that you won in a landslide? No, because the only president to win an election in a landslide in my lifetime was Ronald fucking Reagan. This guy has not won a landslide. He won by 1%. Like all the other presidents, that we have a very tight because Republicans and Democrats are practically the same goddamn thing. Most of our presidential elections are pretty goddamn close since Ronald. Most of them are pretty close because you know what? George H.W. Bush ain't that different from Bill Clinton. So it's a tight race. And this time with Donald, he was running against a woman who should have no business, not because she's a woman. I shouldn't have said that. Like, she's not because she's a woman, but he was running against a woman that should not have even been anywhere near a campaign. And he still barely won by 1%. And he says, it's a landslide. Trust me, I beat the shit out of that women. I love beating women. Oh, my God. Oh, it's so nice. We love women, though, don't we?
84% bad press.
But Mr. President,
You know why I got that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked.
We're like a third world country. Dude, you're the president of this third world country. You made it like a third world country. It's your fault it's a third world country. You know why we're a third world country? You did not prepare for COVID. Do you remember everyone was talking about COVID coming to America and you said it would never come here and that it would magically go away? It would magically go away in April. Remember this hand movement? It'll magically go. Magically. Don't worry about COVID. Don't worry. We're on it. We're on it. We're not going to do shit. And he fucked our country.
And you're crooked. And Meet the Press is crooked. And so is ABC and CBS and CNN. You're one-sided crooked networks. Right. Let's call it quits.
This is a meltdown. It's like a full-on child's meltdown. This is the worst meltdown I've seen out of this piece of shit. Look how red his face is. It's showing through his makeup. Literally, his makeup is showing. Oh, my God. Is anybody watching on the... Look at this guy. Look at him. He's losing it, bro. Lost. Maggots crashing out as hard as Trump right now. Look at this guy. Cope harder. These snowflakes, these Donald Trump snowflakes, such a crybaby. He can't even handle the pressure of a woman asking him, you're crooked and you're stupid. And you're a poo-poo head, too. And you're a dork face. I hate you. I hate you. And you realize that she's talking to the president of the United States like, there's no evidence of that. What, sir? What? She's talking to him like a child. Sir? Grandpa? No. Nana's been dead a long time. Sorry. Pop. Nana's been dead for years. I'm sorry. I know, Pop. I know it's hard. It's time to go to bed. Put the phone down. Okay, Pop. Okay, Pop.
I don't know. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please.
Thank you, darling. Have a good time. Thank you, darling.
Oh, I love that. Hold on. I gotta see that again. Hold on. I love that shit. That's my favorite. Hold on. That was good. I want to see this one more time.
CNN. You're one-sided crooked networks. Right. Let's call it quits because I don't know. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please.
Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Yeah, you just fucking made it. You just spun gold, Rumpelstiltskin. Donald Trump is Rumpelstiltskin spinning shit to gold now just for these networks. Because, God damn it, that's just some good TV. That was just good TV. Just like if anybody had thrown a fucking tantrum like that, not the president of the United States, but if I don't know, if it were JD Vance, it would have been it'd be tremendously entertaining. He is like the Real Housewife of Washington, D.C. Jesus Christ, bro. Like and subscribe. Oh, my God, dude. She's throwing softballs. How does he not have a single bit of... seriously. He can't spin any... Brian Santos, you're absolutely right. The guy has lost it. He's lost all his friends. Megyn Kelly, Sean, whatever the guy, the Sean show... They're all turning on him. They're like, what a disappointment this man is. What a piece of shit. He was a walking middle finger, and now he walking middle finger. Sit and spin, MAGA, because Donald Trump is fingering you. He's fingering you, MAGA. He's got both fingers in both of your holes. That's what he's got going on. Imagine thinking I love the uneducated was a compliment. I mean, come Seriously, imagine thinking that. Yeah. What a compliment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I am horribly uneducated. I'm horribly uneducated.
I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the
traveled
rain with
all.
you.
I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour.
Wisconsin.
I traveled all the way to Wisconsin to be with you, you piece of shit. You're one-sided crooked.
On and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A country can never be
We
great
traveled
with a
all,
dishonest
listen,
press.
we
That's what I
traveled
say.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
You see her look at the camera? She's like, oh, hold on a second.
For this interview.
Right here. Looks at her producer like, bro, I gave him softball fucking questions. These are softball questions. Thank you so much, Frankie. Thank you. Watching Donald Trump crash out like that. I mean, these are the MAGAs are the biggest snowflakes. Donald Trump is the biggest snowflake of all. He's melting in Wisconsin. She's like, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin to talk to your dumbass, to take your picture in front of the John Deere tractor or whatever the fuck. Is that even a tractor? I don't even know what that is. That's not a tractor. It's like a hopper or something. I don't know what that is. I've been around a lot of farm equipment, but I don't know what's what sometimes. I don't know what kind of John Deere thing that is, but it says Max Emerge 2. I don't know. What kind of a machine is a John Deere Max Emerge 2? It's an agricultural planter used to precisely singulate and place seeds into the ground. It is pulled behind a tractor and is primarily used for row crops like corn. Okay, great. Now I know Now I know it's a planter. It's a John Deere planter is back there. I guess that's oh, I see. The tractor's pulling the planter. That's what's happening. The hay bales in the middle fucked me up. I didn't know. Okay, now I get it. Now I see what's happening there. Okay, there's a trick of the eye. Man, voted for legs up. Voted for leg. Dude, I guess you just got here. I was just talking shit about Kamala. I just talked. This is what's so crazy. You cultists, it's like I could talk shit all day on Kamala Harris, and you'll be like, well, you hate Donald Trump, so you must love Kamala Harris. I guess listen, man, I'm a fucking anarchist. I don't like Democrats or Republicans. I don't like your culty bullshit. I don't like your culty weird pray to your leader because you need someone to think for you. You want to outsource your morality and your thought processes, you go right ahead. But man, I don't have the stomach for it. I don't have the stomach for yet another daddy. I'm a fucking grown man. I don't need Daddy Trump telling me how to feel and think. God damn it. You guys with your cult gurus. I don't even know how you live with yourselves all the time praying to Donald Trump. You'll give up Jesus for Donald Trump, for God's sake. I don't know how you live with yourselves. You must love Harris then. No. I talk shit about her all the time. And when she was vice president, she didn't do much, so I didn't really talk about her that much. But when Biden was president, I talked shit on him on my show too. Anybody who's been here long enough, any of my long-term watchers can vouch for me.
I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me.
The rain was the problem. Donald Trump threw a fit because of the rain.
For another Meet the Press interview.
We thank you for watching.
When's that going to happen? He agreed for another sit down. After that, Trump has been convicted of fraud. Yes, he has. That's true. I'm a liberal and I get on YouTube and cry about Trump. Go for it, man. I don't like liberals either. So I don't know. I don't like if liberals made Donald Trump possible. Donald Trump's a fucking liberal. A pro, let's hear the Nazis out one more time. I love capitalism. Those are liberals for you. Let's listen to the Nazis one more time. Let's see if they got any good ideas. Liberals, great. Love those liberals. Even Martin Luther King Jr. said that the white liberal was more of the white moderate liberal was a bigger problem than the KKK. So I mean, am I supposed to like liberals now?
I want to take you for a minute to a truly beautiful place I just learned about. In fact, it's called Sazan.
All you guys are just finding out about this shit. I'm glad everyone's talking about Albania and all of a sudden, all the Albanians, but I've been talking about it for weeks. Johnny come latelys.
It's a small island off the coast of Albania, covering about.
There it is. You see, there it is. There's Albania. It's like a Greek island, but you know, Greece is over there. But look, there it is. There's it. Now everyone knows where it is on the map. Right off the heel. Heels up Italy.
2 square miles. On a nice day, you can even see it from the heel in Italy's boot. And it is a sight. Clear blue water, sandy beaches, rocky cliffs, rainforest, even a few majestic peaks, and 40 miles of hiking trails. The island's location and climate make it quite unique. It explodes with a diversity of animal and plant life that you simply cannot find anywhere else. It's almost untouched by people. And to keep it that way, Albania designated the beaches and the waters around Sazan as a maritime national park in 2010. The mainland coast across from the island is one of the last wild river deltas in all of Europe. It's also protected under law. Now, a small number of...
Look how pretty it is. And you know what? The Rothschilds and Ivanka, they went on with Kushner, they went on a little trip.
Mostly local tourists travel out to see the flamingos and the pelicans, their loggerhead turtles and monk seals, and dozens more endangered species, according to local naturalists. Back in 2021, Sazan Island was discovered by a pair of seafaring explorers who would ultimately claim it as their own.
I'm working on an
Oh yeah, play the fucking clip. This clip of her talking about how she wants to rape the people of Albania is wonderful.
incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an under.
Oh, they cut the part where she was with the Rothschilds, which, you know, not the best people to be hanging out with, but that's who she was with on the trip.
Statement. Can you explain? It is. There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to.
Is she wearing a wig? I think she's wearing a wig. Is that a wig? I think Ivanka's wearing a wig.
Help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be.
Can anybody tell me? Does Ivanka Trump wear a wig? Doesn't typically wear a wig. However, celebrity hairstylists and fashion commentators have confirmed she frequently wears hair extensions. It looks like a fucking wig. Not that there's anything wrong with wigs, but
fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it.
Yeah.
We have not only the islands, but we have 5.
it looks like front lace, right? Like, doesn't it? Like the way, like her hairline, I don't know. It looks
miles of beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other, beautiful white sand beaches. For me, it feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my experience in real estate, all of my travel.
It's just.
Do I ask black women that? I'll tell you what, when a black woman buys an island in order to make a bunch of species extinct and fuck over the indigenous people, and she does an interview, I'll ask if she's wearing a wig. Okay. All right. When a black lady does that, I'll be happy to do that. I just thought she's wearing a wig. I don't know why you want to bring up black ladies, you fucking Kyle Patrick. Is that you got black ladies on the brain? You got a little bit of that jungle fever, son? Kyle Patrick's thinking about black ladies. Black ladies are wonderful. If they want to wear wigs, if Ivanka Trump wants to wear a wig, it's great. It's just that there's a lot of gender affirming care in the Trump family. All the hair plugs and the scalp reduction and the liposuction and even the drag performance that is the Trump show, how he got the long tie and the shoulder pads that hang off of his shoulders because he wants to look like he's got bigger shoulders. Like, I'm not wearing shoulder pads right now. He wears like these big, stupid shoulder pads, makes him look like he's a linebacker, but he's just a puny fat man. Like, every time you see him in a polo, he just looks like a puny little fat man. And I know he's 6'3". Supposedly he's 6'3". He's not 6'3", by the way, but he says he is. He also says he only weighs 225 pounds. I weigh 245. And Donald Trump says he's 6'3" and weighs 225. Anyway, there's a lot of gender affirming care in the Trump world. And when I see someone who's outspoken against trans people and they are outspoken against gender affirming care, and then I see them hypocritically receiving gender affirming care, I think it's worth asking. Is Ivanka Trump wearing a wig? Is she taking estrogen?
It's so beautiful, isn't it? Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, discovered that island. She fell in love with it. She's not the only one. Her husband, Jared Kushner, told The Guardian last year that he too was left speechless.
Why does Skyjack look like he got beat up? Well, because I went out drinking. I went out drinking yesterday. I had an open house. I wasn't allowed to be home. They were doing a concert down there by the bar. They were doing this community concert. I went and had a few. So I look a little rough this morning. Thanks for noticing. Thanks. Appreciate you.
When he first saw Cezanne, quote, I was just very surprised that something like that existed in the middle of the Mediterranean and hadn't been developed. So the billionaire members of Donald Trump's family
Kyle, are you crashing out now? You're crashing out? You're crashing out, Kyle? Kyle, come on. Go away from the light, Kyle. Stay away from the light, Kyle. It's going to be all right. Don't go towards the light, Kyle. It's all right. You're crashing out, man. Take a deep breath. Get a paper bag. Breathe into the paper bag, Kyle. It's going to be okay, Kyle. You're going to be all right, man. Don't do anything rash, man. Don't do anything crazy, Kyle. There's a hotline. Oh, no, we canceled the hotline. There's no more hotline. Go get yourself some help. Go get yourself the help you need. No, there's no health care in America, Kyle. Just take a deep breath, Kyle. It's going to be okay, Kyle. It's going to be okay.
Can we develop it? Tastefully, of course.
So these are actually just internal early renderings. So we're in the process of doing the master plan.
Oh, God. It looks like hobbits live there. This is what we're doing? This looks like This looks like where Luke Skywalker went to go live with those weird nuns. And he drank that green milk out of that sea hag creature.
Now, but
This is beautiful.
this is an early vision. Yeah, it's going to be extraordinary.
Here is that extraordinary vision in action, according to videos posted by local activists. Bulldozers, dump trucks, and razor wire are already ripping up the mainline coastline. And it is government-protected land.
Well, you got to have razor wire. That's the symbol of the 21st century, razor wire. It was the symbol of mid-century, 20th century. And it's going to be the symbol of this century, razor wire. Are you ready for razor wire everywhere? Everywhere you go, razor wire? Because every time you look at the news, you see razor wire. It's great. Are you ready for more of it? It's going to be great.
And it is against the law to develop there, unless the Albanian government changed its mind for some reason. Well, just a few weeks after Donald Trump won the 2024 election, the government of Albania overrode its own environmental laws and greenlit the Kushners to develop the coastline and a chunk of Cezanne Island with hotels, apartments, villas, and a marina. Kushner's firm has said the plan is to build a 5-star eco-resort community on the island and to be, quote, I quote here, faithful and considerate of the environment. The whole project is through Kushner's private equity company, which is, of course, flush with billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia and other Middle East sovereign wealth funds, money that was...
Oh, my God. Steve's back. Steve, the news is so important. This is important. This is very important news. Even what we're seeing here is important. Your picture is looking a little gaunt. Are you all right? Did you what did you do to your picture? What did you do to your picture, buddy? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes. NF Coin, great job. Great job. Thank you so much for being here. I think it's important when they put razor wire up and hurt indigenous people. Maybe you don't care about indigenous people being murdered and disappeared by Ivanka Trump, but I think it's something we're talking about. But if you don't like it, you can go back to watching Ow My Balls or whatever the fuck you were watching before you started watching. You should go watch watch one of those the rubber bands on the watermelon. Watch the rubber bands with the watermelon guy. Do that. You'll love when will the watermelon explode if they put we're putting 5 more rubber bands on the watermelon. Go watch that. It's more your style. It's more for you.
Invested with him after he left the White House the first time. Remember, those were ones he was soliciting while also advising the president on Middle East diplomacy. On Thursday, Albania's prime minister defended the deal in Trump-like terms.
There is not such a thing like a Trump family Ireland. There is not such a thing like the family of the American president taking over protected areas.
Really? Because all these people in the street, they're pretty upset about it. They're rebuilding Epstein Island is what's happening. They want to that rendering. It's going to be beautiful. 14,000 hectares. And I'm going to kill all the animals and we're going to bring all the children of the elite here. It's going to be beautiful.
Flamingos will be killed by them. The project is not yet there. The environmental impact is being worked. You understand? And let me finish.
I don't know. This looks pretty bad. It don't look good. How come there's only greenery on one side? On the other side, everything's bulldozed. And why is there razor wire? I don't know.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
let me finish. What is this? What's wrong with
Go
you?
ahead.
Let me finish.
There's no need to be disrespectful. I'm asking you to go ahead, Prime Minister. Finish your thought.
You please let me finish because you brought political and you said there is anti-corruption
Go ahead. I'm letting you finish.
investigation. It's fake news.
Corruption is fake news.
I hate reporters. You're stupid. You're crooked. I'm not crooked. You're crooked. I love that. Like, how the fuck is a reporter crooked? I guess there are crooked reporters, but the fact that a reporter's job is to try to find crooked politicians, like that's their job. Otherwise, they're just engaged in PR. If you're not printing something that somebody doesn't like, you are in the PR department. You are supposed to be writing shit that they don't want you to write. That's what journalism is. That's an Orwell quote. That's an Orwell paraphrase. Donald Trump calling politicians crooked is one of my favorite things that is finally catching up to him. I'm not crooked. You're crooked. I'm out of here. Thanks so much. Thank you so much, crooked. Like and subscribe, everybody. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button.
It's in Albania.
We're doing a subscribe-a-thon. It's a subathon, everybody. It's a subathon. We're going for 6 hours today. 6 hours.
Prime Minister. His office has also said the country should be proud that such a renowned American entrepreneur shows his interest in investing in Albania. Many Albanians disagree.
This is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do, Americans, when things piss you off.
For almost a week now, thousands of people have been gathering in the streets across Albania, clashing with police to protest this giveaway to the Trumps, to Jared and Ivanka, by one of the poorest countries in Europe. To them, it's more of the kind of cronyism that people in the post-communist bloc have been fighting for decades. But now instead of Moscow, the stench of that corruption is wafting in from the inner circle of the president that is already...
What do you mean? I'm wasting server space? Oh, server space. Aaron, I can't wait to do... I'm going to run this back. I can't wait to see how handsome you are. What a handsome boy you are, Aaron. Aaron Daughtery. I can't wait to research you later. I can't wait to go into your social media and see what you're all about. I'm really looking forward to it. After I'm done with this stream, I'm going to dig deep, Aaron. I can't wait. You're such a handsome boy. You're such a handsome boy. How could you not be doing content? I hope you're doing content. I hope you're doing all sorts of great content. I can't wait to find it.
profited off his position to the tune of billions of dollars. And this isn't a mere crypto scam or an AI bubble investment. It is a land grab. It is a physical theft of a place that's so brazen and entitled it can only be done by colonial conquistadors or by the family of Donald Trump.
Well, yes, because the family of Donald Trump is a corrupt crime family. I was trying to do the Star Trek. I never had one lesson. Thank you so much, Chris Matsava. Clueless slaves rooting for their master, a.k.a. MAGA. They're MAGAs, man. You can't. It's the Nazi Party of America, brother. What are you going to do about all these Nazis? It's not like Nazis rained from the sky and started throwing Jews in ovens. They didn't rain from the sky. They came from the bottom. They came from the dregs, and they started to rise up like the pond scum. Like pond scum, it rises to the top, and then it eventually takes over everything. And somebody's going to have to, we're going to have to fight it. We have to fight it. We might already be past the Rubicon, though. We got to fight it. You got to fight it. You got to keep fighting these maggers. Can't let them win, or else we'll end up like 1990. Right now we're like 1932 Nazi Germany. Do you want to get to 1945 Nazi Germany? It gets worse. Like, we've seen this movie before. This is how it starts. If they could have stopped the Nazis in 1933, they didn't. They could have stopped it in 1934, they did. They could have stopped them all the way up until 1941. They had 9 years of dealing with this asshole, and no one did enough. He's taking Greenland, though. He's going to take Greenland, everybody. He's taking over Greenland.
The U.S. Senate has passed the Secure America Act, a $70 billion package funding immigration enforcement agencies, including ICE and Customs and Border Protection. But now it heads to the House. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says Democrats are ready to fight back.
I don't know. Are we at 1938, 9? Ah, shit. Are we that far along? Is that what you think? I don't know. I feel like we got a breather in like because he was out of office for 4 years. Maybe we're in 1938, 39. I don't know. I hope not. I mean, we already got our concentration camps really in full swing, but they started their concentration camps day one in 1932 as well. They started their concentration camps day one. We started ours day one. Maybe you're right. Maybe we are in 1938. Maybe it's too far gone.
Oppose the $70 billion reckless Republican budget bill because we believe that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people in an environment where the Trump economy is crashing in real time, the cost of living is out of control, gas prices have skyrocketed as a result of this reckless and costly war of choice, and Donald Trump wants to spend $70 billion in taxpayer money to continue to unleash mass and untrained ICE agents on law-abiding immigrant families, and in some cases, brutally target or kill American citizens.
Joining us now is Republican Senator Marsha Black.
I don't know. Hakeem Jeffries getting fired up. I hate Hakeem Jeffries. I think he's a boring piece of shit. But hey, all of a sudden, Hakeem Jeffries found his balls. Who had your balls? Were your balls in the ballroom? Did you find your balls in the ballroom, Hakeem Jeffries? Now all of a sudden, you fuckers are waking up. Finally, thank you. Finally, Hakeem Jeffries just like, there's my balls. I was looking for you. Clip, clip. Maybe he'll do something. Doubtful. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is going to save us.
Of the great state of Tennessee, member of the Finance and Judiciary Committees, and a candidate for Tennessee governor. Senator, welcome.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
So, in a dangerous world, how critical is the Secure America Act?
It is vitally important, and getting it through the Senate was an accomplishment. And it is important to realize the Democrats want to abolish ICE. They want to defund federal law enforcement. So they shut down the Department of Homeland Security.
They shut down the Homeland Security. And now they dang do. Can I get a ding dang do?
Can I get some ding dang doos in the chat, please? I got a ding dang do emojis for all you channel members, all you Sky City Rebels. Ding dang do.
And we said, all right, we'll use reconciliation and we will move this across the finish line.
I mean, Senator John Kennedy's been saying this for months now to use reconciliation, but the problem is I don't know if it'll save this, but maybe it will. I don't know. We'll see if they get the budget passed.
So that Border Patrol and ICE are funded for the entire rest of President Trump's term. That is what we did. I encourage our colleagues in the House to take this up and pass it immediately, get it to President Trump's desk, so we can make certain that communities are safe and we can deport individuals that are in the country illegally, and we can fund federal law enforcement.
How do you know if they're in the country illegally?
Well, we looked at them and they're brown. So they must be here illegally. They're brown. How do we know? Because they're brown.
Did you give them some kind of due process? Did they go? How do you know they're illegals? Well, they're brown.
Considering we are in conflict with Iran, can you believe that this funding has been held up for so long?
It is inconceivable that they would do this, but they're so given to this abolish ICE method. And you know, one of the things, Mike, that
they should abolish ICE. It's only been around for 20 years. It's time. It's time to get rid of this stupid fucking thing from 9/11. You know what? George W. Bush started ICE in 2004. He killed 34 people his first year because they weren't prepared. They just built a bunch of concentration camps and fucking threw people into them, and so many died in custody that first year. And this in 2025 was the bloodiest year of ICE history. So 25 years, we're just as bloody as we were year one, and we're killing people who've committed no crime.
continue to do is put illegal aliens and their concerns before the interest of the American people. And as I talk to Tennesseans, they absolutely cannot believe that the Democrats would shut down Homeland Security, that would use Homeland Security investigations, the Coast Guard, the Secret Service, TSA as pawns in their game of trying to continue to abolish ICE. They want secure communities. They know that safe communities.
Marjorie President, come on down. Let's get a little fisticuffs. Marjorie, you trying to pick a fight with me? You trying to pick a fight with me, Marjorie? Don't you know I'm a tough guy? I'm a tough guy. I've been in lots of fights, Marjorie. I've had a violent life, Marjorie. It'll be all right, though. Don't you worry, baby doll. Don't you worry, baby doll. You'll be all right. You'll be all right, baby doll. You see me out there, you just come and say hi, okay? I'll let you buy me a drink, Marjorie. You could buy me a drink. You see me out there in their streets, all right?
Come on now.
Are going to be more affordable. People are going to be able to get to work. They support what the president is doing and what Republicans are doing to address affordability and get the cost of living down. And they fully realize that the Democrats ran this inflation up to 9% under Joe Biden.
The illegal migrant. Oh, the illegal migrants. A paperwork crime. But also, how do you know that they're illegal? How do you know? It turns out that most of the people in the concentration camps are not illegally here. They're not illegal migrants. They're actually here on asylum. That's a legal way to get into the country. And now they're saying they're calling them illegal migrants when they're not. But because you're stupid, you think that what they say is truth. Because you're a gullible fucking sucker. You're a rube. You're a hayseed. How do we know if they're here illegally? Well, the way we do it is we send them to court. And the judge decides, here's the evidence here and there's here. Let me see here. I've got some little bit of, yeah, okay, you're illegal. You got to go. Or, oh, no, you are here legally. Have a nice day. But instead, we're throwing them into concentration camps and calling them names. But accusation is not proof, you silly bastard. In America, we have due process. It's called habeas corpus. It's basically the lowest bar for a republic. It's the lowest bar for a free society is habeas corpus. It's like bottom, like the first step to a free society is habeas corpus. And you're denying people that. Suspending habeas corpus is a tyrannical move. It's tyranny.
And it is President Donald Trump and Republicans in the House and the Senate that are working every single day to make life more affordable for the American people.
More affordable. He said gas prices would be down 50% after the first 12 months. They're up 50%. They went up 50%. I filled up my car yesterday. I didn't fill it up because I'm not rich. I filled it up halfway. I filled up my car halfway, hoping that the gas prices would come back down. But they're $5.59 for I mean, it's $1 cheaper than it was a few weeks ago. So that's good. That's good. Still too fucking expensive.
Getting down the cost of gas and groceries, housing, making that more affordable, and paying attention to what it costs to survive.
Who is this lady? This is Marcia. She's a committee member for the Senate Finance Committee. She's a senator. She's a senator. She's Blackburn, Marsha Blackburn. What state is she from? Can you guess by her accent where she's from? Where is Marsha Blackburn from? Laurel, Mississippi. Now, but she later relocated. She grew up in Laurel, Mississippi. That's why she talks like that. But she moved to Tennessee, where she and her husband settled and established their long-term residence in Brentwood, Tennessee. Brentwood, Tennessee. She's in Brentwood, Tennessee. Anyway, she's a senator representative for Tennessee, but she grew up in Laurel, Mississippi. Marsha Blackburn.
And to make ends meet every single week.
At least 20 protesters arrested in New Jersey at an ICE detention center. The graffiti there saying, "Kill ICE." What is your reaction to what?
Not graffiti. Not graffiti. No, not graffiti.
We are seeing there in Newark, New Jersey.
It is disgusting.
Disgusting.
It is a crime to go after federal law enforcement.
It's a crime to go after them? It's a crime?
These are individuals that are supporting the rule of law. But then again, with the Democrats, what you were seeing is paid protesters who are coming out.
Paid protesters? Paid protesters? I love how they keep saying this. Prove it. Do you have any evidence of that? Any evidence of paid protesters? Just look. Who would be against our beautiful boys in ICE? They must be paid. No one would ever protest ICE. They're the best. Who would protest a concentration camp run by a private firm protected by federal agents? Who would protest that? Who would protest a concentration camp run by a private company, subsidized by our tax dollars, and protected by federal agents? Why would you protest that? Only someone paid would protest that. They're out-of-state agitators. You're in New Jersey. The out-of-state is New York. They're right across the fucking river. They're out-of-staters. They're out-of-state agitators.
They are being paid to do this.
Who's paying them?
They're being paid.
They have people that are going to go bail them out if they get locked up.
Yeah, that's true. They do have. That's called jail service. Activists create that because they know you assholes are going to unjustly arrest them. So they have people at the jail ready to bail them out. That is not being a paid protester, you dumb bitch. That's not being a fucking paid protester. It's not because someone's going to pay your bail. They got people at the jail ready to give them a sandwich when we toss them in the street after beating them. After we beat all their teeth out, they got some pudding waiting for them outside the jail when we kick them loose. How do we allow that? That's disgusting. It's not disgusting to beat the living shit out of someone practicing their First Amendment rights, but it is disgusting to bail them out and give them pudding after we done kicked all their darn teeth out. A ding-dang-do.
And they are coming in from out of town. I think the mayor and the governor would be well served to support the rule of law.
Yes, Robert, you're absolutely right. Only an idiot would believe that they are asserting the rule of law and that they are paid protesters. You're absolutely right. This lady is an idiot. I totally agree with you, Robert. You are completely right. This lady, Marsha Blackburn, is an idiot. You'd have to be an idiot to believe Marsha Blackburn. Paid protesters and out of state. They'll just try to assert the rule of law. The law. We love the law. Unless, of course, it's January 6th, and then you can kill as many police officers as you want. It's all right. It's all right to kill an officer if it's January 6th, but if you'd want to protest a concentration camp, don't you know that concentration camps, they're old as the hills? We've always had concentration camps. Why y'all all of a sudden got a problem with our concentration camps? Concentration camps are as old as the hills. We've always done it this way. Why y'all got a problem with concentration camps?
And these are laws that are on the books. They have been passed.
They're on the books. There's laws. These are laws that are on the books. Unless it's January 6th, you got to follow the law.
By Congress, they have been signed by presidents that were both Democrats and Republicans, and they are there to enforce the laws. That is what ICE is doing. That is what federal law enforcement is doing. And when you've got elected officials that are standing in opposition to this, they are standing against the rule of law and are supporting what is
like how do you look at someone saying that they're standing against the rule of law? Donald Trump is a convicted felon who is the only reason he's not doing time is because you morons voted for him. He stole from us. He took all of our documents and he put them into Mar-a-Lago. He was about to go to trial for that. But no, you idiots elected him. There's January 6th, he was going to be put on trial for that, but you idiots elected him. Like, the rule of law. I'm sorry, you do not get to claim to be law and order. You do not get to claim to be super Mr. Law and Order if you are the one breaking all the law. Law and order president. Fuck you.
It's a crime against federal law enforcement.
Then here's your effort to pass the Election Security Partnership Act along with your colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. Why is this so critical right now, Senator?
Oh, this is so critical. The Department of Homeland Security has what they call a safe registry. It is people that are in the country illegally and legally, people that have work permits.
Look in the mirror. I try not to look in the mirror. I don't want to be vain. You know who should look in the mirror? Donald Trump. He slathers all the makeup on his face every morning, just slathers it on, just slathers the makeup on. And then how's my hair? Is it okay? Is it okay? Is it covering? Is it okay? All right. Okay. How do I look, everybody? How do I look? Do I look like a real man? Melania, how do I look like a real man? Do I look like a real man? Jesus. Look in the mirror. Yes, you voted for a rapist. If you voted for Donald Trump, you voted for a pedophile. You are an accomplice to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. You're no better than Jeffrey Epstein. If you are still supporting Donald Trump on June 8th, you are an accomplice after the fact. You are somebody who supports pedophilia. You are a person who is helping cover up the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein while his daughter, Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, builds another Epstein Island over in Albania. Why? Cut it out with the islands. You support these guys with their stupid islands. Sad. You want to be on Fox so bad? Oh my God, I do. I want to be in the Gutfeld show. I think Greg Gutfeld and I should have a show together because we're both thick-skinned. Like Greg Gutfeld sucks, but he's actually really good when he's like fighting with somebody, but he needs somebody to fight with. I want to be on Fox News with Greg Gutfeld. I think that would be such a good show. Put that out into the universe. Thank you. I would love Greg, if you're watching, we'll call it the Berkeley Boys. We both went to UC Berkeley. We both graduated with an English major. We probably had some of the same professors. Like Greg Gutfeld on Fox News and we probably have some of the same professors, probably. And I would love to have a conversation, a show with Greg Gutfeld, because his show sucks. But Greg Gutfeld, he could be good. It could be good. I'd love to have just a show because Greg Gutfeld is so much better when he's fighting with people. But he always is on these shows where everyone's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's fucking boring. His show sucks. The Five sucks. But every time he fights with people, I fucking love Greg Gutfeld. Even though I disagree with him. I think he's a good fighter. I like it when he fights with people. Put that out to the universe. Put me on Fox News. I'd love it.
Meanwhile, Fox News alert Israel and Iran trading fire overnight.
Fox
The most threats
News!
we've seen in months.
But President Trump posting on Truth Social just a few minutes ago saying that Israel and Iran are looking to do an immediate ceasefire as, quote, final negotiations.
It's too bad they just bombed each other. Israel and Iran are just bombing each other again. No ceasefire in sight. There's no such thing as a ceasefire with the United States of America. Ask the American Indians. We've killed 90% of them. There are almost no American Indians left. We've killed 90% of them. The genocide is still on. The Indians are still being killed. The Native Americans are still under threat. They are still being tortured. They're still being isolated. They are still being murdered. And yet, we got treaties with them and shit. We got all sorts of treaties with them. America's just never kept their word. Just like with the Iranians. Our word is no good. Do not trust any government, any paper that you sign with the government. The government, that's for you. You better do what's on that paper. They will not do what's on that paper. They will ignore that paper. Just like they ignore the fucking Constitution. It's anything written, a ceasefire with America, anything, any paper that you sign with the American government is worth the paper it's written on. And that's like a penny.
On peace are proceeding.
Oh, wait, we don't have any pennies. We're not making pennies anymore.
Foreign correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. It's been about 3 hours since the last explosions were reported in the Iranian capital of Tehran. The Israelis going on offense after they came under waves of Iranian ballistic missile attacks overnight. This all started yesterday afternoon when the IDF struck the Lebanese capital of Beirut, hitting the Hezbollah stronghold, the Dakhia neighborhood in the southern part of the city. Iranian officials.
Hey, bruh, why are you fucking with my game, dude? I like the crazy. Don't tell him to go away. Why are you fucking with me, man? Chill, bruh. 21, 22. Chill. Don't tell people to go away. Hey, don't watch. The fuck? Do I come to your work and tell people to not give you, not go to your work or whatever the fuck you do for a living? Jesus. Come on, bruh.
Then threatened to target Israel and later launched 4 waves of ballistic missiles toward the northern part of this country, sending hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters. As we were reporting here from Tel Aviv, we could see these missiles soaring through the skies of Israel. I was on the phone with President Trump getting his reaction in real time. President Trump told me what I would suggest to Iran. You shot your missiles.
You shot your missiles.
You shot your shot. You shot it. You shot your shot. What would I suggest? What I would suggest is that you shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal.
They shot your missiles at Israel. Some ceasefire, huh?
That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. The president said this certainly isn't going to help negotiations. Now, Israel, around 4:10 a.m. local time, launched widespread airstrikes across Iran, targeting both the central and western parts.
Snort another line. What am I, Donald Trump? Donald Trump is famous for doing lines of coke off of boners. They're called boner bumps. He used to do boner bumps in Studio 54. Like, Donald Trump is famous for doing cocaine off of young men's erections in Studio 54. Like, that is an old rumor about him. Old as the heels rumor. Donald Trump likes doing cocaine off of people's boners. I don't do cocaine. I'm high I'm high on life, baby. I'm high on life. I don't do that shit. I never touched a boner other than mine. I never touched anybody's boners, but Donald Trump has done boner bumps. I mean, he used to hang out with Roy Cohn. Do you want to look up Roy Cohn's orgies? Donald Trump was at those orgies. Everybody knows he was at those orgies, but no one will say what he did at those orgies, except for the boner bumps. Everyone agrees that he does boner bumps. Like, how dare you say that I do cocaine if you're a Trump supporter? This guy, he does boner bumps. Like, that's a whole, like, you might say Hunter Biden likes to do crack cocaine. That's cool, man. Do your crack cocaine. Who am I to judge? I don't care. Do whatever drugs you want. I don't judge. Do whatever you want to do in life. I'm an anarchist. If you want to do drugs, do drugs. If you want to do boner bumps, do boner bumps. But if you're doing boner bumps, don't tell me that you're going to save America from the drug cartels. Venezuela, they've got lots of drugs. Lots of drugs. I mean, literally, what was that guy's name? Orlando Ortiz. What was the guy's name? The Honduras president that Donald Trump let go. What was the Honduras president's name? What was the Honduras president's name that Donald Trump? No, not S for Juan Orlando Hernandez. JOH. Honduran convicted criminal and politician who served as the president of Honduras. Literally said that he was going to put the cocaine up America's noses. They're going to shove it up our noses. And Donald Trump just pardoned him. I wonder why. Why would Donald Trump pardon JOH? Should we Google that too? Why did Donald Trump pardon JOH? Former Hunter, okay, because he believed Hernandez was the victim of a politically motivated setup orchestrated by the Biden administration. Trump argued that Hernandez has been treated unfairly and harshly, drawing parallels between his persecution, Hernandez's, and his own legal challenges. Trump stated he believed Hernandez was framed. This guy was known for 45 years he was sentenced. Federal prison, a federal jury convicted him on charges of conspiring to import roughly 400 tons of cocaine into the United States and related weapons and offenses, with prosecutors presenting evidence that he took millions of dollars in bribes from cartels, including Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. There you go. Donald Trump, famous boner bumper. Let JOH roam free.
Of that country, going after many of the air defense systems there. Then early this morning around sunrise, the Houthis from Yemen that are backed by the Iranian regime launched ballistic missiles toward Israel, triggering sirens here in Tel Aviv. And then the Iranians launched more ballistic missiles in 2 separate waves toward this country, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. So quite an eventful 24 hours across the region. And question.
Yeah, do you remember when Donald Trump went on The View and he said that he wanted to fuck his own daughter on The View? And now they hate The View. They hate The View now because they tricked him into saying that somehow. What do you and your daughter have in common? Well, I want to fuck her. That's what we have in common. Blah. Blah.
It's about if both sides are willing to cease fire. Guys?
Trey, several things. They're launching these ballistic missiles, and I know that we took out a lot of their ballistic missiles. Where do they stand as far as their arsenal now? And what caused this? Why do you think that Israel and Iran started trading fire all of a sudden?
The president indicated over the weekend the Iranians still have around 20% of their ballistic missile arsenal. The number could be even higher, but it speaks to how dangerous these missiles can be, even if they've been degraded in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury, that 40-day military operation against the Iranian regime. It was carried out alongside Israeli forces. In terms of the current state of affairs and why we are seeing this exchange of fire right now, it comes down to one reason, and that is that the Iranians are trying to tie the issue of Lebanon and their support of
Yeah, because Lebanon, the Hezbollah, Donald Trump, and because Donald Trump took on Israel. Donald Trump took on Iran and Israel took on Lebanon. And it is tied together. They started the offensive at the same time. So, yeah, it is tied together. Also, I think it's Biden's fault somehow. It's got to be. It's Biden, though. Biden,
The
though.
largest proxy they have in the region, Hezbollah, to the broader negotiations with the United States. They say if the Israelis strike Hezbollah, they will strike Israel. And that is why we are seeing this ballistic missile fire toward this country today. Remember, the Israelis have a tiered air defense system starting with the Iron Dome. It then goes up to David Sling. They have the Arrow 2 and 3 system beyond that. But they've also
David Sling. David Sling. Like, you got to be an asshole to need an Iron Dome, right? You got to be a piece of shit. If you need an Iron Dome, you're a fucking asshole. Okay? If that many people want to bomb you and you want to bomb everybody else, but no one can bomb you back, you're a fucking asshole. That's all there is to it. If you need to walk around, like, it's kind of like if you need to walk around with a bulletproof vest, you're an asshole. Someone's going to shoot you. You're going to walk around with a bulletproof vest all the time, put glass around you all the time, make sure no one kills you. You're a fucking asshole. Normal people don't need that shit. Stop being an asshole. Stop killing people.
got U.S. systems on the ground, including Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems that we are told we're working to shoot down some of that incoming fire overnight.
Trey, the other thing was the Houthis get involved out of nowhere. You know, we heard they were going to get involved before they haven't. The one worry the Saudis have, or the many worries, is that they're shut down the Red Sea. And according to Arab News, they announced
the Houthi rebels. Oh, no, not the Houthis.
That the Houthis claim missile attack on Israel.
Not the Houthis.
An announced Red Sea shipping ban. Have you heard anything more about that?
Yes, the Houthis have announced that they are effectively closing Bab al-Mandab, which is the equivalent of the Red Sea Strait of Hormuz. When we look at the two shipping lanes, you have the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz that goes into the Gulf of Oman that has been the main focus of Iranian aggression throughout the past 2 months. And that is the area where you have the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports. But then when you go further west to the Red Sea, you have the Bab al-Mandab, which is largely considered the gateway to the Red Sea.
Yeah, that Baba Mama. That my friend was in the Navy and he had to go through the Baba Mama, and he said it's fucking crazy because it's like you got them on both sides and you're like locked and loaded going through like ready for war when you're bringing a ship through the Red Sea. He said it's and he fought in Iraq. He said like some of the most scary times was going through the Red Sea. Like you're ready for anything. Like you're fucking on high alert. And that was even that was in the 90s.
The Houthis have the ability to launch missiles and drones at this area and disrupt international shipping lanes. It's around 12% of the world's shipping that goes through this area. And if they're effective in this effort, it could make the negotiations even more complicated. The Iranians are running out of levers to pull. They understand that the U.S. naval blockade is crippling their economy. They also understand that the U.S. and Israeli militaries remain on high alert if this military operation unravels into a broader conflict like we saw earlier this year. And so Iran is trying to flex what they have left of their proxies in both Yemen and in Lebanon. That is something that both U.S. and Israeli officials are not going to allow.
They're not going to allow it. They're not going to allow it. The Houthis have been bombing people in the Red Sea, in the Lama forever, man. The Red Sea, the Houthis over there, the Yemen. You never heard about Yemen, man? You ever heard about the USS Cole? Man, Yemen ain't no joke. They could close that shit, put some mines in that motherfucker. Close it all down, man. I'm glad they're finally flat. You know what? Donald Trump fucked with them. He kicked the hornet's nest, and now we're having to deal with it. We always knew this was going to happen. One day we're going to have an idiot run this country, and he's going to start bombing Iran, and they're going to close the and also the Strait of Hormuz. We always knew this was going to happen, and now it's happening. Are we supposed to be like, I don't know, am I supposed to be surprised that now we have a moron as president and he did the thing that everybody said some moron was eventually going to do? Don't elect that crazy moron. That's what people have been saying my whole life. Don't elect that crazy fucking moron because he's going to piss off the Iranians and the Iranians going to start, it's all going to come crumbling down. They've been saying that my whole life.
The president has indicated both Israel and Iran are interested in returning to ceasefire. Now, the question is if both sides will be willing to do so in the hours ahead. If they are
Obama's Prometheus.
are unwilling to do so, both Israeli and Iranian officials have indicated in separate press briefings this morning that they are prepared for...
Finally, the Elon thing. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It allows me to do this little bit. Elon, I know you love me. I know you want to look like a real man. All the hair plugs, the teeth, the jaw. I know it's impressive. I'm really flattered. But couldn't you pick someone else to try to look like Elon Musk, the richest man who ever lived? He's like 12 years older than me, and or 15 years older than me or something. And he's paying so much money, hundreds of millions of dollars. He got himself a penis implant so he can have a big schlong like me. He's got himself a teeth implant. I've never even had a cavity. He's got himself a jaw implant so he could look like a real man. Make him look like he could take a punch. His jaw, that's not his jaw. He had an implant. And then he's got his hair. This is my hair. Like, I never even dyed my hair. This is just my hair. It's not the I like my hairline at 50. I think my hairline looks pretty good at 50 years old. So like I'm never gonna get hair plugs. I'm not gonna do anything. I was born like this. I'm very flattered that the richest man who ever lived on planet Earth is spending millions of dollars to try to look like me. Thank you. But man, come on. Elon has had so much gender affirming. He's had so much gender affirming care. The man has had more gender affirming care than Caitlyn Jenner. Elon Musk has had more gender affirming care than Caitlyn Jenner, and Donald Trump has had more gender affirming care than Elliot fucking Page. Like, these guys have more gender affirming care than all the trans athletes combined. Marco Rubio with all of his hair plugs and all of his, he also got that ear enlargement surgery. I don't know why guys do that. I guess big ears. In some cultures, big ears are hot. I don't know why. These guys have had so much gender affirming care. The scalp closure, the liposuction, all the makeup, all the skin stretching, the jaw implant, the penis stuff. Like, Elon Musk has a penis implant. That's gender affirming care.
Days of battle.
I'm done with that. Good evening, Ed. After Karen Reed was found not guilty of murder and manslaughter, she filed a first lawsuit against some of the witnesses and investigators who testified against her, including Michael Proctor. Now she has filed a second lawsuit claim against the
Yeah, North Carolina girl? North Carolina girl. Gal. Are you in Asheville or Ashland? Asheville? I've been to Asheville. I like North Carolina. Anyway, yeah, big ears, small feet. That's how some cultures, that's what they're into, man. Some cultures, they love that shit. Do you like drugs and have hella money and you're not spending it on crack? LOL, you could buy cocaine and ketamine and the drugs we don't even know, morphine and that shit from back in the day. I mean, Elon Musk, if you have all the money in the world, you could buy all the ketamine you want. Remember when he was in the Oval Office and he was like, he's standing there like seeing shit. Like, what the fuck? This guy, he saw a picture of me and now he's begging to look like me. Poor bastard.
agencies that employed him. In one of the newly released recordings, former trooper Michael Proctor refers to black people using a derogatory term while reporting a car crash to another officer.
Full car accident. Get on it. Just happened. Actually, take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush.
I saw blank was involved, so I wouldn't rush. What?
You're working. Let them die.
Proctor also allegedly used insulting language about women, Asian people, gay people, Hispanics, and Jews. In a text message to a friend,
he said, let the N-word die. He said the N-word. I saw an N-word was in the car. This is a cop for you. These are police for you. How come it's always this with cops, huh? Every time.
They wrote, America sucks. Hitler was really onto something. Then the expletive U.S. had to step in and ruin it.
Shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything.
Proctor has repeatedly insisted his emotions about the death of fellow police officer John O'Keefe led him to make those insulting comments about Karen Reed. But in this new lawsuit Reed has filed against state police and Canton police, she claims Proctor used such language for years and even discussed planting evidence on someone.
I'd literally shove a nightstick up put a bag of coke on him and just be like, you want in?
Reed says,
I put a nightstick in his butthole and plant a bag of coke on him. God bless those boys in blue, right?
Former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good, who resigned just this week, used similar language to describe Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and Patriots owner Robert Kraft. She says state police and Canton police knew or should have known about these comments.
And we know the text better than anyone.
Defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio says she saw the messages months ago and has been trying to use them to have other cases Proctor investigated thrown out. But she says prosecutors have fought to keep Proctor's comments.
It's so scary, like I'm moving and like right where I live right now, I don't have to deal with the sheriffs that much. I see them, but I don't know. I give them a wide berth, But these cops are so dirty all over America, and you could just move into a town where there's a dirty cop like this guy who's just gonna like ruin your life, ruin the life of your neighbors or someone you love. It's so dangerous in America. every single place you can go, there's some cop on some power trip who's just trying to ruin somebody's life. It's just like, I mean, so far today, every day I watch the news, and today I've seen a cop run over somebody intentionally, and a cop say that let the N-word die because they got in a car accident. No rush. Let the N-word die. And this is in Massachusetts. Liberal Massachusetts.
Sealed.
Why are we protecting Trooper Proctor, a former Trooper Proctor? If he's a racist person, then everybody should know. It should be transparent.
Tonight, the head of the state police has released a statement calling these newly revealed text messages from Michael Proctor abhorrent and disturbing. And the town of Canton, which did an audit of its police department following the Karen Reed case, said in a statement that it has made significant steps forward over the past 2 years. Live in Canton, David Bieniek, WCBB News Center 5.
David, thank you for that. We do have a link to the complaint.
I mean, are they Democrat politicians? Are you crashing out again, Sweet Havoc? Sweet Havoc, you're crashing out? Take it easy, baby doll. You'll be all right. He's a statey in Massachusetts. Yeah. He's a state trooper. In California, we call them California Highway Patrol, but they're troopers. They're just troopers. The troopers are dangerous, man. They're big. They got way more money. They're way more corrupt. They got more money. They're bigger. They're scarier. Sheriffs are also sheriffs. Holy shit. Usually the PD, though more violent, are usually a little bit cooler, but it depends, man. You can be in LA, the LAPD. Holy shit. Look out for them. They invented the SWAT team. They love killing people. They love killing people, the LAPD. Love it. Liberals, they run the police, and the LAPD is so liberal. Liberals, chips, not chirps. Yeah, the chips. Where's my stupid? Does anyone remember the Chips TV show? Frank Poncherello and John Baker. I loved that show when I was a kid. I loved that show, Chips. Highway Patrol, always going on fucking adventures on motorcycles and shit. I loved Chips. When I was a kid, I had really bad asthma as a kid, so I had to stay home sometimes. I couldn't always go to school, and I'd stay home. I'd watch Chips. It always came on at noon. It always came on at 12 noon. Chips, because it was pretty old. It was before my time, but I watched every episode. I bet I've seen every episode of Chips. I love that fucking show. Plus, I used to get suspended from school a lot. I got kicked out of a couple schools. I was always a troublemaker,
It's on our WCBB website and mobile.
And I'd stay home and watch Chips. Oh, you're gonna suspend me? Great. I'm gonna stay home and watch Chips. Fuck you.
Now to a home in Bellevue being marked as a serious problem. We're talking concerns of underage drinking, assaults, and other issues. This morning, the rental home off Southeast 44th Place was searched, and one person was arrested as part of an ongoing human trafficking investigation.
Human trafficking? No. At the OnlyFans house. Man, this is the thing about pornography, dude. I feel like so much of it is a crime scene. Do you remember a while back, like Pornhub had that huge scandal where people were posting stuff that they were just crimes. They were just evidence of crimes, sex crimes. And people are putting that shit online. And OnlyFans, like with the Tate brothers and stuff, those guys are committing crimes. They're doing human trafficking. They're forcing a lot of these girls to be on OnlyFans. And I don't know how that all works. Like, do you pay per? I don't know how that all works. I don't know how the money part works. But OnlyFans, a lot of it's just human trafficking. That's all it is. People like the Tate brothers. That's your area? What, OnlyFans money? That's your area, virtual reality me? No, I'm just joking. You live in that area where the OnlyFans house is? Man, it's weird.
The department says it has received several complaints from neighbors about parties. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling is live now with those details on the police raid at the house this morning. Jennifer?
Good evening, Sabira. Neighbors tell me that they watched from afar as a drone flew over the property by law enforcement, and they also made that arrest. Police say that the renters told them that they were throwing OnlyFans parties at the house, but investigators believe it was also serving as a backdrop for human trafficking.
What's an OnlyFans party? What's an OnlyFans party?
I've seen with my own eyes underage drinking and drug use and just huge throngs of kids at these parties.
This neighbor who wanted to remain anonymous says parties at this large home in Bellevue have drawn crowds of hundreds of people a night.
They are advertising
Starbucks right there.
with sophisticated.
They're in Seattle. Everyone's sitting there drinking Starbucks in Seattle.
Social media models. They're charging tickets in advance for admission to the parties, so it's open to the public.
She said she was relieved when she heard police drones circling.
I was relieved when I heard the police drones. Oh, fuck.
Early this morning,
I could hear the loudspeakers asking them to come out with their hands up.
Neighbors like her say they've been calling in complaints to 911 and law enforcement for weeks about the parties.
The renters of this house identified this house as, quote, an OnlyFans house. This is a house that they were using to bring in individuals to perform for OnlyFans, as well as inviting strangers into the home.
Following an investigation, police determined that there was the possibility that human trafficking was happening that included underage kids.
It's not illegal to have a house where you host parties, certainly. But again, what we're talking about is not that. What we're talking about is people that are being coerced into doing things that they don't want to do. And at that point, that becomes human trafficking, and that's where we're going to get involved.
Oh my God, Sweet Havoc, are you really this stupid? Are you serious to say that communism and socialism has killed hundreds of millions of people? Communism and socialism killed hundreds of million people. Capitalism kills hundreds of millions. Capitalism, all the fucking cancers are caused by capitalism. Just count all the cancers. We talked about cancer earlier. The glyphosate thing, killing all these people, that's all capitalism. Socialism gives people medicine. God damn it. You don't even know what socialism is. It's just so painful to listen to these morons. It's like I'm convinced, Sweet Havoc, like you watch this show a lot. You must be like 12 or 13 because your cognitive capacity is so minuscule and limited that I just think that you must be just a little kid. I just don't believe that you're a grown up.
Despite the arrest, neighbors say they're still concerned because of what someone at the home said following the police search.
That they were going to have the biggest party yet on Friday as they walked by us. So we're not done.
I can tell you that if anything is planned at this house, the Bellevue Police Department will be stationing officers outside and will be enforcing the law with zero tolerance.
What's the law? Throwing parties? They're not allowed to throw parties? What law are they breaking? I don't get what law they're breaking. As they said, we think that there's human trafficking going on because it's an OnlyFans house. We think there's young people here. But if they throw a party and everyone's over 21, what are the cops going to do? You're allowed to throw parties in America, right?
Police and neighbors have said that the landlord did indicate that they had started some sort of eviction proceedings against the renters. However, neighbors say they will believe it when they see it. They are unsure that this will actually happen. I did reach out to a phone number associated with the property, and I'm waiting to hear back. Reporting live in Bellevue, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
They're dead serious. They believe in that stupid shit. I know. Because they're dumb. A bunch of prude lames. I think they got underage girls in there. Like I don't know what. Are you sure? Because did anybody get arrested for underage anything? Like what? I don't know what. They shut down a party. It's an OnlyFans party. Is that what? Look, don't throw any parties in America anymore. People are going to say there's underage girls there and that you're throwing an underage OnlyFans party. It's the OnlyFans house because they got women there. Don't have any women over. They're throwing little house parties. I think they think that because they would have underage if they were there in their party. I think that's what it is. Exactly. Exactly right. Yes. It's not their house. They rent it and their stipulations, no parties. Well, then why don't they can evict them. That's not a case for the police. You can evict people if they're not with the lease. You don't call the cops and say, hey, they're breaking my lease. You evict them. You're breaking the fucking lease. That's not a criminal proceeding.
Oh, Joe has a question. Like you couldn't ask it later?
Who do you love most in the whole world?
Who do you love most in the whole world? Aw, that's sweet. The old man's asking old Jill, Dr. Jill. She crashes Jill Biden's book tour. I mean, it's his wife. Can you crash your wife's book? What the fuck?
Whoopi.
My book, which comes out
Whoopi. She says whoopee.
in September. Read
Do
it.
I have to remind them this is my event?
I don't know. I think it's kind of cute. Just an old man, former president, doing cutesy shit with his wife. Not a fan of Joe Biden. I've always hated Joe Biden, but I mean, like, silly old man making a joke about his wife on a book tour. It's probably now more people are probably going to buy her book because of that.
Well, an awkward
awkward exchange there between Joe and Jill Biden during the former First Lady's book talk with moderator Whoopi Goldberg on Tuesday, with the 83-year-old former president wandering up to the front of the stage to ask his wife who she loves the most in the world.
Keep saying his age, because Donald Trump is 80. Donald Trump is 80. In a few days. Donald Trump turns 80. Keep saying Joe Biden's 83.
Which she answered Whoopi. Before giving him what he wanted, that she loved Joe the most in the world. Now, Dr. Jill is admitting the 46th president was slowing down and stuttering more during his time in the Oval Office.
We all know that.
Jill pushing him to run for re-election and not upset her grip on power. Joining me now is New York Congresswoman.
This grip on power. Look out for this grip on power. Maria Bartiromo's gonna Bartiromo.
Who wrote that song? I think it was like, did Johnny Rotten write a song about her? I don't know. It was some, or no, one of the Ramones wrote. Which punk rocker wrote a song about Maria Bartiromo? Joey Ramone. It was Joey Ramone wrote a song, Maria Bartiromo. I love that Bartiromo, but Fox News, whoever posted that, this is posted by Fox News, they spelt her name wrong in the title. I always love it when they do that, because whenever I make mistakes, I beat myself up about it. And look at this. Can you see it says Maria Bartiromo? This is disgusting. I like it when people make mistakes because it makes me feel better about my mistakes. Batharumo. I mean, he wrote a song called Maria Bartiromo in 2002. After he died, it came out, Don't Worry About Me. It features lyrics nodding to her CNBC broadcast, like, what's happening on Squawk Box, what's happening with my stocks. The two struck up an unlikely friendship after the rocker regularly emailed her for tech stock and investing advice. The Joey Ramone wrote a song about Bartiromo.
Claudia Tenney, who sits on the House Intelligence Committee and the House Ways and Means Committee. Great to see you, Congressman. Thank you so much for being here. Your reaction to Jill Biden now trying to set the record straight.
Well, thank you, Maria. That was a very loving exchange. In other words, get out of the way, Joe. It's my time now. We got what we needed out of you. You became the president. Now I'm going to sell my book. So a modern American senior love story, I guess.
Not.
Yeah, I saw that you...
Oh, wow. She told that joke really well. Hold on. I want to do that again. She said not.
Now I'm going to sell my book. So a modern American senior love story, I guess.
Yeah.
Not. I haven't heard one of those jokes since the 1990s. Great. Said Borat. Not. Borat did that joke. It was great. Imagine if Joe Biden sold Teslas on the White House lawn. Imagine if Joe Biden did a UFC octagon on the White House lawn and then joked about keeping it there forever.
I saw that you posted about it, so I raise it. But what's your take on what's going on going into the midterm elections? We want to put a focus on what we've learned in these primary elections and what it tells us about the upcoming midterms this morning.
Yeah, very interesting results all across the country. Of course, New York's primary is coming up. But Maria, I started the Election Integrity Caucus in 2021.
I want to say thank you to everybody here. Thank you, everybody here. Thank you for watching the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, the Morning Sky Show. This is the #1 news reaction show in the history of YouTube, and I really appreciate you guys all being here. This has started the 3rd hour of the show. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hyping the show. Thank you so much. Let's check in. I want to just check very quickly the poll, the YouTube poll. I got to see it because I know that it must be doing well. I want to see it. How are we doing on the poll? Okay. The poll says 53% Hannity. You think Hannity is going to bail on Donald Trump? 53% say Hannity before Gutfeld? Maybe you're right. Jesse Waters is never going to bail on him, right? Waters is too gay for him. But Hannity might bail on him, huh? Not bad. How about this? Which joke public? Let's go, Jeffrey. Who's going to be on the Epstein on the new Kushner Island? Kushner Island is next. The Kushner Island is happening. We got the Epstein Island. Now we're going to have the Kushner Island. It's so great over in Albania. Good times had by all. Thank you all for being here. The next poll, we should say which Trump friend will defect next. Because Megyn Kelly said that it was RFK Jr., RFKJ. But I think Rubio. Let's see. Rubio. But we never know. Maybe Lutnickers. And who's the other one? Hegseth. Who will get fired next? Just say who will leave next. It says defect, but let me say leave next because it could be not their choice. So here you go. Hegseth, Keg's breath. Is it RFK Jr.? Who's going to leave next? RFK Jr., Rubio, Lutnickers, or Hegseth? I don't know. A lot of people are saying RFK Jr. You guys think RFK? Oh, it's tied. RFK. You guys are saying RFK. I think RFK too. Megyn Kelly says RFK Jr. is next on the block. I was thinking maybe Hegseth because he's a fucking failure and we're losing the war in Iran. He needs to blame somebody. But you guys, it looks like you guys are thinking RFK.
Does anyone else in America feel like you're waking up every single day to realizing that your entire life has been a complete scam and a lie?
How is everyone struggling at the same time right now? Like, I'm looking around and it's not just one group of people. It's people with degrees. It's people with jobs. It's people doing everything that they're supposed to be doing and still barely getting by.
Welcome to America. We keep your nose clean. Don't do any drugs. Make sure you don't get in trouble with the police. Go to college, then also get married, and everything will be A-okay. America, you'll do better than your parents. We promise.
So it's like, at what point do we stop acting like this is an individual problem and admit that something is just not working anymore?
You're going to admit that the system's the problem? It's not an individual failure, but a failure of the system? You mean that you can't blame people for being poor or homeless? Then how will we live if we can't blame the homeless guy for being homeless? How will we live if we can't blame the alcoholic for touching alcohol? How will we live if we can't blame the child molester for doing child molestation? Wait a second. Maybe that one we should.
More.
We pay taxes on the money that we earned. Then we pay taxes on the things that we buy. Plus we pay taxes on the streets and the roads and the schools and everything else in the world.
It's taxes that are the problem. Well, you know what's funny about taxes? If you want to tax me, then I want something back for it. But you're not giving me anything back for it. I get nothing. The federal government takes money from me and I get fuck all, except for wars in Iran. Great. We all asked you, hey, go ahead and take my money. I want healthcare, please. No, we're going to go to war with Iran, a place that has a constitutional right for healthcare. Do you know that in Iran, in their constitution, you have a constitutional right for healthcare? In the constitution? Like in their constitution? Is that Sharia law?
Then we pay taxes for the things that we own long term, like your car and your house and whatever, property taxes, blah, blah, blah. Please tell me why it is tax season and we owe a couple $1,000s. Please tell me why. So
tell me why. I owe a couple dollars. I owe $2,000. It's true. I owe so much money on. Why do I owe so much money? I'm poor. And I owe all this goddamn money? I owe the government a lot of money. I owe the government more money than anybody else. And yet, I don't get shit. I don't even have health insurance.
But then you get a little side job or two, in my case too, and you owe more taxes on that. And then you...
Is this woman driving? Someone else drive? Is someone sitting there next to her like... Is that what's happening? What's happening here?
And you're not even making much more money, so it's not even like you're in a higher tax bracket. But let's say you made $2,000 little extra dollars that year, and then you owe like half of that in taxes. Please tell me how anybody's supposed to get ahead. You're not. The answer is that you're not. This is ridiculous, and I'm so done with it. I'm a little heated, yes, because how do we owe a couple $1,000s in taxes? We're broke.
What do you mean I paid a credit card down to zero finally, and I get an email today that my credit score has decreased?
Because you're not carrying any credit. You have a bad credit score because you're not carrying any credit. You got to carry a credit. You got to always be about 30% in debt. It's true. You don't pay off all your credit cards because then no one will want to give you money. Don't pay off all your credit cards. Get to the point where you're only paying a little bit. Don't pay them off completely. Don't do it. Or pay them off, but you got to use them constantly. Use them for everything and just pay them off every month. That's good. That'll help. But don't pay them off and leave them on the table. They hate that. They're going to give you a bad score if you do that shit.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
My husband and I decided we were done with insurance, health insurance, so we just opted out. And our premium was going to go up $500 a month for a family of 4. But anyway, we're like, screw this. We'll just pay cash. I just had a mammogram. And what they charge your insurance,
Mammogram. Don't get a mammogram. You're not allowed to get mammograms. What, are you fucking got cancer? No, you don't want to know about your cancer. You got a lump? You don't need a mammogram. 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 Like a telegram?
a letter that was like, oh, your estimated cost is $800. And I'm like, cheaper than what we were paying for our monthly premium. So I'll deal with it. And I get in here and they were like, oh, this is what the cost of the mammogram is, $1,500. But since you're no insurance, we are charging you $95. But since you're paying cash, you are only charged $75.
Yeah. You ever done that? I've done that. I remember I went to the fucking, man, last time I had an employer, last time I wasn't self-employed, the employer forgot to pay my insurance for 3 months. And I went to the doctor. I had an accident, and I went to the doctor. My foot was fucked up. And I went to the urgent care, and I was like, yeah, here's my insurance. They're like, no, insurance, you don't have insurance. And I went, what the fuck? So I called my employer, and HR was like, yeah, we fucked up. But if you pay all the back premium for the last 3 months, and that's going to be like over a few $1,000s or something, then we'll give you insurance for this urgent care visit. And I was like, hold on a second. You're telling me I got to pay, it's a couple $1,000s for my premium so that I can get this service for free. And I'm like looking at, I was in the office and I'm in urgent care. And I'm like, well, how much is it going to cost me for my visit? They're like, oh yeah, like $250. So I said, fuck it, give me the $250. And then afterwards, because I was no insurance, they said, okay, well, you need medicine, like a painkiller thing. And I was like, okay, well, I don't have insurance. So that's like, okay, we got a coupon that you're going to bring to the CVS. Here's your coupon. And I got this like $100 drug for like $5. Why should I have insurance at all? Fuck insurance. Remember those guys on Jackass, they never had insurance. They had all those accidents where they're breaking their wrists and stuff like that. They just went to the hospital like, fuck it. Just what do I owe you? Put it on my tab.
And I'm just like, insurance is a scam. It's a scam. Same thing with my, with insurance, my primary care physician, I would get a bill and I would end up having to pay $175 for every visit that's with insurance. So I'm paying my monthly premium. And then as a cash patient, it's $95. I'm so sick of American healthcare.
All right, let me say this clearly.
I love that Americans are starting to wake up to this. I hope more people make content like this. I hope they do. Because what the hell? What is going on here? Capitalism works like a charm. Yes. It works for some people, huh? It works for some people. How come it doesn't work for me? It's working for somebody, I guess. I don't know. Some people are having a good time.
What's happening right now isn't about one video, one scandal, or one state. It's about why people don't trust anything anymore. Because every single time that something gets exposed, and I don't care if it's daycare funding, disaster relief, COVID money, corporate bailouts, or political favors, the reaction is always the same. First, people notice something doesn't add up. The math doesn't match. The story doesn't line up. Then they ask.
And then you ask why, and then they kill you.
Questions. And instead of answers, they get told to calm down. They get told that they're misinformed. They get told that they're being divisive for even asking. That's when truth dies.
Aid to Israel, though. Hey, aid to Israel. You know that Israel has health care. Let's find out if it's a constitutional right to health care. I want to know. I don't know. They have health care. In Israel, do they have a constitutional right to health care? Yes, they have universal health care. Every citizen and permanent resident has a legally guaranteed right to health care services based on the National Health Insurance Law of 1995. While Israel does not have a single formal constitution, its 1995 law essentially functions as the country's constitutional guarantee for health care. So they have a constitutional guaranteed basket. The law requires all providers to offer a standardized comprehensive health basket covering doctor visits, hospitalizations, surgeries, and prescription medication. Israel has universal health care. Those dirty socialists over in Israel. I don't know who pays for it. Let's find out how much it costs. How much does the health insurance cost Israel and their taxpayers? How much money does it cost at the end of the day? Let's find out how much money it's costing Israel. It costs annually 40 billion USD. It's 7% of its gross domestic product. 7%. Wow. $40 billion. Not bad. That means they're getting some really good fucking healthcare. And how much? $40 billion every year. Let's find out. How much money does the United States send to Israel every year? We send $38 billion memorandum, a baseline of $3.8 billion per year in military aid. This annual allocation is guaranteed under a 10-year, $38 billion memorandum understanding that spans from 2019 to 2028. But as of October 2023, America has provided an estimated of $21.7 billion of military aid, which is well over the typical $3.8 billion baseline. So with U.S. committing roughly $12.5 billion in supplemental and baseline allocations for single high conflict fiscal period. So at a minimum, it's $3.8 billion just in American aid to Israel. Cool. So we're paying for their healthcare. I love it. I love it. That's great. They get healthcare. I get to pay for their healthcare. Super cool. You know, Iraq used to have does Iraq have a constitutional right to healthcare? Yes, Iraq explicitly guarantees the right to healthcare in its constitution. Under Article 31 in their constitutional articles, every citizen has the right to healthcare. It establishes that the state is responsible for maintaining public health and providing preventive and curative measures by establishing hospitals in the public health institutions. There you go. Right to health in Iraq. Guess who paid for that? Guess who set all that up?
Not because people are stupid, but because they're being talked to like they are. What pisses people off isn't that fraud exists. What pisses people off is watching billions disappear, watching nobody get held accountable, and then being told that they're the problem for noticing. Because look around. You know, people are working more than ever, paying more than ever, and getting less in return. Healthcare is a joke. Housing is insane. Childcare is unaffordable. Food costs more every single month. But somehow there's always unlimited money for programs that nobody can explain. And when somebody points that out, the conversation immediately shifts away from answers and straight to shame. That's not leadership. That's damage control. And here's the part that nobody really wants to admit. This isn't a political problem anymore. It's a trust problem. When citizens feel like they have to question everything and it gets spun, dismissed, or reframed, they stop.
Yeah, Robert Boyd. I already went into Israel. Israel spends $40 billion a year on healthcare. Every man, woman, and child has health insurance and guaranteed in their constitution. They don't really have a constitution, but they have a guaranteed since 1995 guaranteed healthcare in Israel, paid for by you and me. It's rad.
Not believing anything that they're told, not because they want chaos, but because honesty has disappeared. And until accountability becomes louder than excuses, this anger isn't going anywhere. People aren't radical anymore. They're just awake.
So I did a piece yesterday on the crisis of trust in America. Did you?
Or are they woke? They're awake, or are they woke? Because this is what woke means, right? Woke means aware of the systemic injustices of our system. And now everyone's awake. People are starting to wake up. Maybe that's the silver lining of the Trump era, is that people will wake up and see, holy shit, we are really fucked.
You know that 50 years ago, over 80% of Americans trusted the federal government. And today, that number is under 20%. Not only is it under 20% for the government, it's under 20% for law enforcement. It's under 20% for our institutions. It's under 20% for our corporations, even our neighbors. Yeah. And that's because we live in a world today where everyone lies with impunity. In the social media space, it's almost like a lot of influencers think that they're in the middle of some political campaign where they're campaigning against other influencers. I don't know what they're trying to win, but they just make it like they're like children. They just make up stuff, I guess for clicks. I don't know. But it really highlights the true character of individuals today. or I should say the lack thereof. The reason it's not going to stop is because those people are rewarded for it. Yeah, it's crazy. Lying is a profit center. Lying has become a profit center that is more important than dignity or character or morality.
Could it be because our president's a lying piece of shit? Is that maybe that since the fish starts stinking from the head, the reason why America's turning into a shit show is because the guys at the top are always pieces of shit. Every president is a piece of shit, and they keep on getting to be a stinkier piece of shit. With every president, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It doesn't ever get better. Every president is worse than the last.
In America today, you can't afford a home. You can't find an affordable rent.
Like Donald Trump's even worse than himself. He's outdoing himself from the last time. He was a shitty president the first time around, and then Biden was shit, and then we got even a shittier guy. Now we got another shittier guy, even shittier than the last time.
Rental. Wages haven't kept up in 20 years. Utilities are through the roof. Insurance is becoming impossible. And now it's becoming illegal to survive without any of those things. Not illegal to steal, not illegal to harm, not illegal to scam somebody out of their savings, mind you.
Buy a Melania coin.
Illegal to sleep in the only shelter you still have. Your vehicle, your van, your truck, or your RV. We've entered the next chapter of the affordability crisis.
I mean, if you make it illegal for people to sleep in their cars, where will they sleep when the depression happens? Like, I don't know, man. I'm so stoked. I'm leaving California, and I'm leaving for lots of different reasons. But the number one reason is that I'm sick of struggling. I just want to do my thing. I want the government to leave me alone. I want to buy my own house and pay for it, have it all paid for. And so that the worst thing that could happen is the tax man comes after me. And usually for taxes, they're not going to evict you. They put you on a payment plan, and you just keep paying them what you can. Even if you fuck up your taxes, or if you fuck up your HOA, they don't usually come after you and kick you out. They just put a lien on your house. And when you sell it, you got to pay them. Like they have ways to screw you, but it's harder to get you out when you own. I don't want to live in my car when the depression happens, man. When we get another Great Depression, I don't want to fucking live in that CRV. Although the CRV is pretty comfortable to sleep in. It's pretty comfortable. Where will they sleep if sleeping in their cars is legal? I've heard debtor's prison. Oh, fuck. That's what's going to happen, right? In the streets to get scooped up by the brown shirts. Yeah, they'll sleep in concentration camps. That's right. Yeah. And the private corporations will get paid. They'll get our tax dollars. GEO and the other one. I always forget the other one's name. What's the other one? Smoking Blondie told me what was the other one. I forget. Do get an HOA home, my man. I mean, everything's an HOA home. What do you mean? It's like everything's an HOA now. Honda, the power of dreams. It's gonna power of dreams because I'm sleeping in my Honda. The Honda, the powered by dreams because I'm sleeping in the Honda. That's what they mean. It's so great. Powered by dreams and fucking sleeping in it.
Where being poor isn't just difficult.
And don't forget, like in the last Great Depression, that's what people did. All they had was a car. That's the only thing they had paid off. So when they came and took people's farms and shit, they went and moved into the car and they slept in the road. If they were lucky enough to have a car.
Becoming criminal. Surviving. Let's be blunt. The system didn't collapse by accident. Housing didn't become unaffordable by coincidence. People didn't suddenly become irresponsible or lazy all at once. And now, cities aren't battling homelessness. They're battling the visible presence of the homeless. They don't want to solve it. They want to hide it. And the easiest...
Dude, Melania coin went down to 2 cents. God damn it. Oh, it's at 7. It's at 0.0 cents. It's at 7 cents, 7.5 cents. Well, Melania coin's going to go to the moon. Okay. Melania coin's going up, everybody. Buy Melania coin. It's the greatest investment. It's not a pump. It's not a scam. Donald Trump would never scam you. Think of the health insurance company CEO, Scott. Oh, I think about him a lot. I think about them all the time, actually. I'm always thinking about them.
Way to hide it is to make it illegal to exist without paying someone for permission. If you sleep in the wrong place, crime. If you park too long, crime. If your vehicle looks lived in, crime. If you try to survive outside the system, crime. You're allowed to be broke. You're just not allowed to look broke.
The new American dream is to leave. And I'm not just talking about
How will they afford that new yacht? You're right. Damn it, you're right. The GEO, it's so funny. There used to be a car called the Geo. Now when you would live in a Geo, it's a prison. It's a concentration camp.
living abroad and earning American dollars and taking advantage of the exchange rates. I'm just talking about
like this is what Hitler did, right? If you were in the street, if you couldn't afford anything, they called you asocial and they stuck you in a fucking concentration camp. That's what they did. They called them asocial, asocial. They were asocial. Put them in the camp.
living a life of dignity at this point. I mean, where else in the world is anyone paying this much for healthcare? Where else in the world is anyone eating wheat they can't digest and it's wrecking their gut? Where else in the world do you live to work, not just work to live? Look, moving abroad isn't for everybody. I'm not forcing my ideas on anybody. A lot of people in my comments come at me and they're like, well, just leave, or why do you hate America? I've never once bashed America, okay? I just ask questions and I say, hey, I've been somewhere else in the world where they do it this way. That might be a little bit better than the way we do it here. And if asking questions...
They hate that shit. They don't want you. That's why they don't want you traveling. Do you know that more people, when they go on a trip outside the country, more people quit their jobs than that is a bigger thing. Because when you leave the country, you get out of your headspace and people make big decisions when they come back. Travel fucks with your brain, and then you leave and you're like, man, that was fucked up what's happening back home. And then you go home and you quit your job. It's like there's all sorts of statistics that show that actually travel makes you doubt your boss. You hate your boss. It makes you want to say, go fuck yourself to your boss. Drinking too, by the way. They want you on caffeine. They want you on uppers. They don't want you thinking about saying F you to your boss and leaving. They don't want you thinking about that shit. That's why they don't want you traveling. They don't want you getting any crazy ideas. Don't get any crazy ideas. Like this guy saying, oh, people call me crazy because I'm saying, hey, I've been to these other countries. They do it differently. Okay, crazy person.
Is wrong. Well, I guess I am living in the wrong country. Nowhere is a utopia. And life can be a struggle everywhere. But it's at least worth trying and giving it a shot than just staying in the same place your entire life and never knowing.
So I really agree with what this guy is saying. You need to be able to ask questions, and you should be asking questions about...
Yeah, question authority. Don't believe the fucking government's coming to save you. They're not. They're not coming to save you.
What is going on in this country? Let's talk about what he mentioned.
Let's get to know your neighbors. I tell you what, yesterday, man, I was going through a thing because I never done an open house before. And honestly, when my mom died, I really dreaded the idea of everyone coming into the house and like picking through shit like Scrooge at the end of A Christmas Carol, and when the Ghost of Christmas Future shows Scrooge, like all the people picking through his shit and like looking at stuff and wanting to sell. So I was just fucking dreaded that. I just thought it was so, I hate that scene. It's so powerful. It's more powerful than like they see Tiny Tim's grave and everything. It always in the play, because in the play of Christmas Carol, they show like they're like kind of like vulture gypsies or something. I don't know who they are really, but they're just like street people digging through their shit. And I always just like I remember like the day my mom died, I was just thinking, oh fuck, that's what's gonna happen, man. It's the worst. And I put it off for as long as I could. And yesterday I did an open house, and it kind of brought me back to this idea of people like walking through the house with their shoes on and being like, I don't know about this. Just like criticizing everything. And I'll just hate it. I hate it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go get drunk. I'm going to go to the bar. And my next door neighbor, they're Trumpsters, man. They voted for Trump. And they're like, where are you drinking? Because they know I was having an open house. Obviously, they're next door neighbors. I said, I'm down here at the brewery, just down the street. It's like a couple blocks away. And they said, we'll be right there. And they hung out with me, and we talked and we shot the shit. It was nice, you know. It's just like I didn't feel so alone. I felt a lot better. I had my neighbors with me. You know, even though we're different, there was some solidarity there. We have disagreements. We're neighbors. But we have some solidarity. They understand I'm going through some shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You need to look out for your neighbors, even if they are Trump fucks. Like they're, you know, because they're the ones that are going to be there for you when you're freaking out about something shitty happening to you. Get to know your neighbors, people.
In healthcare, why is it that healthcare is so unaffordable here? It's like you cannot afford to get sick. Healthcare is so expensive. It's astronomical. Other countries, and I get it, they have, you know, taxes that you pay that will help offset the cost of healthcare or even needing to pay for healthcare. There's different ways that different countries work this out. But in America, you would think with how advanced we are, healthcare wouldn't be so expensive.
Advanced. We're so advanced. This is the fucking mindset of Americans. That's why the border is so important to Americans. Americans think that we're advanced because the people on the other side of the border are inferior. The people anyone outside of America is inferior, and we're so advanced. Yes. We're the leaders of thought in America. We are the leaders of philosophy. Can you name one American philosopher? In the chat, please. Can you name one? Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Can you name one American philosopher?
Yet it is. And here's the thing, too, with that. Even with it being so expensive, you still have high, crazy deductibles to pay. So you have high premiums, high deductibles, and you can't it's like you can't afford it. You can't afford it. Who has an extra $500 to $700, $800, $900 every month to put towards healthcare? It is crazy. We should not have to pay so much for healthcare. We absolutely should not have to pay so much for healthcare in this country. That is absurd. Then let's go ahead and talk about the quality of our food here. You know, again, you would think that America is so advanced. It's like it's so advanced. It's too advanced for its own good that we've put so many bad.
Yeah, okay, they suck at voting. You're totally right. But you know, they know I'm fucking extreme. And I'm like, they know that I'm vegan. I'm all about liberation. I believe in freedom. I'm super against slavery, and I hate Democrats and Republicans, and they like that. I think a lot of MAGers, they did think that Donald Trump was going to be this different, like, maverick. He's going to change shit. He's not going to start endless wars. He's not going to steal from us. He's not going to. But it turns out he's actually far worse. He's just a fucking con man. But they got conned. So when I talk to Republicans all the time, and they agree with me on like almost everything. So I mean, like, I don't know. It's funny because in the chat you always see MAGers come in because they're like, Donald Trump, like they're always jerking off about this guy. But those are just internet people. Most people that are like Trump supporters, you know, they're actually not. They just don't know shit, and they are just they hate the government, and I hate the government. So, you know,
things into our food system. Why is it, like he said, that wheat causes so much problems with our gut that it's contributing to so many different ailments? And it's not just wheat. I'm not going to only pick on wheat. There's a lot of things, from processed foods, what they put into these foods, to the pesticides and herbicides, everything that they're using.
How am I talking crap about? I'm talking about. You know, I do talk crap about people who and going to a bar with them and just enjoying time, no politics, just having fun. Yeah. Actually, we did talk politics. I always talk politics. What the fuck you mean? I talk politics everywhere I go. So, and they like it because they're not a bunch of fucking cultists. By the way, like the California MAGers a little different too. A lot of them are just like, I like him because I love the cops and I think that I should pay lower taxes. I pay too many taxes in California already. And so they think Republicans are a good idea. And they're not even real MAGers. They're just like California conservatives. They're not quite so Nazi-ish like at least over here on the coast. They're not quite so Nazi-ish like a Tennessee MAGer, you know, or these internet MAGers.
To grow the produce that you see on the shelves. So why does it have to be that way? And in fact, you know, it didn't used to be so many years ago when people had more agency over the food that they would eat because people actually owned land. People would own land and they would cultivate their own food, at least supplement a whole lot of the food.
Like, see what she's saying? She's talking about like trying to supplement your food by trying to have some kind of growing, and you could do co-ops. There's community gardens you can do. Like, I wish I could have some land and like build a greenhouse. I think that'd be so fucking cool. Like growing my own vegetables in the greenhouse. I'd love that. God, I would love that shit. I don't know if I could, but it's just me. Maybe I could grow enough just for me if I had a big enough greenhouse. Maybe.
That they eat, they would grow it on their land, or they would barter and trade with neighbors. And, you know, not too long ago, back in the 50s and 60s, people were selling off the family
She's talking about anarchism is what she just described.
land. They were giving up all of the land and acreage that they had, the way that they were able to sustain themselves. and provide generational wealth to their family members, they were trading that up to be able to move into cities and move towards this new American way, the new American dream, where you are a part of the society, you're part of the city, and you don't need to grow your own food anymore. You can go to the grocery store, you can go to other retail outlets. That was what was being encouraged to everybody, and people were selling off their land. So now fast forward, here we are.
Well, it wasn't quite that easy. People just deciding to go to cities. People were losing their land. They were deciding to sell off their land. They were losing it because the fucking economy taking a shit, and they were trying to consolidate. They intentionally were pricing people out, so people were losing their land. And if you were a young person, all of a sudden you don't have any land. What are you going to do? You're going to go to the city so you can work and you can try to make enough money and get laid. That's what people did. It wasn't like, oh, they decided to sell all their land because they thought that cities were so great. That's not what happened. They got fucked. And then in order to get laid and have a little safety and actually live, rest their head someplace, they moved to cities so that they can go work for some industrial asshole. And they worked to where they moved to the factory farm. They moved to the factory warehouses and shit. They swept floors. They did anything they could to make a living. And now, and then, then the cities fell apart and then they built suburbs, but that's a whole other thing.
Are where people don't even know how to grow a tomato anymore. We are in this society that we are completely dependent upon the food system, and it is very fragile.
Do people know how to
remember?
Hold on. You guys don't know how to grow tomatoes? You know how to grow tomatoes, right? Did anybody even say one American philosopher? Even one? Not one. Not one.
Stores only have about 3 days worth of food on the shelves. If something happens with the supply chain and logistics, then what?
Not
most
one.
People are not prepared.
You guys don't even have not one. I didn't even see one. Yeah, cities is where the jobs are. Exactly. Bingo. It's also where the ladies at. I mean, that's the other thing. Don't forget, like, Americans, human beings just like being around each other because we feel safe and we get laid. Like, that's that's why we hung out in the caves together,
with food stockpiled in their home. And when I say stockpiled, I don't mean some, crazy hoarder's room or anything like that. I just mean having.
Chomsky's not bad. Technically a linguist, not a philosopher, but I guess Chomsky's a philosopher, I guess. Yeah. I'm thinking Tom Reagan. That's the first person that comes to my mind. Tom Reagan, American philosopher.
Food put away for X amount of time to be able to sustain you and your family. That's another thing that people used to do.
Hey, now we're talking. Henry David Thoreau. Now that's a fucking philosopher. I like that. I guess Emma Goldman, but she's technically not. Well, she wasn't born in America, but she was right. She wrote all her stuff in America. But Ayn Rand, it's an American philosopher. You like Ayn Rand?
Hey, I'm talking again, not that long ago. The 50s and so on, people would provide for themselves.
Although Ayn Rand, I don't think she was born in America either, but she was American. Like, was Ayn Rand born in America? Where was she born? No, she's born in St. Petersburg, Russia. Yeah. But Alisa Zinovyina Rosenbaum, she grew up in Russia and witnessed the Russian Revolution before ultimately escaping in 1926. So she was 21 when she came to America, 21 years old. Where was Emma Goldman born? Lithuania, yeah, another Russian empire. She was born in 1869. Yeah, I don't know if we can count them as American philosophers because they lived in their up until their 20s in the Russian Empire. But I don't know. I think Ayn Rand counts. I don't know.
Took a lot of responsibility for their families. So we're not doing that anymore as a majority. So besides food, the culture of living to work. How true is that? You go to work all day, every day, and you basically work your life away. And you have to beg for some vacation time. You hope that you can use that sick time without being frowned upon. And you hope that you just don't get let go because there's layoffs going on. And they hope that they're not
Where was Bell Hooks born? Shit, now I'm thinking about all these philosophers in my head. I shouldn't have asked this question. Where was Bell Hooks born? Kentucky. All right, we got one. She was born Gloria Jean Watkins, but she changed her name to Bell Hooks and grew up in the segregated city, and her early experience were profoundly influenced her later work as a scholar. Bell Hooks. I think Bell Hooks is a great American philosopher. There you go.
go too early before hitting that retirement milestone. That way the company doesn't have to pay out all the benefits. It's another problem that's taking place. it's really harsh here. Other countries are not like that. You know, it's not every country that operates the way we do here in the United States. And there are other ways. There absolutely are other ways. And more people are seriously looking at leaving the United States. It's a trend that's been happening, especially since 2020, with the rise of remote work and people being able to just kind of leave and explore other areas of the world while still working, but not having to be tied to a cubicle or four walls. Like he said, you need to be able to ask these type of questions. If these questions make you uncomfortable, I don't know what to say. You need to be able to ask questions about where you live. Not everywhere is going to be perfect forever.
Cheech and Chong. Not everywhere is going to be perfect, not forever, but ever. No place is perfect. That's why we got to always work for a better tomorrow. But if you keep thinking that some superhero is going to save you, or that the Democrats are coming to save the day, you're never going to work on what you need to do right now. That's why they constantly sell us nostalgia. Like the He-Man movie came out, and I don't want to watch it. And it's not because I hate He-Man or I don't like that they made a He-Man movie or whatever. Because I grew up when I was little, man, I fucking loved He-Man when I was a kid, you know? I remember in the bathtub playing with like the action figures, like making them fight and stuff. But I don't want to watch it because nostalgia keeps people from thinking about the future. It keeps people from doing what they need to do today to build something for tomorrow. And that is something we need to get out of the habit. Hollywood, the machine is going to try to sell you more nostalgia. It's constant. They make a new Tron movie. They make a new Star Wars movie. Like right now, there's a Star Wars movie and a He-Man movie. It's like my childhood wish that they would make more of this shit. But it's 40 years too late. Like, why are you reminding me about the shit that I remember the good old days when you were a little kid playing with little action figures? Remember the good old days? Don't worry about what's happening right now. Don't worry about what's happening tomorrow. The good old days. You don't need to work on anything. Do what you need right now.
Nowhere. And the United States has been a place that people have been wanting to move to for years. My family migrated here to the United States because of the opportunity. But now things are changing. And unless something drastically changes for the better, the United States is getting increasingly more and more difficult to survive in. And let's not even talk about the crime that's on the rise everywhere.
Crime is not on the rise everywhere, but shootings are up. Mass shootings are up. Crime is not on the rise. Regular old crime is not on the rise, but mass shootings are on the rise. Crazy people shit is on the rise. Shit where people go and kill a bunch of people, that's on the rise. Killing people on train, like weird, crazy stuff. But like, whatever. How do you feel, America? Oh! That thing just fell. This is what's happening to Boeing planes. Now Boeing, we're going to have more problems with, we're going to have more people kill themselves over at Boeing. Remember when those Boeing whistleblowers all mysteriously murdered themselves? They all committed suicide. All these whistleblowers that said Boeing was doing unsafe shit, and they all mysteriously killed themselves. Whatever happened with that? Look at that. God, that would piss you off, right? Wouldn't that piss you off? You're sitting at the airplane, you're sitting at the airport, and it's like, I guess I'll not get into my meeting. Looks like I'm gonna be 5 hours late. Damn. 787 operated by Lufthansa was departing for the U.S. when the machinery on the aircraft suddenly broke. No passengers were on, though. Several airport workers were injured. Man, I bet the Germans were pissed. They hate it when machines don't work. In Frankfurt, they're currently inspecting the aircraft to determine the cause of the landing gear failure. Like, that would have sucked if that thing... My luck, I would have taken off, and I'd be like... You know, someone was in the airport, too, going like, what the fuck? I don't care. Fly this plane. Go. I need to get where I'm going. Fuck you. I need to go. Yeah, like the scientist going missing. Oh, the aircraft named Hannah. What a fun name. Lufthansa, man. Their food's not bad, but their seats. Ugh. Every time I fly Lufthansa. in January 2026 was only delivered to January 2026. Looks like Hannah had a hernia. Nice little joke. A bunch of people almost died because of Boeing. They delivered this plane, this faulty airline, 2026. It was this year. This plane is brand new. This plane, it still got that new plane smell, this plane. But it just fell on the, I mean, wait till this is, you know that now we're going to see every plane. Planes are going to have a bunch of airline. All these planes are going to have fucked up landing gear. Watch. Oh, no. What could have caused that? I mean, let's face it. That looks like, hold on. Like, I don't get it, though. It looks like, it wasn't even on the ground. I'm not sure how this works, man. I don't understand how this machine works. I was an English major. I don't know how these machines work. But all I know is that it ain't working. It ain't working. Oh. God, that would piss me off. I'd be so annoyed. God, it looks like I'm sleeping in Frankfurt. God damn it. Gotta sleep with Frankfurt with all their drug addicts in the streets. Frankfurt's got a drug problem. I don't know if you've ever been to Frankfurt. Frankfurt is the southern hub of European travel. It's one of the busiest airports in the world. It's busy. Trains too. Trains, planes, they all got to go through Frankfurt. Frankfurt or Hanover? Hanover's on the north side. It's like Frankfurt North. Busy. Looks like the landing gear collapsed. It does. It looks like the landing gear just collapsed. Yeah. But why? It looked like the landing gear wasn't actually touching the ground. And then it fell. It's very weird. But regulations destroy the free market, right? Well, actually, I think that we should all own this. Like, we should own the airlines. They shouldn't be private companies, so that we actually invest in planes that serve people instead of having ones that sell tickets, right? And cut corners. They'll cut every corner they can in order to scrape out a tidy profit. But if you weren't profit motivated, you'd be people motivated. And if something like this happened, then we can all vote for a different guy to take over. You know, every time a plane would crash, you'd say, whose fault is it? Let's vote these fuckers out. Like, that would make sense to me. But instead, in America, we want the corporations running the airlines, because that makes a whole lot of sense, right? No, it makes no sense. It's a bad idea.
It is time for the hot topic of the hour. Israel and Iran trading strikes for the first time.
Hot topic. This lady does not look like she shops at Hot Topic.
Since April ceasefire went into effect. All of this happening last night and then overnight. The IDF did confirm they hit an Iranian petrochemical plant and defense systems as the Houthis threatened to block Israel in the Red Sea. Also overnight, sirens in Jerusalem as Israel warned residents of multiple waves of incoming Iranian missiles. So far, no major injuries have been reported. President Trump just moments ago posted to Truth Social. He said this: Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting. President Trump telling...
But why? But Smoking Blondie, but why did it look like the wheel wasn't touching the ground? It looks like it fell and then collapsed. It looked like it was two movements, like it fell and then it went up. Why was the wheel? It seemed like the wheel wasn't touching the earth. But maybe that was just a trick of the eye. Do you know? You're no specialist, just a machinist. It was touching. Yeah, I'm just tripping. I could be just tripping. I've been tripping balls.
Fox's Trey Yingst. A deal was on the table for as soon as today or early this week. But then the trading of strikes is now complicating these negotiations. The president saying to Fox, quote, "What
is this Mitch McConnell? Mitch McConnell just entered the chat. Donald Trump cured my polio." Mitch McConnell survived polio. He's a big fan of the vaccine. Donald Trump wants vaccines to go away. He wants measles. Make measles great again.
I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal." The commander-in-chief also says that he is the one
the commander-in-chief
calling the shots in the conflict, not Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The president admitting this weekend that he and Netanyahu did disagree on the approach to Lebanon and that he'd rather see, quote, a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. Former Middle East Deputy Special Envoy Morgan Ortega telling Maria on Sunday about why dismantling Hezbollah is such a key part of this overall conflict. Watch.
We have seen historic negotiations happen over the past few months in Washington, led by Ambassador Michelle Issa and Ambassador Huckabee.
That's Maria Bartiromo again, Joey Ramone's friend.
Last fall, I led the first negotiations between Israel and Lebanon.
I love the Ramones, and I'm really sad that she was his friend. But hey, you know what? Why not? Maybe Joey was banging her. You know, she's probably a punk rock fan. She's probably a big fan of the Ramones, right? Rock and roll high school.
In 32 years. The problem, Maria, is not Israel and Lebanon. The problem is Hezbollah. And you saw President Aoun, by the way, the only Christian leader in the Middle East, the only Christian head of state. President Aoun, this week in an interview, basically blamed all of this on Iran, on the IRGC, said that that Lebanon should be independent from negotiations with Iran. So Israel and Lebanon should have peace. They should enter the Abraham Accords, and Syria as well, as the president wants. The problem, and both Israel, President Trump, and Lebanon all agree on this. The problem is Hezbollah. The problem is Iran. And that's why the president's actions towards Iran and Hezbollah are so crucial at this moment.
Ashley Davis, your reaction this morning to what we are seeing.
Well, good morning, both of you. It's nice to see you. But
Clearly, the ceasefire isn't working, and you can't trust anything Donald Trump says.
Morgan's 100% right. I mean, obviously, the Netanyahu has to protect Israel against Hezbollah, not Lebanon. But that has really been the sticking point.
Why do they need to protect against Hezbollah at all? Did Hezbollah start this shit? No.
In these negotiations, especially in the last few weeks, it actually doesn't surprise me that you see these mass shootings of missiles over the last 24 hours. If we really are close to a deal, is what the president said, they are trying to get their last missile shot before that actual negotiations come.
They're trying to what? They're trying to, like, was it Mardi Gras? It's the day before. It's the day before the ceasefire. Let's get all of this out. Oh my God, we got to release the tension. I'm blue balling over here. What is this, Mardi Gras? Like, it's Fat Tuesday. Lent's about to start, everybody. You better get all your chocolate. You better get wasted, because tomorrow it's Wednesday. You know, it's the first day of Lent. It's 40 days before Easter. I mean, you know, we're all giving up something. We gotta do some mass shootings because the ceasefire's about to start. We're about to have a negotiation. The fuck? What are you talking about? That's a Fox News. That's Fox News logic for you. We gotta kill some fucks, because pretty soon it's gonna be illegal to kill them. So we gotta do it right now. Gotta use those missiles. Do you think Iran and Israel will take Trump's Truth Social post seriously? The one he wrote on the toilet? Yeah, he's gonna take. Yeah, they're all stopping, man. They're all gonna go to the table now because Donald Trump was sitting on the toilet doing his Truth Socialing. He was truthing. I just come back to the table now that you shot your wad. Okay, we've all had a lot of to drink. We've all had a lot of fun. Please come back to the negotiating tables. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. All caps. Come back, please. It may rain. Of course it's going to rain. You know it's all going to be shit. I hope it fucking pours. That'd be so great if it just pours rain. Do you know how fucking hot it is in June in Washington, D.C.? It's got to be on my birthday. It's got to be on my birthday. Lots of outdoor events on my birthday. God, I would love that. I would love it for it to rain. This is why we need a ballroom. That's what he's going to say. It's raining on my UFC party. We get a ballroom. I got to have a ballroom. That's why. Because the rain, it messes with my hair. And the ladies, they get frizzy hair. You know, they can't wear their heels in the rain. So we got to have the ballroom. Remember when he said that about the tent, that women get frizzy hair and they can't wear their high heels, and that's why he needs a ballroom? Fuck's sake. What straight man would ever say something like that?
To a close. But the one thing that we all have to watch is really where Hezbollah is.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, dude, it is so hot. DC is like 50 degrees. It's literally like 15 degrees, 20 degrees hotter than just outside of DC, because it's like a heat zone, because it's all pavement. It's so goddamn hot. It's like you're under a magnifying glass there. Oh my God, I've been to DC so many times in the summer. It's fucking hot.
southern part of Beirut, because that is what that Israel is really targeting, because a lot of the leaders are living there.
They built that city in a swamp, man.
And actually, the Iran leadership has been saying you can't touch Beirut. So it's a very sticky situation. What bothers me the most is that you see Yemen starting to shoot at Israel. So that just brings actually another country again into this mix. But I'm really hoping that this comes to a close.
The Houthis, man. You got to look out for Houthi and the Blowfish. They're getting involved, man. It's almost like we all said this was going to happen, that everyone's going to start bombing Israel. How long is that golden dome, that Iron Dome? Is it really working? David's sling. Is that going to work forever?
All right, Jake, thank you. Our other top story tonight, the Department of Defense dropping the Christian designation from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The department dropping a new memorandum removing 180 religious faiths from their list. Notably, the list no longer includes atheists, pagans, and Wiccans. As for the LDS Church, though, it remains recognized.
No more atheists. Atheism isn't a religion anymore, everybody. So the Pentagon decided that.
By the department in the news.
Like, why are they doing this? I can only think of very dark answers as to why the Pentagon would change the list of their recognized religions. Why would the Department of Defense, why would they do this? I'm surprised they didn't get rid of the Muslim one.
List, but has been listed outside of the category of Christianity. Now, both of Utah's senators reacting on X. First, Senator Mike Lee saying, quote, "Can anyone tell me why the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was left out of the list of Christian churches?" And Senator John Curtis saying, quote, "Latter-day Saints are among the most patriotic, service-oriented individuals in our country. They are also unequivocally Christian. Just look at who is in the name of the church."
Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints. That's true. It is called the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints. They don't like it when you call them Mormons. They like calling them Latter-day Saints.
It is unacceptable for a government entity to characterize a faith in a manner that contradicts the religion's own foundational tenets. I am working now to ensure a correction is made. End of quote. We've reached out to the church for comment, but they say they do not have a statement to provide at this time.
It's very bizarre, man. Yeah, LDS, Latter-day Saints. Or CTR. They like CTR a lot. They like writing CTR on everything, too. Choose the right. They love that shit, those Mormons. Marmoni. You ever been to Utah? It's great.
Graham Plattner is.
But just don't mention the Lego thing. Don't mention the Lego thing. Don't mention Legos. They get real upset about it, all right? Don't fucking mention Legos. Whatever you do.
Fending off multiple controversies just days before the primary. As some Democrats grow increasingly anxious about his liability, Progressive Congressman Ro Khanna rallied with Plattner on Friday, saying he deserves redemption.
As every single piece of that past and journey gets dug up, litigated, and weaponized, you have my back. And when politically motivated, serious, and false accusations are made against me, Maine, you have my back.
We need to find some way of saying that if someone felt hurt by Graham in a past relationship, we can listen to them and we can listen to Graham and we can have conversations as mature Americans.
All right, for more, let's bring in House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, joining me exclusively this morning. Leader Jeffries, great to have you here, sir.
Yeah, the Mormons are starting to back away from Trump. So he's saying that they're not Christian. I think that's really what's going on. But it's not just the Mormons. There's a bunch of people got taken off. I don't know, man. I don't think white Christian nationalists like Mormons. I don't think they like that shit, even though it's like super, like Mormonism is the only American born Christian faith, I think. I could be wrong about that. There probably are, like maybe like these evangelicals, but evangelicalism that existed before America, right? I don't know. Southern Baptists, that's an American thing. I don't know. Mormons.
Morning, great to be with you. Good morning.
I always liked Mormons. I always get along with Mormons. I never have problems with Mormons. Although that thing with the Legos is fucking weird, right? Those Mormons messing with Reckless Ben and all the Mormons, the Mormon Lego scam.
So Democrats, Leader Jeffries, including yourself, have argued for many years that women alleging instances of misconduct and abuse must be believed, or it enables abusers. You, for instance, wanted to pause Justice Kavanaugh's nomination over the allegation from Christine Blasey Ford that he attempted to sexually assault her in high school.
Ooh, I mean, on the DL, I don't know if you've ever seen that Housewives. Have you seen the Mormon Housewives? I think it's called like The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives or something. You ever seen that show? All the husbands almost all of the husbands super gay, really fucking gay. I don't know why all these guys are so like Mormons. I feel like the more religious a dude gets, it's like it's compensating for something, right? Like a dude gets super religious, a man who's really into religion, there's something else going on. Like, didn't Jerry Falwell always seem a little gay? I think Jerry Falwell was secretly gay.
But with Maine's Senate seat up for grabs,
God rest his soul. I fucking hate Jerry Falwell. That guy, when he's one of the only people that when he died, I was like, good. Ha! Yes, thank God, finally. I don't remember. I don't think anyone in my life dying, I felt like that. Good job, he's dead. When Henry Kissinger died, I thought it was pretty cool. But Henry Kissinger and Jerry Falwell. But with Jerry Falwell, I felt great when Jerry Falwell finally died. I don't really feel that way about a lot of people.
the standard does not seem to apply now. Listen to this.
So far, everything that has come out is a private matter between Graham Plattner and his wife. Where I draw the line is if there are any credible allegations of abuse or assault or domestic violence.
Makes sense.
The New York Times interviewed 3 women who accused Plattner of physical intimidation and abusive behavior, including ex-girlfriend Lindsay Fifield.
Do you think Hakeem Jeffries going to hold water for Plattner? What do you think?
She said he regularly grabbed her by
What do you think? I've never seen this. Is he going to do it?
shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks, and on one occasion yanked
Grabbed him by the shoulders. What did Donald Trump say? He grabbed him. He didn't grab the women by the shoulder. Did Donald Trump grab women by the shoulders? What did Donald Trump do? What did Donald Trump grab women by?
her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument when she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Ms. Fifield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. That sounds like domestic abuse to me, textbook domestic abuse. What happened to Believe All Women?
What happened to Believe All Women? What the fuck?
I haven't followed these allegations closely, but what I have said is that violence against
I
women
move my hands like a
in any
human.
way, shape, or form is unacceptable. It's a red line, and nobody should cross that. And any accuser who comes forward has to be treated with dignity and respect. I haven't talked to Ro Khanna about this particular race, and in fact, I haven't gotten involved in this particular race because we're focused on taking back control of the House of Representatives so we can lower the high cost of living, fix our broken healthcare system, and clean up the corruption that is out of control in Washington, D.C. right now.
Okay. Well, Plattner's baggage is about more than just these women, though. I want to ask you also about the direction of your party, because before the story came out, he was trying to downplay his Nazi tattoo, and he posted, Susan Collins' latest financial report just came out. A staggering 1/3 of her money raised this quarter came directly from AIPAC. Senator Collins is bought and paid for by Benjamin Netanyahu, and she votes accordingly.
I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu's a Nazi, so I'm not saying that all Israelis are Nazis, but Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking Nazi.
AIPAC is an American organization, as you know, and Collins voted for the War Powers Resolution, so saying she's bought and paid for by Netanyahu is a bit of a reach. But blaming the Jews seems like a risky defense.
Blaming the Jews? He did not blame the Jews. He said Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu is not a Jew. He's not the Jews. I doubt he's even Jewish. I don't even think he's actually Jewish. He just pretends he's about as Jewish as Donald Trump is Christian. These guys are not religious. They're not religious. They're liars. They pretend to be religious, so you idiots will vote for them.
Who's trying to convince people that it was just an innocent mistake and it doesn't mean anything. Are you concerned that you're
like and subscribe if you're tired of people pretending to be religious and lying? The Jews. Look out for the Jews. BB's from BB. Look, Benjamin Netanyahu is a criminal. He's just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump was right. He'd be in jail right now if there didn't have these wars going on. He'd be in jail right now. Donald Trump started these wars, these perpetual wars, so that Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't get out of office, so they don't put him in jail. He should be in jail.
Party has an anti-Semitism problem.
He's going to have to speak for himself, and that's what any candidate, particularly in a high-profile race, is going to be called upon to do. Listen, the effort to crush anti-Semitism in America shouldn't be a partisan issue. It can't be a red or blue issue. It's a red, white, and blue issue. It's an American issue, and we should all be committed to crushing anti-Semitism and all other forms of hatred into the ground, bury it, and make sure it can never rise again.
I think Hakeem Jeffries just threatened to kill all the fascists. I think that was a threat, Hakeem Jeffries, you robot man. Hatred is wrong. Anti-Semitism is wrong. Yeah, it's true, but it's like, we should crush it into the ground. How should we do that? Well, We got to kill all the Nazis. Sorry. We got to kill all the Nazis.
Okay. On that point, you just congratulated Adam Hamawi.
I think this lady thought she was going to outsmart Hakeem Jeffries, but like, look how bored this robot man. Hakeem Jeffries is a robot man. He ain't going to fall for your shit.
For becoming the Democratic nominee in New Jersey, despite his past, volunteering as a defense witness for Omar Abdel Rahman, the blind sheikh who was convicted in connection with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. And according to trial transcripts obtained by Fox, Hamawi admitted
A lot of Zionists are atheists. It's true. A lot of people who live in Israel are atheists, like just like this country. I mean, shit. I think most people who are in church are atheists. They're just sitting there. They go for the club. They go because they want to be in a club. When you push them and you're like, wait, do you really believe that the body of Christ is what the priest is giving to you through a crazy magic trick, that the Eucharist really becomes the body of Christ and the blood of Christ? Is that what you really believe? Do you really believe that Noah put all the animals on an ark? Do you really believe that shit? You really believe that a dude with a staff parted the Red Sea? You think that that's what happened? That he parted the Red Sea? You think that happened? You really think that? And I'm supposed to take anything you say. If you believe that Noah's Ark is a real story and not just a playtime fucking children's story to teach kids about animals or whatever the fuck you're using it to teach people, it's a parable. It's like Aesop's fairy tales. If you believe that it's real and that you think Noah's Ark is out there somewhere to be discovered, that they found a piece of wood on top of a mountain and it was about from the same time, so we know that Noah's Ark is real. I don't take anything you say. If you believe that Noah's Ark is real, I don't take you seriously, ever. Sorry.
Under cross-examination that he did hear Rahman talk about jihad. He said it was a struggle in the sake of God. Yes, it was a jihad. When the prosecutor asked if he heard Rahman talk about how America is the enemy of Islam, Hamawi answered yes.
Exactly. If you really believe in Noah's Ark, I really think you might be a moron. Because come on, dude. I'm supposed to believe that you believe in Noah's Ark? Really?
And when asked, did you hear about how Muslims had to do jihad against the enemies of Islam before the arrest in June 1993, Hamawi said, of course, that's what he always talked about. He talked about jihad, Hamawi wants to represent the 12th district in New Jersey. That's where Todd Beamer is buried, the passenger who fought off the hijackers on United Flight 93. That doesn't concern you?
I haven't spoken to him. He's going to have to speak for himself and address these allegations. And I certainly haven't read the transcript that you just presented to me. But what I can say is that they
didn't find the ark, gringo. They found a fucking piece of wood. They found you tell me they found the ark, a fucking 4,000-year-old boat. How many years old would it have been? Let's Google that. If Noah's Ark is a real story, how old would the ship be if we found it today? 5,000 years old. They found a 5,000-year-old boat on the top of a mountain. They found some wood fragments and they're saying that it's Noah's Ark. That's what these crazy religious people always do. They find some shit like the Shroud of Turin and they're like, yeah, it's real. It's a Shroud of Turin. We don't believe in carbon dating, but we used carbon dating to establish the age of this thing. But we don't believe in carbon dating because dinosaur bones are fake. But carbon dating's not real. But we used carbon dating to determine that this piece of wood is very old. And it's probably the Ark. That's the only explanation.
Democrats and Republicans, particularly in an environment right now where this is day 100 of Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice, have to be focused on ensuring, one, that we always, at all times, protect the national security interests of the American people. That's not what's happening right now as it relates to what's going on in Iran. In fact, Iran is stronger now than they were before this reckless and costly war of choice was started, and life is more expensive, particularly as it relates to gas prices. And so As it relates to national security interests, I think front and center right now is ensuring that the Senate moves on the Democratic resolution that just passed the House of Representatives to actually end this reckless and costly war of choice and put the American people first, which is what the president promised that he was going to do. Not start wars in the Middle East, but stop them. Unfortunately, the Trump administration has turned around and done the exact opposite.
I don't know why Hakeem Jeffries is so fucking boring. I hate this guy so much. He's so boring. It's like, dude, we need to stop him. He needs to do this. Oh, this should happen. Dude, you're supposed to be the Speaker of the House. If the Democrats win and they get the majority, this asshole is supposed to be the Speaker of the House? This guy? Fuck, man. Like, we're not going to get, like, you think the Democrats are coming to save you? This is your guy. This is your guy. Hakeem Jeffries is your guy. If you think that there's going to be a blue wave and we're going to get the majority of Democrats in the, like, if you really think that they're coming to save you, Hakeem Jeffries is the dude that's coming to save you, because he's going to be the proposed first black Speaker of the House. This guy. I mean, I think it's kind of cool to have a black Speaker of the House for once, but this guy.
I want to ask you, though, also about these candidates stepping on the message that you're talking about right now, because AOC was asked about his candidacy this week. She said she's not concerned, but there's a question that's out there about how much your party.
Dude, every time they find some dead guy or some piece of wood up on a desert mountain, they think it's the Ark.
Is willing to stomach when it embraces candidates like this. I mean, Hamawi also spent a month at a Gaza hospital where the Israelis later found a tunnel that was linked directly to one of the masterminds of the October 7th attack, Sinwar.
All parties are dead. All the parties are dead. Republicans, the Republican Party had a cancer called MAGA and it died. Democrats, they just don't realize it. They're zombie party too. It's all just zombie parties at this point. All we have now is MAGA. They're the Nazi party and they will eliminate all the other parties. There will be no such thing as Republican. There will be no such thing as Democrat. MAGA. That's what it'll be. It's the MAGA party. I'm starting a new party. Or they'll call it something else. The America First Party, just like the last time we almost had fascism in America. They called it the American First Party. America First Party under Charles Lindbergh. Look it up. Before World War II, we had a fascist party right here in America. It was called the America First Party. They were Nazi sympathizers. Maybe that's what we'll call it again. After all, we're calling it America First already. They're already saying the America First Party. Let's go, Jeffrey. Oh, fucking Jeffrey. Get up and go, Jeffrey.
But he told a magazine that he saw no weapons there and it was a completely benign civilian hospital with no tunnels. He also volunteered in Bosnia for a nonprofit that was later determined to be a front for al-Qaeda. Photos of bin Laden were found during the raid. You know, how much are Democrats willing?
League of Carnage, you're absolutely right. That is one of the many problems with the Speaker of the House. Speaker of the House is such an important role. Like, as much as I hate Pelosi, she was kind of a badass Speaker of the House, man. She got people fucking marching in the right direction, her direction. She got everyone, like, Democrats are always like, they're like fucking cats. They're all over the place. But fucking Pelosi, like, she said jump, and they're like, hop. They hop too. They came to for sure. Started goose-stepping in whatever direction she told him to. You think this guy is going to be like Pelosi? Like, I don't like Pelosi, but she was a badass. This guy ain't no badass.
To stomach at the, when they're trying to unseat Republicans in Congress, are they willing to let their values go?
It's very interesting that you've asked me about candidates, many of whom haven't even confronted a Democratic primary yet, but haven't asked me a single question about the hatred, the xenophobia, the Islamophobia, the outright racism that we see being peddled by actual members of Congress in the Republican conference sitting in the House of Representatives right now. And by the way,
here we go.
Is that this Republican-controlled Congress has failed the people of this country. They promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down. Costs have gone up. The cost of living in this country is out of control. There are far too many people of every race, of every region, all across this country who are working hard. They're playing by the rules, but they're unable to actually thrive. They can barely survive. People are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. So as House Democrats, we're going to continue to focus on driving down the high cost of living and addressing the problems that the American people have asked us to confront.
Okay.
Wow. Hey, there, Hakeem, where were you, man? I guess Hakeem just don't suffer fools. Hakeem just needs to have a dumb person ask him a lot of dumb questions, and maybe he'll get frustrated and he'll start. I've never seen Hakeem Jeffries actually.
We've got plenty of questions on that for our next guest, who is a Republican. I think it's appropriate to ask
Of course. You got lots of questions. You're going to really hold the Republicans' feet to the fire, lady?
Republicans and Democrats about Democrats. You're the minority
I don't
leader,
even know who this lady is.
Your conference. They're going out.
But she's not wearing a cross. So I don't know. Is this Fox News? Blonde, pastel colors, no cross, though. Where's your cross?
And
you're out of uniform. That's not your uniform. Why aren't you in uniform?
Campaigning with these unsavory figures. But on an issue that is coming to the floor this week, FISA's going dark. You were one of 147 Democrats who voted to reauthorize it in 2024, and then you voted to block it this year. Now, the policy has not changed. And if you're going to argue now that there's a
I don't have faith in him at all. I mean, every once in a while, I guess he wakes up and he realizes that he's a leader. But if you think the Democrats are going to save you, you're fucking
risk
crazy.
to American civil liberties, I just ask you to point to a single instance of abuse of this statute since the reforms were enacted. Just one.
Policies haven't changed, but the people in office certainly have. And in fact, the FISA court has expressed concern that there have been violations of policy as it relates to this current administration. The other thing that should be pointed out is that we're being asked to trust the privacy and the national security interests of the American people, not just to Donald Trump, but also to Kash Patel and now Bill Pulte, who has been put forward as the acting director of national intelligence. Republicans have criticized that nomination or Donald Trump elevating this particular individual because he has no national security background, he has no law enforcement background, and he has no military background. He is deeply unqualified. It's dangerous to put him in office. And so, yes, there are real concerns as it relates to moving forward with FISA 702 at a moment in time, particularly when the president injected this hand grenade in the middle of sensitive negotiations.
And I'm going to ask our next guest about that. But is that an appropriate place to seek leverage? This critical national security tool over a single personnel decision, that could jeopardize the safety of every person in this country. And
who's doing it? The Democrats? The Democrats are doing it, or this dumb shit who nominated Pulte? Oh yeah, that was the president of the United States. Fucking idiot. Yeah, ask the president why he's doing it.
Would you do the same if it were?
He should say that. Maybe you should have the president on and ask him why he's asking. Why is he getting someone with zero knowledge? Well, shouldn't we just get him in even though he has zero experience?
If the shoe were on the other foot, I mean, how is that an appropriate place
Bill Pulte,
to let FISA go dark?
Bill Pulte will jeopardize the safety and the security of the American people if he's allowed to proceed in this position as Director of National Intelligence. That's not a partisan position, by the way. Democrats and Republicans have a big problem with this, including Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Now, as it relates to FISA 702, you've got Democrats and Republicans on both sides of this issue. We recognize the importance of the tool as a vehicle to protect the national security interests of the American people, while at the same time, we have to protect the privacy and the civil liberties of the American.
I don't know. They're talking about FISA 702 a lot, and they're saying they want it so bad. But this is like the U.S. intelligence authority that permits the government to conduct targeted warrantless surveillance of non-U.S. persons located outside the United States. It's just the thing that lets us spy on people. It also allows them to compel Google and Verizon to hand over communications like emails and text messages. FISA, I'm fucking against FISA anyway. Let it go dark. Fuck it. Stop spying on me, assholes. Stop spying. Oh, no, they're not going to be able to spy. Oh, shit. 702 is going to go dark.
Members vote
and you've
for it if
got
Pulte
people
was
on both
pulled.
sides of this issue.
Would you have your members vote?
We'll have to have that
reauthorize it?
conversation.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to have that conversation. Certainly, it's going to be hard for a substantial number of Democrats to actually vote for any authorization moving forward with Pulte still in effect as the Director of National Intelligence. But there's a whole host of other substantive issues that we were in the process of working out to strike the right balance on behalf of the American people that still have to be addressed in a bipartisan.
Dime Store Obama. I don't know if he's Dime Store Obama, but I think he's a robot man. I actually think he's kind of doing well in this interview for once. It didn't start out well, but I think he's just annoyed. I like pissed off Hakeem Jeffries. I like it when he's pissed. He seems a little pissed. I want to see more pissed off Hakeem Jeffries because I'm pissed. Why the fuck isn't he pissed? Why isn't everyone more pissed off? How come she's not pissed? We got a fucking president who started a war with Iran for no fucking reason. For no reason, we're at war with Iran. Well, oil. But for no real reason, we're at war with Iran. We don't need to go to Iran to go mess with their oil situation. We don't need to make sure they don't. We already had to deal with them to not get nuclear weapon. They don't have a nuclear weapon. They were never going to get a nuclear weapon. If they wanted a nuclear weapon, they would have had one by now. They would have used it by now.
Partisan and an authentic fashion.
Okay. Well, we hope to continue to talk to you about it. Leader Jeffries, thank you very much for sharing your time with us this morning.
You stupid idiot, Gob. You're such a dumb liar. 20% over. You're so stupid. You're brain dead, Gob. I love seeing stupid liars in the chat. All you stupid maggers. You people believe your shit. That's so hilarious.
Tonight, e-bike safety is back in the spotlight after a 17-year-old rider was injured in a crash in West Palm Beach. The driver involved says the teen ran a stop sign and crashed into her car. The crash comes as communities across Florida grapple with growing concerns over reckless e-bike riding. CBS 12 News reporter Jamilka Gibson spoke with that driver and joins us near Hope Centennial Elementary School where that crash happened. Jamilka?
This e-bike crash happened right here along Stacy Road, sending a 17-year-old teen to the hospital. Now the driver involved is hoping this serves as a safety reminder to teens this summer. Twisted metal,
looks like she's
torn
going
plastic,
clubbing.
and a windshield webbed with cracks. The aftermath of a Saturday evening crash in West Palm Beach. It happened on Stacy Road near Hope Centennial Middle School. Diamond Chandler left work early and was heading home when she says
These e-bikes are kind of a menace, man. They ride around my town like they're on fire, man. When I was a kid, we just rode bikes. Like, why can't these kids, why they gotta have motorcycles? These e-bikes.
teen on an e-bike rode straight into her path.
And he flew out of the neighborhood on his e-bike and we ran into each other. He just went right past the stop sign and just collided with my car. So he got hit from the side.
Photos from the scene show the force of impact. Broken glass after the teen was thrown into the windshield. The e-bike toppled on the ground.
He was telling his friend who was with him to take the bike before the police came. So I went to go check on him and see if he was okay. And when I heard him telling him to take the bike, I figured, okay, well, you're okay.
Chandler says she called 911.
And the friend told the police what happened, and he told them like he wasn't paying attention. He was just going too fast. They said he was vibing.
The crash comes as e-bikes continue to spark debate across Florida, with events like planned takeovers, reckless riding, injuries, and even enforcement crackdowns.
Now you have the ones that ride on the main intersections, doing papa wheelies, going in groups, stopping traffic, causing accidents.
Residents say while kids will be kids, they're seeing more close calls on local roads and are calling for more regulation.
Maybe we should get rid of the cars. Let's get rid of the cars, not the e-bikes. She does look like she's going out clubbing. That top is fire.
The teen has been taken to a local trauma center. Chandler says she's now been left without any means of transportation and is hoping the teen's parents will come forward. Reporting in Palm Beach County, Jamilka Gibson, CBS.
Jamilka, I hardly know her. Oh, Jamilka, what a name. Gibson, Jamilka Gibson. I love that name. That's rad. This West Palm Beach, man, it's got to be hot there.
All right, big news here. The House expected to pass a $70 billion ICE and CBP funding bill this week following another round of chaotic protests outside Newark's Delaney Hall ICE facility. 6 people were arrested after suspects were observed committing property damage, blocking the facility's entrance, leading to the declaration of an unlawful assembly. Democrat Socialist New York City Mayor Zoran
I want to know her. Jamilka, I want to know her.
Mamdani using ongoing chaos at Delaney Hall.
Oh, no. Don't stand in front of the cars. Don't do it. Don't do it. They're going to run you over. Don't stand in front of the cars. They go crazy when you get near their cars.
To call for Democrats to embrace the abolish ICE message.
These are conditions that they offend the conscience of so many, not just here in New York City, but frankly across the country. This is partially why I have put forward a vision alongside so many others to say that ICE should be abolished. I think it's time to develop a new vision for this party, one that is unflinching in its beliefs and also uncompromising in its principles.
Florida Congressman Mike Paradopoulos joins me now. Congressman, good to see you this morning. Thank you for joining us. Okay, first to the $70 billion ICE and CBP funding bill. Will it reach the president's desk, and if so, when?
I think it'll be at his desk Tuesday night. We look forward to finally closing out the budget. It's just common sense. 10 million people entered this country illegally. Of course, sanctuary cities, which cover 40% of our country, were unacceptable. We finally will have the ICE agents there to get rid of the worst of the worst. That means rapists, of course, murderers, drug dealers, you name it. They'll finally be arrested, put behind bars. And it's one of the reasons, because we cracked down illegal immigration, that we've seen the lowest murder rate since 1900.
Okay, so $30 billion for ICE, $20 billion for Border Patrol.
The murder rates were already down. I don't know what the murder rates were already going down. People just aren't killing each other as often. But when they do, they kill a lot.
And this will prepay the departments until 2029. Tell us more about what's in this bill and how this money will be used.
Well, how it's going to be used is first and foremost. The number one issue in 2024, when I was first elected, was secure the border. 10 million people came here illegally. This secures border funding will complete the wall. It's common sense. It's what you do to define a nation.
What you do to define a nation. We are defined by walls.
We'll also have those ICE agents, because why is it so important to have an ICE agent? In sanctuary cities, they don't allow local law enforcement to actually arrest and keep in jail some of these.
Not true. They arrest whomever, and they allow, even the sanctuary cities like San Francisco, they work with ICE on things like murder and stuff. They do. But little stupid shit like shoplifting or DUI, they don't put them in jail forever and then wait for ICE to show up. And what was it? What was that statistic we saw, that even when they called ICE didn't show up like 45% of the time? ICE never showed up and the people just walked free. So, I mean, like, the sanctuary city thing is such bullshit.
Horrific offenders. This will finally allow us to arrest these people, in some cases deport them, some because they commit such horrific acts to stay in jail for a long time.
Well, on that very note, over the weekend.
Horrific acts.
And there were protests in both New York and New Jersey, and in both events, several protesters were arrested. The New York City protest started when an illegal immigrant accused of assault and drug possession was arrested. He then resisted arrest by apparently punching ICE agents. You heard a little bit about what Mayor Zoran
This lady's lisp always kills me, man. She's like, God, man, it kills me. It's like, why? God, get some goddamn. If you have a lisp, I love you, but don't be on the news. Like, you shouldn't have a job, and you should not have a job where you are supposed to be talking. I can't concentrate on it. Every time she
he said there. He also said, I've said time and again, ICE raids are cruel and inhumane. They do nothing to serve the interest of public safety. He's calling to abolish ICE. What's your message to him?
You're wrong. So the number one reason why we form a government is to protect life and property. These folks that are behind bars, they not only came here illegally, they broke the law once they're here. And not with minor offenses. These are physical offenses. This means rape, murder, drug dealing, just nasty stuff. And all we want to do is stop the nonsense so that Americans can get on with living their lives, and the police can do their everyday work so we can have this amazing place called America. So, Dami, just out of control. And how we can actually push to support people who do these horrific acts against men and women across the country is unacceptable in my mind.
All right, let's switch gears to talk about the World Cup, because Miami's first 2026 World Cup game is only 1 week away. Miami's hosting 7 games in total. This could mean big bucks for the state economy. You represent an area that's 3 hours up the road, Florida Space Coast, but this is very exciting.
She said big butts. It could be big butts for the state economy. She said big butts.
For the state of Florida.
Oh, this is the best. I mean, you think about soccer, such an amazing sport. We have Messi full-time, and we'll have him part-time as well. But these are like 7 different Super Bowls in Miami at once. This is another reason why we need Homeland Security. Remember, these are a lot of folks coming in from around the world. There's going to be some mayhem. We want to make sure that people are safe, and that's what we're going to have in Miami. And I think the Homeland Security Secretary has done a great job of preparing us, despite the challenges from the Democrats who won't support Homeland Security. We need to have, first and foremost, security so that people enjoy the games. And as a former soccer player, I am psyched for the World Cup.
More security. More security. We need more security. Don't you know we need more security? We need more security. Not healthcare, security. We need more security. Stop asking for, we don't need more money. We don't need lower gas prices. We need more security. Security. We need more security. Less freedom, more security. That's what we need.
Player. Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay, so you'll be watching with Florida pride and soccer spirit for sure.
Absolutely.
And good point on security. Tying the first topic to the second, now our government is finally, at long last, it will be apparently fully.
Good point on security. Security is so important. This is the most important thing that I could think of in the thing. I love the thing with about security. I'm so glad you said something, because if you didn't say anything about security, I would have to say something. And if I said something, people would say that I'm psycho.
Back in 1988, almost no one had seen the film The Last Temptation of Christ. But even so, by the time Martin Scorsese's film hit theaters, it was already a national emergency, denounced from pulpits, picketed in the streets, condemned on radio waves across the country. The people leading the charge hadn't seen the movie either. They didn't need to. The outrage was the point. That's the story Isaac Butler tells in his new book, The Perfect Moment, God, Sex, Art, and the Birth of America's Culture Wars. It chronicles the origins of the culture wars and why we're still fighting them today.
Interesting.
The grievances, the moral panics, the persecution narratives, the outrage machine, those were built decades before Trump rode down the golden escalator. Trump is less a maverick.
I remember hearing about what a big deal this was about Last Temptation of Christ, and I watched it ages ago. Scorsese directed it. It was like it wasn't that crazy.
Than a craven opportunist who leached into a system that was already cracking. To understand how we got here, we need to go back to 1988, the final year of the Reagan presidency. The Cold War was winding down, and as it did, Butler argues, many of the institutions that once gave Americans a shared sense of identity and meaning, the church, the family, the workplace, were entering what he calls a period of profound overlapping crises. The religious right saw an opening to seize power inside the Republican Party and across the country. And the machinery to do it was already in place. Back in 1979, the televangelist Jerry Falwell founded the Moral Majority, the organization that turned conservative Christians into one.
Did you think it was so, like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't see it until years after it came out, but I didn't think it was that crazy. Did you think it was that crazy? Roger! Hey, can I get some W's and jubilation for Roger, a brand new member? That was the Star Trek anthem. Did you hear it? Did you hear Star Trek? That was from the original series. Thank you for being a channel member. I appreciate you. Sky City Rebels get extra stuff. Extra stuff. Thank you, Roger Struckland. You're amazing. You're a goddamn revolutionary, you beautiful rebel. You're a beautiful human being. Thank you. You're amazing. I think you're beautiful.
One of the Republican Party's most powerful voting blocs and helped propel Ronald Reagan to the White House in the first place. Its mission was simple, a nationwide return to what it called traditional family values. At the same time, Donald Wildman, a Mississippi minister and founder of the Conservative American Family Association, was perfecting a different weapon, the organized boycott. Using church networks, direct mail campaigns, and activist pressure, Wildman spent a decade targeting corporations, television programs, and advertisers that he considered morally dangerous. So by the time Scorsese's film arrived in 1988, the infrastructure was in place. Wildman mailed action packets to 2.5 million people. There were petitions, there were fundraising appeals. James Dobson, an influential evangelical broadcaster, devoted an entire episode of his radio program to denouncing the film. He called it, quote, the most blasphemous evil attack on the church and the cause of Christ in the history of entertainment, end quote.
What was the controversy?
I mean, seen the film. What he hadn't seen was a film that imagined a fully human Jesus, one who doubts, one who suffers, and in a dying hallucination pictures an ordinary life before rejecting it for the cross. To its critics, a Christ who could even be tempted was a blasphemous Christ. To the architects of the outrage, the entire point was to whip everyone up into hysterics. Opponents of the last temptation of Christ cast themselves as victims. Christians, they said, were under attack. Isaac Butler shows how that strategy, borrowing the language of civil rights, became a defining feature of the culture wars, the most powerful religious bloc in the country presenting itself as a persecuted minority. Sound familiar? Perhaps you sat in a school board meeting over which books your children are allowed to read are discussed, or encountered a viral Facebook post about immigrants eating your neighbor's cats. Or maybe you've heard those rumors about transgender people lurking in women's bathrooms with no evidence of any threat, even as the real documented danger to women, sexual violence, overwhelmingly committed by cisgender men, is all but ignored. Curiously, these self-appointed guardians of women never seem as outraged by that very real epidemic. You see, the details change, the methods change, but the formula has remained the same. Back then, manufacturing outrage was expensive and slow. The Mississippi minister had to mail out millions of packets and buy time on hundreds of radio stations. Activists spent months building momentum. Today, all it takes is a post, a meme, or a smartphone with an internet connection. The outrage that once took months to manufacture now reaches millions in a matter of hours. But the perfect moment is not just about how the right won these fights. It's also about how often the institutions on the receiving end surrendered. In fact, the book takes its title from one of the biggest cultural flashpoints from that era, the photographer Robert Mapplethorpe's exhibition called The Perfect Moment. A handful of photographs were sexually explicit, but that was all the ammunition that the culture warriors needed. Conservative Senator Jesse Helms and Republican Senator Alphonse D'Amato of New York were already attacking the National Endowment for the Arts, the NEA, furious that taxpayer dollars had helped fund work that they considered obscene. They wanted the NEA defunded, and any art they deemed morally reprehensible removed from public life. So when Robert Mapplethorpe's exhibit was scheduled to arrive,
that's Allen Ginsberg right there,
in Washington, D.C. in 1989, the Corcoran Gallery caved. Its director canceled the show just weeks before its opening, fearful of losing federal funding. Americans today are no longer strangers to watching institutions capitulate, surrendering a little ground in the hope that the controversy will pass. But we know now that the controversy rarely does pass. American universities, media outlets, law firms, and cultural institutions keep convincing themselves that one more accommodation will finally make the pressure stop. It never does. It never has. It never will. 4 years after the backlash to Scorsese's film, the Christian conservative effort to police culture and dictate who belongs in this country finally got a name: America's Culture Wars. It was not just a political slogan. It was a culmination of a project that the right had been building for more than a decade. By 1991, the loudest voice belonged to Pat Buchanan, a Nixon speechwriter.
Oh, my God, Pat Buchanan. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Pat Buchanan, he's just one of the most oppressive American men. He used to be on the McLaughlin Hour all the time, talking all this oppressive, crazy shit. Pat Buchanan, look at him, just a young man. They used to do this. Until Nixon.
Turned conservative firebrand who spent years warning that America was losing its cultural identity.
Yeah.
In 1992, he took a rare and aggressive step. He challenged a sitting president from his own party. And the weapon he reached for was the very fight we've been tracing. His campaign took Marlon Riggs' Tongues United, an award-winning documentary about being black and gay in America, funded in part by the National Endowment of the Arts, and turned it into a political attack ad designed to make the government look like it was subsidizing obscenity. It worked.
Yeah.
Buchanan took more than a third of the New Hampshire vote from a sitting Republican president. He rattled the George Herbert Walker Bush campaign White House so badly that the chairman of the NEA was gone within weeks. Now, Buchanan, you'll remember, ultimately lost the nomination, but Bush, desperate to hold his right flank together, handed Buchanan a primetime convention speech anyway, and Buchanan used that speech to declare what he called a culture war.
We disagreed with President Bush, but we stand with him for the freedom to choose religious schools. And we
Shit, I remember this shit, man.
stand with him against the amoral idea that gay and lesbian couples should have the same standing in law as married men and women. We stand.
This guy was such a piece of shit. He hated everybody, and he used Jesus as a reason for it.
With President Bush for right to life and for voluntary prayer in the public schools. And we stand against.
I think he must be dead. Is Pat Buchanan must be dead by now. Is Pat Buchanan dead finally? He's not dead. He's 87. When will you die? God damn it. Pat Buchanan's still alive. He has not passed away. He stepped back from public life following an extensive career in media and conservative politics. Oh, God.
At least he's gone. 87. These evil guys never die. These guys, the more evil you are, the longer you last.
Putting our wives and daughters and sisters into combat units of the United States Army. There is a religious war going on in this country. It is a cultural war, as critical to the kind of nation we shall be as the Cold War itself. For this war is for the soul of America.
Abortion.
Shelly, baby, you're so hardcore. Sometimes I'm looking at the chat and I see this shit. It cracks me up, man. You guys crack me up sometimes. Shelly, I'm looking at what the hell?
Gay people, women in combat. In 1992, Buchanan drew a line through the country and demanded everyone pick a side. Between then and now, the promise of neoliberalism proved illusory, and trust in institutions collapsed. And since then, social media has fractured our shared sense of reality and amplified every grievance. So the idea that Trump brought the fringe to power gives Trump far too much credit. Trump, ever opportunistic, simply smelled blood in the water and leached into the crisis. What Buchanan preached from the fringe more than 30 years ago is now at the center of the GOP's platform. Many of you know these grievances are not new because you've lived through them before. You've seen this before. You saw that video. You probably watched that speech when it happened. What's changed is that the fringe that developed this playbook in the 1980s is no longer on the outside looking in. The National Endowment for the Arts, the very agency the right spent the 80s trying to destroy, is now being dismantled from the inside.
Yeah, they're destroying the NEA. They hate the NEA. Man, my whole life I've heard about how Republicans hate the NEA. And finally, they got a Nazi strong enough to kill the NEA, the National Endowments for the Arts, because America hates the arts. We hate culture. America does not want to have a culture. We do not want to have history. We don't want to talk about our history. We don't want to talk about culture. We want capitalism to do it all. We want the bosses to tell us what to think. We don't want to have a culture. We don't want arts. They hate it because the arts always stick a middle finger to the fascists. The fascists hate the arts, man. That's why they hate comic books. They hate comic book movies. They hate all that shit. They hate jazz music. Any American art form that you could think of, they hate it.
Grant recipients have to certify that they do no diversity work, that federal money will not promote what the administration calls gender ideology. The vagueness, Butler notes, is the point. It's built to make the artists censor themselves and make the institutions censor themselves. Yeah. Most of the agency's 2025 grants were simply canceled. But history also offers another lesson. The pushback is never that far behind. Again and again, Americans have shown a stubborn commitment to freedom of conscience and expression. When activists tried to literally buy The Last Temptation of Christ from Universal Pictures simply so that they could bury it, the studio refused to sell it. It published its refusal in a full-page advertisement in major newspapers across the country. The message was, quote, simple. If everyone in America agreed on religious, political, and artistic truths, there would be no need for our constitutional guarantees. Only in totalitarian states are all people forced to accept one version of the truth. In the United States, no one sect or coalition has the power to set boundaries around each person's freedom to explore religious and philosophical questions, whether through speech, books, or film. These freedoms protect all of us. They are precious. They are not for sale. We cannot accept your offer, end quote. Indeed, this playbook is older than America itself. When the Athenian playwright Aristophanes was attacked for mocking the powerful politicians, he responded with more satire. He was prosecuted for ridiculing the statesman Cleon, so he made Cleon an even bigger target in his next play. 24 centuries later, we're still reading Aristophanes. In ancient Rome, Emperor Augustus exiled the poet Ovid. 2,000 years later, those poems are still the most influential literature in the Western canon. The same pattern appears throughout history. Books are banned, art is censored, ideas are suppressed, and yet they persist.
I always say Ovid. Do you say Ovid or you say Ovid?
The clearest example came in Cincinnati in 1990, shortly after the Corcoran Gallery in Washington canceled Robert Mapplethorpe's exhibit. That capitulation sent a chill through the museum world. One of the directors watching was Dennis Barry of the Cincinnati Contemporary Arts Center. He described the moment this way, quote, that announcement really swept through the room like wildfire. All of us who were directors of museums recognized that the door had opened up for hostile censorship against our organizations, end quote. So when the perfect moment arrived in Cincinnati, Barry chose a different path. He refused to cancel the show, and the response was extraordinary. A grand jury indicted both Barry and the museum on obscenity charges. For the first time in American history, a museum stood criminal trial over what hung on its walls. Just think about that. The state was literally using criminal law to publish.
You say Ovid? I say Ovid. I've always said Ovid. Ovid. Sounds so foreign to me. You're probably the right way to say is Ovid or Ovid. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing you're saying it the right way. I'm saying it the wrong way my whole life, but I always say Ovid. Ovid?
A museum for displaying art. Police even cleared the galleries and videotaped the photographs as evidence. We tend to think today's battles over censorship and political pressure are unprecedented, as we say. They're really not. Previous generations of Americans faced their own campaigns to narrow the boundaries of acceptable speech and art and expression, and it's worth knowing about them because they rarely end well for the would-be tyrants. The jury in the Cincinnati case.
Can you imagine how embarrassed you would be if you had to sit there and your porn star girlfriend that you paid to have sex with while your wife was raising your infant child Could you imagine how embarrassing that would be if she got on stand in front of everybody? She started talking about what a small little mushroom dick you had, and then it looked like Toadstool from Mario, from the Mario games. God, that's embarrassing. Even like she got to compare it to a video game. Like that's like it's so mean. It's just so mean. And you had to sit there while she's under oath, entering this into the record, into the public record about all the sick shit you made her do and how she reminded you of your daughter. Like we have on oath admitted into evidence on the record that Donald Trump told Stormy Daniels that one of the reasons why he wanted to fuck her was because she reminded him of his daughter. I mean, that's pedophilia, right? Isn't that disgusting? Can you imagine how embarrassing you would have to be? How embarrassed? You say Ovid or Ovid? Yeah, tomato. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Ovid's been dead for a long time, so I guess. The dollar strengthened by 20%. When did that happen? How is the dollar compared to the euro right now? Oh, searching a lot of searching. US dollar is currently trading at 86 cents, dude. No, it isn't. 86 euro. It went up 1 penny. It went up 1 penny. The US dollar went up 1 penny. It was 116 last time. $1.16 to buy. What the hell are you talking about? The dollar went up by 20%. That's not true. Look at this. There it is right there. No, it ain't good. The US dollar's doing shitty right now. Ain't good. There it is, June 8th. This is just in one day, right? This is all just today. It went up to 86 cents. This is where it is right now. I mean, you want to look at it at the last. Let's look at the 5 years. Okay. Okay. Biden. The dollar's doing well. And then boom, right at the end, 2023, we're having problems. It went up. This is under Biden again, it's going up. Donald Trump gets elected, down. And it's been down ever since. So Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Biden. Trump. It ain't good. I don't know why you think that the dollar's doing well. The dollar's not doing well. No. Buy Melania coin. Buy Melania coin right now, because Melania coin is the future of America. I don't know why why do I have to keep on telling you Melania coin is the future? Stop it. They prefer alternative facts. Like, you could look up these things. Like, I don't know, why are these people so stupid? Thank you, Frankie. Oh, you're starting to think it might be a cult? Yes, it's a cult. 20%, not these dollars I got. We're up 20% under Biden. No one said the dollar went down 20% under Biden. It did not, but it also did not go up. Like, this is COVID times. This is still COVID. COVID. Coming out of COVID. We're going okay. American dollar taking off. Oh no, it's 2022. Oh, supply chain issues. Everything sucks. October 15, 2022. Oh shit. Oh no. The dollar's down. Oh, it comes up. No, just joking. But look, it's going up. Looks like it's having. That's a nice little peak right here. 94 cents. That's like literally a 15% 15% increase. Look at that. And then, I mean, what the hell? It's gone down. Look, it's at 17%. Ugh, 4%. It's not going right. It's not going well for the US dollar. I don't know who told you that the US dollar is doing great. But thank you. Thank you all. Euro. I mean, what else should I could? Euro and the yen are kicking our fucking asses. Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Frankie. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel. Look, life wasn't great under Biden, but it was like this. Like Biden wasn't great. I hated Biden. I've always hated Biden. It still went up 20%. That's all I was saying. It didn't go down 20% during Biden. Look where it started. Yeah, I know. I see it. It started in the shitter. It didn't go down like, yeah, I totally agree. Biden, I agree. But like, I don't know. I maybe I read maybe I read some of the comments wrong. I see this number 20% keep getting thrown around, but nobody killed the dollar more than Donald Trump. Look what he inherited. He inherited this. The 2024 election, then he takes office. He takes office right now. Let's see, January 20th. This is where it is. This is what he inherited, 95%, 97 cents. And it's down here now. Donald Trump killed the dollar by a lot. And he did it last time too. He did this. This was Donald Trump. 2021. This is Biden has been in office for 5 months and he's going up. This is all Biden years. He kind of miffed it here, but still, it didn't go back to where it was when Trump. Anyway, thank you, everybody. That's going to be the end of the show. It's been 5 hours. We are going to do the we'll do the members only. Members only starts now. I hope you enjoy knees. I want to watch you bleed. Is that are you doing welcome to the jungle? We got fun and games. Thank you, NorCal 9 Good. I agree with you too. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think I was disagreeing. I don't know. I'm live. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing half the time. I'm sorry if I came off wrong. Signed Bibles. Yeah, maybe Donald Trump. Biden didn't sign anybody. Biden selling fake gold watches. The Trump watches, greatest watches on earth.com. What do you mean? It is greatest watches on earth.com, right? Greatest watches on earth. I think that's his website, greatestwatchesonearth.com. Greatest watches on earth.com. It's the greatest watches on earth collection. Trump branded timepiece highlighted by the $100,000 Trump victory tourbillon. Let's see. Let's go to the website. GetTrumpWatches.com. Greatest watches on earth.com. Tourbillon. Oh no, I don't want a hold on, I want to go hit the actual website. I don't want to go to, here we go, GetTrumpWatches.com. Here we go. Get Trump watches, reject all. Oh, look at these beautiful watches, man. America 250, man. They got the 250 celebration. I can pre-order them now. Oh, bro, I want this one. I want this one. It's got the American flag and the diamonds. Are you kidding me? The red, white, and blue? Come on. Trump's watches. Here he is, hawking the watches. They got women's watches too. Oh, look at how nice these are. You got a signature on there. Man, I get such a boner when I see his signature. I want to have it on my wrist at all times. Every time I check the time, I can get a boner all over again because I love Donald Trump so much. Oh yeah, this is good. This is real good. I love this. Man, the red beauty. Oh, this is so nice. Look at this one. This one's changing. Does it change color in real life? Does it change color? Does it change color? Black and gold. Man. I'm loving this. Dude, how much are they? America 250 with the jet? Are you kidding me? With the jet? With the Echo? Oh, how much are they? Shop the collection. I gotta click again. This is bad design. This is bad design, Trump. There he is right here. Why he's just sitting, he's just chilling down here. We gotta man, this gets me so hard. This gets me so oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, now I'm in. Liberty blue and gold. Let's just shop the collection, see how much these things cost. Oh damn. Dude, why do I have to click all these times just to... Oh, dude, the red, white, and blue. Independence, blue, and gold. Brosif. I like the blue one, though. Let's see how much this one is. $900. That's a steal. Come on. He's got his picture on the back. The back has his picture of it. Dude, look at this shit. That is the most amazing... It truly is the greatest watch ever made. This is the greatest watch ever created. It's got his picture on it. It's got his picture right there. Come on. You guys, if you donate $900 right now, I will, if I get a super chat for $900 or Cash App, don't fucking, no. YouTube keeps 30%. Just Cash App me $900 right now because I want one of these watches so bad. Dude, every day I can have him on my wrist. Dude, look at how handsome with the USA hat, like the one he wore during the when they dropped those dead soldiers off. He wore this hat. Remember, he wore the hat. It wouldn't take it off. This makes me forget that he's bald. I love that they put the hat on him. That's so beautiful. 45, 47. Oh my gosh. Look at the little snowflake. No, they're not snowflakes. They're fireworks, but I think they're snowflakes because Donald Trump's my favorite little snowflake. 18 karat gold plating. It's plated. For $900, all I get is plated. The fuck? Look at these snowflakes. I'm loving this. Pre-order. Dude, $900 right now. PayPal me. Somebody PayPal me $900 right now. I need this. Man. You think, no, man, all the semen pumped up my ass? Last time I pumped semen in his ass, that was Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets a lot of semen in his ass. I guess you're right. I guess, like, if someone gets a lot of semen pumped in their ass from Donald Trump, then they might buy these watches. I guess you're right. But, man, I love him. I just love him. And I want this watch so badly. $900 for a $3 watch. Yeah, that's right. I'm loving it. This is so great. I'm a big fan. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to save up all my money. I'm going to buy a Trump watch because I can't wait to see his face on my watch. It's so great. All right. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to this is the end of the stream, and I will be doing the members only right now. The Afterglow starts right now. Okay, so please, if you're a member, switch on over to the next stream. It'll be members only. We'll just hang out for a little while. I gotta show my house. I have a meeting here pretty soon. I gotta show my house, so we're not gonna do guitar today, unfortunately. And I set it all up too. God damn it! But I set up all my guitar stuff and everything, but we can't do guitar right now. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You know it's coming from Temu. Yeah, of course, the Temu. It's coming from the Temu warehouse. I mean, give me a break. Swiss gold, 18 karat gold plated. I mean, come on. For $900, 18 karat gold plated. Like, I'm sure it turns your wrist green, but it won't matter because when it turns your wrist green, you'll take it off and you'll see Donald Trump's handsome face. You'll be like, I can't be mad at you. I can't be mad at you. I almost want to get it just to wear it ironically. NorCal, thank you for being a channel member. Thank you so much. Thank you, NorCal. Thank you, NorCal. You're amazing. Thank you for being a channel member. I love you. Oh, great. Oh, the great Trump watch. Yeah, I'm buying Trump watches because NorCal's a member now. It just put me over. It just put me over. Now I can finally get a Trump watch. Trump said war is bad. He also says mercy is good. That's why he every time someone in the religion says, of any religion, says mercy, you know, like Jesus was all about mercy, Donald Trump starts fucking crying. He just starts crying. Ding, 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 ding. He showed a blasphemous image of himself dressed as Jesus. He has no respect for such. No, he hates Christians, dude. He hates Christ. I just gotta sell some coke. Do it, you 725 pores. All right. This is it. Thank you so much. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Don't forget to question authority. Take care of each other, God's sake. You know, meet your neighbors. Say hi to your neighbors. You know, go work with your neighbor. Go meet somebody today. You know, like, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Godspeed, rebels. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you out there. I am. Please try to make America great again by meeting your neighbors and building mutual aid and mutual defense. And take care of each other. Don't forget to hit the like and all that. Thank you, Virtual Reality Me. I'll see you on the other side. Cheers, buddies. Godspeed, rebel.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.